Chapter 1785. It made sense when he thought about it. Since this old man was related to the divine ability relic, the abyssal swamp, how could he be an ordinary person? Even if such a person suppressed his cultivation base to the same level as Duanling Tian, he still had an advantage. His battle experience and martial tactics were not something an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. At this moment, Duanling Tian was most relieved the old man before him could not replicate his son's true origin. In fact, the reason he was able to rely on his strength that was equivalent to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator's clone to make his way here was due to the extraordinary son true origin. In terms of strength, the son true origin at the early refined saint stage was not inferior to the ordinary true origin at the early eminent saint stage. He's accelerating again. When Duanling Tian dodged the old man's attack in time, he was surprised to see the old man's speed had increased again. Through the divine consciousness that Duanling Tian released, he was certain the old man's true origin did not change at all. It was still the ordinary true origin of an early refined saint stage powerhouse. The reason his speed was slightly faster was due to the old man's movement technique. It was an extremely ethereal and swift movement technique. Even the movement technique in the heaven-rank advanced saint-grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to the highest stage wouldn't be as fast as this. Duanling Tian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the old man's current speed. Even an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse might not be able to match the old man's current speed. If Duanling Tian did not have the sun true origin and was only an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse, he would not have any advantage at all in terms of speed. The attack the old man cast with just a raise of his hand was extremely powerful as well. It was even more powerful than the attack of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, his speed was suppressed by Duanling Tian. Since he could not touch Duanling Tian, it was useless no matter how powerful his attack was. Although Duanling Tian's cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage, with the sun true origin, his speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Faced with the old man whose strength was comparable to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he did not feel any pressure at all. It's also because I encountered this obstacle. If an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator encountered this obstacle, it would be almost impossible for them to pass. Duanling Tian knew very well that he was the only one who could easily pass this hurdle. If it was another early refined saint stage martial cultivator who did not have the sun true origin to rely on, he would have been defeated long ago. Why isn't he moving? At the same time, Duanling Tian noticed that the old man had suddenly stopped chasing after him. He looked at Duanling Tian blankly and said, "Little fellow, it seems like you're the person I've been waiting for. If you can still defeat me after I cast the elementary devouring tactic, I'll teach you the elementary devouring tactic." Duanling Tian didn't pay much attention to the old man's words. However, when the old man reached the end of his sentence, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. "I will teach you the elementary devouring technique." Based on the old man's words, did it mean the elementary devouring tactic was his divine ability? Don't tell me this abyssal swamp was left behind by this senior? The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. Although he had entered 3 divine ability relics previously, there was no one like the old man in front of him at all. They did not even appear, let alone communicate with him. However, not only did this old man appear in the abyssal swamp, but he even said he would teach him the elementary devouring tactic if he could defeat him. How could he not let his imagination run wild? While Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, he was shocked to discover the sun true origin in his body began to leak out without him deliberately controlling it. Fortunately, he managed to react in time and stopped it. Otherwise, a lot of the sun true origin in his body would have leaked out. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he noticed the old man's robe was bulging. The air around his body began to vibrate before it finally transformed into a huge ripple. The ripple continued to spread out and formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool was constantly absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings into the old man's body. His aura seems to be getting stronger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the old man's aura was constantly rising with his divine consciousness. In the end, the air around him seemed to have stagnated, and his aura finally stopped rising. At the same time, the whirlpool that shrouded him disappeared as well. Whoosh! As the air vibrated, a territory rapidly formed in a 100-meter radius around the old man. However, the true origin that formed the territory was not the true origin of an early refined Saint stage powerhouse. It was the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint stage. Naturally, it could not be compared to the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint stage, since the true origin of the old man's territory was very unstable. It was unstable because it was forcefully raised. In essence, it was still the true origin of an early refined Saint stage powerhouse. This is the elementary devouring tactic? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp when he saw this, and his heart trembled. The elementary devouring tactic allowed an early refined Saint stage martial cultivator to forcefully raise his true origin to the peak of the refined Saint stage. This divine ability was too heaven-defying, right? The old man's territory was dark. Pythons that were entangled in blood mist would occasionally jump out of the territory. After rolling a few times, they would hide in the territory again. When Duan Lingtian looked around, he could clearly see there were thousands of pythons that appeared in the old man's territory at the same time. The thousands of pythons were entangled in the blood mist as they rolled around in the territory. They would appear and hide at times, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. Whoosh! The sound of wind being torn apart rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw the old man charging toward him rapidly after he had consolidated his territory. As for the unstable true essence that permeated his body, it also showed signs of weakening during this process, although this trend was very slow. It seems like the true origin raised by the elementary devouring tactic won't last for long. He wants to kill me in one go while his true origin is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to make his move. One must admit the old man's speed with his true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage was very fast. It was even faster than 99% of martial cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he still could not catch up to Duan Lingtian, whose speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Although his speed was comparable to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator with his true origin at the early refined saint stage. However, with his true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was difficult for him to move at the speed of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Although the peak of the refined saint stage and the early eminent saint stage were similar to the early refined saint stage and the intermediate refined saint stage, they were only one level apart. However, the latter was a cultivation level within a major stage, while the former was a cultivation level that was separated by a major stage. They could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. The difference between the latter and the former was as vast as 1,000 miles. Due to this reason, even if the old man had raised his true origin to the peak of the refined saint stage with the elementary devouring tactic, he still could not touch Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! 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 Naturally, the old man was not fighting alone. The thousands of pythons in his territory that were shrouded in blood mist quickly joined the battle and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Territory? Faced with the attack from the old man's territory, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as the sun true origin shrouding his body spread out. 10,000 swords territory. Swoosh! 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 Wherever the 10,000 sword rays passed, the pythons were completely annihilated. The old man's territory was also destroyed by the 10,000 swords territory. Territory relied on true origin. Duan Lingtian's true origin was the sun true origin that was comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. The territory consolidated from such true origin easily crushed the territory consolidated from the old man's true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's getting weaker. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the old man's true origin had weakened to the mastery refined saint stage. It's time to end this. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory suddenly shrank. 10,000 sword rays gathered in his hand and merged into a heavy sword. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sun. Without warning, Duan Lingtian made his move. The gigantic sword that was as bright as the sun appeared in his hand. Faced with the old man who had cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, again in an attempt to raise his true origin to the peak of the refined saint stage, the gigantic sword whistled in the air and landed on his body mercilessly. The old man's true origin had finally returned to the peak of the refined saint stage after much difficulty. However, faced with Duan Lingtian's sword that contained the sun true origin and the profundity of the sovereign heart sword, his true origin crumbled immediately. Even his body was vaporized and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Who would have thought that the final hurdle would be the easiest? With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the gigantic sword in his hand dispersed. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he slowly descended from the sky. Indeed. Ever since he entered the abyssal swamp, every step he took until he reached the 9th trial was extremely difficult. As the last trial, the 9th trial was, naturally, the most difficult one in Duan Lingtian's opinion. Before he faced it, although he appeared to be indifferent on the surface, he was extremely perturbed in his heart. This was because he didn't know if he could successfully pass through the final hurdle and obtain the divine ability within the abyssal swamp. However, he had passed the last trial. Moreover, he had an absolute advantage and easily passed the trial. Of course, the reason for this was also because of the sun true origin in his body. If it was another person, it would be impossible for them to pass the trial. This had been mentioned many times before. This abyssal swamp is really insane. However, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is even more insane. Chapter 1786. Currently, Duan Lingtian had passed all the trials in the abyssal swamp, the divine ability relic. This meant he would obtain the divine ability in the abyssal swamp. The divine ability in the abyssal swamp was the elementary devouring tactic. Don't tell me the elementary devouring tactic is also recorded in a stone tablet like the divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, that I obtained previously? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he stared at the sky, waiting for a crack to appear in the sky and the stone tablet that contained the divine ability to appear. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on at all. Where's that old fella? Didn't he say he'll teach me the elementary devouring tactic as long as I defeat him? Is he messing with me? Duan Lingtian was really anxious now. He had even changed the way he addressed the old man. Earlier, he had called him senior, but now, he was calling him old fella. Old fella, don't tell me you're trying to go back on your word? Duan Lingtian shouted as he stood in the fighting ring. At the same time, he looked around. Duan Lingtian's voice was very loud. It contained the sun true origin and formed a sound wave that caused the surrounding air to ripple. When the air rippled, Duan Lingtian could clearly see a figure appearing in the sky. It was the old man he had killed earlier. Just when Duan Lingtian was starting to get impatient, the old man had finally appeared. Little fella. The old man had an amiable smile on his face. Congratulations on passing all the trials in the abyssal swamp. Next, I'll pass all the information about the elementary devouring tactic to you. Once your cultivation base has risen to the divine saint stage, you'll be able to officially cultivate the elementary devouring tactic. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew the old man would ignore him, he still thanked him. Thank you, senior. You've already seen the elementary devouring skill in the last trial. I'm sure you have a basic understanding of it. The elementary devouring skill is a divine ability that can devour all energy around you. You can even devour the energy of your opponent. Of course, if your opponent is much stronger than you, you won't be able to devour their energy because they can completely resist the devouring power of your elementary devouring technique. The old man said. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he recalled his previous experience. Devouring the opponent's power? Unable to devour because the opponent was too strong? Resist the devouring power? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. No wonder he felt the sun true origin in his body pouring out when the old man cast the elementary devouring tactic earlier. As it turned out, the devouring power of the elementary devouring tactic had affected him. However, since his true strength was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the devouring power of the elementary devouring tactic cast by the old man who was only at the early refined saint stage was limited and could not devour his sun true origin. What a domineering divine ability! Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue inwardly. According to what this senior said, if my opponent's strength isn't too much stronger than mine, I can use the elementary devouring tactic to absorb his opponent's strength when I'm fighting him. I can also use the opponent's strength to strengthen myself. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his emotions surged again. Just imagine, if two people with similar techniques and strength were to fight, and one of them suddenly cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the energy around him and his opponent's energy, how terrifying would that be? At that time, the person who cast the elementary devouring tactic would be able to easily crush his opponent. Duan Ling Tian, who had witnessed the might of the elementary devouring tactic, did not doubt this at all. While Duan Ling Tian was immersed in his thoughts due to the elementary devouring tactic, a wave of vast and majestic information entered his mind. In the beginning, he instinctively resisted the information. However, when he discovered the information was related to the elementary devouring tactic, he immediately stopped resisting and allowed it to enter his mind. The information was vast and majestic. When Duan Ling Tian tried to comprehend it, he discovered the information was difficult for him to comprehend at this moment. Although it was difficult to comprehend, it did not affect Duan Ling Tian from trying to understand and familiarize himself with it. Naturally, at this moment, no matter how well Duan Ling Tian understood and familiarized himself with it, it was just a theory. With his current strength, he could not cast the divine ability at all. Ordinary martial cultivators would need to break through to the divine saint stage before they could attempt to comprehend and master the divine ability. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not need to wait until he had broken through to the divine saint stage due to the sun true origin in his body. However, although he did not need to wait until he had broken through to the divine saint stage, he still needed to wait until he had broken through to the eminent saint stage. Only when his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage would his sun true origin be comparable to an ordinary early saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, he would be able to cast the divine ability. That's it. An hour had passed, and Duan Ling Tian discovered the information had stopped being transmitted. He had completely absorbed the information regarding the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. When he started receiving this information earlier, Duan Ling Tian had instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes now, he noticed that the old man had vanished. Along with the old man was the combat arena that was surrounded by the spectating area like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, he had returned to the desert that was filled with wind and sand. The abyssal swamp had disappeared. Little fellow, I've already passed the elementary devouring tactic to you. From now on, the abyssal swamp and the inheritance of the elementary devouring tactic will no longer exist in the Saint Martial secret zone. My name is Jiang Cheng. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. I look forward to it. When Duan Ling Tian saw the desert, the old man's voice resonated in his ears again. From then on, the old man's voice no longer resonated in his ears. It was as though he had completely disappeared. The abyssal swamp will no longer exist in the Saint Martial secret zone. The elementary devouring tactic will no longer exist. When Duan Ling Tian heard the old man's words, he was stunned for a long time. Based on what he knew, the divine ability relics in the mystical sky mansion's Saint Martial secret zone usually appeared here. After someone obtained the divine ability, it might appear in another place. However, he had never heard of a divine ability relic that would disappear completely after one obtained the divine ability. However, the owner of the voice would not lie to him. If that's the case, doesn't this mean the inheritance of the elementary devouring tactic will no longer exist in the mystical sky mansion? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Although it was not easy to obtain the inheritance of the elementary devouring tactic since there might not be anyone who could pass the 9 tests in the abyssal swamp, the moment Duan Lingtian thought about how he had caused the mystical sky mansion to lose the inheritance of this divine ability, he felt slightly guilty. I really owe them a huge favor this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He owed the mystical sky mansion a huge favor. Forget it. After I've broken through to the eminent saint stage and mastered the elementary devouring tactic, I'll pass the elementary devouring tactic to a suitable mystical sky mansion's disciple. At that time, I'll be able to return the favor to the mystical sky mansion. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Whether it was in his past life or his current life, he hated owing people favors the most. As the saying went, a debt of gratitude is the most difficult to return. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the elementary devouring tactic that could be considered as a top divine ability in the entire Dao martial saint land was not so easily passed down. As the saying went, those who are ignorant are fearless. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian was talking about. No matter what, obtaining a divine ability like the elementary devouring tactic was a joyous occasion. Currently, I've already been in the Saint Martial's secret zone for 2 months. There's only a month left before I'll be forcefully transported out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. There's only a month left. I must find them as soon as possible. The them Duan Lingtian was referring to was naturally Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Before they entered the Saint Martial's secret zone, they had already formed a small team and agreed to work together. However, ever since they entered the Saint Martial's secret zone, Duan Lingtian did not encounter them at all. Next, even if I discover a divine ability relic, I won't explore it for now. I must find them first. As mentioned earlier, Duan Lingtian hated owing people favors the most. Due to this reason, he really hoped to take this opportunity to return the favor he owed Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, during this trip to the Saint Martial's secret zone. As long as he could help Lu Jian obtain a divine ability, he would be able to return the favor. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian discovered a divine ability relic. However, he was not in a hurry to explore it. The most important thing now was to find Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Finally, after 8 days, Duan Lingtian discovered Wang Fei Xian. When he discovered Wang Fei Xian was alone. You didn't encounter Lu Jian as well? Before Wang Fei Xian noticed Duan Lingtian had already appeared next to her and asked. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance had, naturally, taken Wang Fei Xian by surprise. After she regained her senses, Wang Fei Xian said, "I've finally found you." As for Lu Jian, Wang Fei Xian smiled wryly. "I met him a few days ago, and he was just eliminated yesterday." He was eliminated? Duan Lingtian frowned. If Lu Jian was eliminated, did this not mean he had lost the opportunity to return Lu Hongguang's favor? When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian frowning, she seemed to have guessed what was on his mind. She said, "Don't worry, I've already helped you return the favor you owe Lu Jian Sr. I entered a divine ability relic with him a few days ago, and I followed the rules you told me before we came in and gave him the divine ability in the first divine ability relic we discovered." Wang Fei Xian's words shocked Duan Lingtian. "But I only said that if I'm around." Chapter 1787. Although Duan Lingtian said that, he was still grateful to Wang Fei Xian. "Cut the crap." Wang Fei Xian waved her hand and interrupted Duan Lingtian domineeringly. "Since I've already returned the favor for you, it's your turn to owe me a favor now." "Of course, I'll return the favor." Duan Lingtian smiled. 3 days ago, I discovered a divine ability relic. Let's go. Let's go there. I'll give you the divine ability inside the divine ability relic. What a coincidence. I have a clue about a divine ability relic as well. Wang Fei Xian smiled as well. Oh. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Wang Fei Xian would have a clue about another divine ability relic after helping Lu Jian obtain the divine ability. Speaking of which, Lu Jian was killed in that divine ability relic. That divine ability relic is much more dangerous than the first divine ability relic we explored earlier. However, although it's dangerous, the divine ability contained in that divine ability relic must be extraordinary as well. Wang Fei Xian said. Duan Lingtian agreed with Wang Fei Xian's words. As someone who had been through this before, he, naturally, understood this. For example, the divine ability relic, the abyssal swamp, he had encountered earlier had a total of 9 trials. Apart from a few trials, the other trials were ridiculously difficult. However, apart from the difficulty of the divine ability relic, the rewards were also very generous. The elementary devouring tactic was undoubtedly a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, Duan Lingtian speculated that the elementary devouring tactic would be ranked among the best among the high-grade divine abilities. Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the elementary devouring tactic was publicly acknowledged as the #1 divine ability in the St. Martial's secret zone by the powerhouses of the mystical Sky Mansion. If he knew, he would not be guessing like a headless fly. Where's the location of the divine ability relic you discovered? Let's go from the nearest to the furthest. Wang Fei Xian suggested. Duan Lingtian had no objections to Wang Fei Xian's suggestion. After talking to each other for a while, they realized that the divine ability relic that Wang Fei Xian knew was much closer, so the two of them decided to go there first. What is the level of the divine ability that you helped Lu Jian obtain? Duan Lingtian asked. It should be an intermediate grade divine ability. Half of the reason why I was able to pass the last stage was due to luck. Wang Fei Xian said. Lu Jian's luck is not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded and continued, however, the divine ability relic we're going to now should be much more difficult than the first one you encountered, right? In this regard, Duan Lingtian had already made a decision in his heart. He was just casually asking. After all, Lu Jian was eliminated in the divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian had also left the divine ability relic after Lu Jian was eliminated. It was obvious she was not confident she could pass the various stages in the divine ability relic. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded. What level of divine ability relic do you think it's? Duan Lingtian asked. Wang Fei Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian and finally answered truthfully, even if the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic isn't a high-grade divine ability, it's definitely a top-grade intermediate-grade divine ability. Then both of you are quite lucky to have encountered 2 divine ability relic sites that are not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he continued to say, as the saying goes, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Since we've met up, it's only natural that we have to split the divine ability relics we encounter later. How about this? We're heading to the divine ability relic you found now. The divine ability in it belongs to you. The divine ability within the divine ability relic I found 3 days ago belongs to me. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. The divine ability relic you found, have you entered it before? Wang Fei Xian did not rush to respond to Duan Lingtian. Instead, she asked this question. What? Are you worried that the divine ability recorded in that divine ability relic is of a higher level than the divine ability you encountered in the divine ability relic? Hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, how could Duan Lingtian not know what she meant? He immediately teased, why don't we switch places? Being exposed by Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face immediately turned red. Let's switch places. Who's afraid of who? Forget it, let's not switch places for the time being. Because I haven't explored that divine ability relic myself, I don't know the situation inside. How about this, the divine ability relic you found will still belong to you. When we go to the divine ability relic I found, if you think the divine ability inside should be good, I can also give it to you. Duan Lingtian said, however, if we discover other divine ability relics later on, 2 in a row will belong to me. What do you think? At this time, Wang Fei Xian also realized that Duan Lingtian really did not know the situation of the divine ability relic he found. Otherwise, he would definitely not say such a thing. From Duan Lingtian's words, she could tell that he had been thinking for her. For a moment, Wang Fei Xian's cheeks were a little hot, and she hurriedly said, "Let's do as you said earlier. The divine ability I found will belong to me, and the divine ability you found will belong to you. We'll take turns finding the divine ability later on." "That's fine too." Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, under Wang Fei Xian's lead, Duan Lingtian went to the divine ability relic where Lu Jian was eliminated. It had to be said that Wang Fei Xian's luck was not bad. Although the trials in this divine ability relic were not as difficult as the abyssal swamp that Duan Lingtian had previously explored, it was still much more difficult than the Six Harmonies Pagoda and Six Halls Palace that Duan Lingtian had previously explored. It seems like it's just as you guessed. Even if the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic is not a high-grade divine ability, it's still a top-notch middle-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian said to Wang Fei Xian after they passed several trials in a row. Wang Fei Xian followed Duan Lingtian and did not do anything from the beginning until the end because she did not have time to do anything. Every time they encountered danger, Duan Lingtian would immediately discover it and resolve it in a timely manner. However, even if it's a high-grade divine ability, it's probably at the bottom of the high-grade divine abilities. Wang Fei Xian said. "What? You don't like it? Why don't we switch?" Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "If you want to switch, I don't have any objections." Wang Fei Xian said bluntly. "Forget it, I don't want to cheat you. If the divine ability relic I discovered was only a low-grade divine ability relic, I'm afraid you won't know who to cry to." Duan Lingtian shook his head. After he discovered the divine ability relic, he did not explore it. Therefore, he was not sure what grade the divine ability relic was. Lu Jian was killed at the last trial. At that time, I couldn't even take care of myself, so I couldn't save him. Wang Fei Xian said. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Ever since he found out Wang Fei Xian had helped him return the favor, he had gotten over Lu Jian's elimination. What he wanted to do now was to return the favor to Wang Fei Xian. Soon after, they arrived at the next trial. The trial was extremely difficult for Wang Fei Xian, but it was extremely easy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only used the span of a dozen breaths to kill all the obstacles in his way. Wang Fei Xian was dumbfounded when she saw this. His strength. I'm afraid he's one of the best among all the martial cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself as she watched Duan Lingtian's back. They continued to pass the trial until they reached the final trial. The person guarding the final trial was a woman with a sexy figure and a beautiful face. She was dressed in revealing clothes. Every movement she made was seductive. When Wang Fei Xian saw the woman's strength at the peak of the refined saint stage, her expression turned grave immediately. When Wang Fei Xian saw this woman had even cast an extremely brilliant movement divine ability and displayed a speed that was almost on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse, horror dawned on her face. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. Don't tell me that I, Wang Fei Xian, am destined to have no fate with the divine ability in this divine ability relic? At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was here, she did not have any confidence at all. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to the woman, but her speed was boosted by her movement divine ability. She was extremely fast, almost on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the woman's speed. Her speed was not much slower than his. In fact, his speed was on par with an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Lingtian, it's fine if you can't do it. Let's leave. Wang Fei Xian took a deep breath. Although she was unwilling, she still decided to leave with Duan Lingtian. She was afraid if she stayed here for too long, she would not be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, she soon realized Duan Lingtian was ignoring her. She instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian, only to discover Duan Lingtian had already disappeared from his spot. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, causing the air to tremble. A series of faint explosions reverberated in the air. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian finally realized Duan Lingtian had already charged toward the woman. Most importantly, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of speed. The woman moved, and silhouettes appeared out of thin air in front of her. In the end, she increased her speed even more. As she passed by, it seemed as though there were hundreds and thousands of silhouettes in her wake. One could see how fast she was. However, to Wang Fei Xian's surprise, Duan Lingtian did not fall into a disadvantageous position even when faced with the woman who had increased her speed again. What a fast speed! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised when he saw the woman at the peak of the refined saint stage had a speed that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. In terms of speed, the woman's speed was not inferior to his. Her true origin is at the peak of the refined saint stage. The reason she's so fast has to do with the movement divine ability she cast. This movement divine ability is most likely a high-grade divine ability. The divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic must be the movement divine ability she's casting now. Chapter 1788. If Duan Lingtian and the woman were in the outside world, he might not have been able to catch up to the woman. However, they were now in a small space. Of course, it was not small, but compared to the almost endless space in the outside world, it was indeed very small. Due to this reason, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to find an opportunity to intercept the woman. In terms of speed, the woman was on par with Duan Lingtian. In terms of overall strength, she was far inferior to Duan Lingtian, because her speed was so fast because she relied on the high-level movement technique. Due to this reason, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to kill her and vaporize her under such circumstances. The scene in front of her stunned Wang Fei Xian. After a while, she looked at Duan Lingtian and forced out a sentence. You really are ruthless. What? You want me to let her go? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Seeing the void tremble, a crack appeared, and then a huge stone tablet flew out from behind the crack and landed on the ground. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian and urged, Go. After memorizing the theurgy on it, we should go to the next stop. If I'm not wrong, that should be a high-level movement technique. Duan Lingtian added. High-level movement technique theurgy? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian could not help but think of the woman's speed. The woman's speed was clearly not compatible with her overall strength. At that time, she had also guessed that the woman had used a movement technique. Now, with Duan Lingtian's reminder, she also realized that the woman had very likely used the theurgy that she was about to master. When Wang Fei Xian's divine sense entered the stone tablet, the joy of the theurgy recorded on it flooded into her mind. Movement divine ability, 1,000 illusory shadows. At this moment, she knew the name of the divine ability she was about to master. Moreover, the more she read, the more excited she became. She discovered this movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, was indeed a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, it would be much easier for a woman to cultivate it. This was a movement divine ability that was tailor-made for a woman. In other words, when she broke through to the divine saint stage in the future, it would be much easier for her to comprehend and master this divine ability compared to ordinary divine abilities since she was a woman. Of course, this didn't mean that only women could cultivate this divine ability. It was just that women could cultivate it with twice the result with half the effort. If a man cultivated it with twice the effort, the result would be half the result with half the effort. As an intermediate refined divine ability after she had broken through to the divine saint stage, she only took a day and a night to memorize all the information about the 1,000 illusory shadows of the 1,000 illusory shadows to her mind. She was only to comprehend and master, to master it a divine able to master it, to cast it, to master. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he had returned to the place before he entered the divine ability relic. He was not surprised by this at all. This was because he had experienced a similar situation a few times before. Let's go. Since they had come out, Wang Fei Xian must have memorized all the information about the divine ability. For this reason, Duan Lingtian immediately asked Wang Fei Xian to leave and head to the divine ability relic he had discovered earlier. Currently, there were only about 20 days left before they would be forcefully sent out of the St. Martial's secret zone. How many divine abilities they would be able to obtain would depend on their luck in the next 20 days. Naturally, apart from luck, efficiency was also very important. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to waste any time. As soon as Wang Fei Xian regained her senses, he began to urge her to leave. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian led the way while Wang Fei Xian followed closely behind. The latter traveled at full speed while the former deliberately slowed down in consideration of the latter. Following behind Duan Lingtian and looking at Duan Lingtian's back, Wang Fei Xian's gaze was extremely complicated. The speed he displayed at that time has clearly surpassed the speed of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. That speed is comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. As the great young miss of a fourth-rate force, the tyrannical saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian's experience was, naturally, not low. She had even witnessed the speed of many early eminent saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, she was almost certain when Duan Lingtian helped her to pass through the last trial and the divine ability relic earlier, the speed he displayed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although that woman's cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, the speed she displayed the divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, is comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Under such circumstances, the only reason he could kill her was because his speed was not inferior to hers. As Wang Fei Xian muttered to herself, she focused her gaze on Duan Lingtian again. Don't tell me he has made a breakthrough again? Don't tell me he's already an early eminent saint stage powerhouse? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, her heartbeat quickened. That's not right. However, Wang Fei Xian soon felt that something was amiss. This fellow had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago. At that time, it had caused a commotion in the Heaven Palace and the entire mystical sky mansion. No matter how monstrous and freakish his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs from the mastery refined saint stage in such a short time, right? However, if he didn't make a breakthrough, how could he possess such a fast speed? Wang Fei Xian was puzzled. In the end, she could not help but ask, have you made a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage? Are you asking me? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Wang Fei Xian. Nonsense. There's only the 2 of us here. If I'm not asking you, am I supposed to be asking myself? When Wang Fei Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, the expression on her face eased up a little. At the same time, she retorted in annoyance. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Wang Fei Xian was asking about him. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet. He wanted to break through to the eminent saint stage because that would mean he could officially cultivate, comprehend, and master all kinds of divine abilities. You haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage, but you can display the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse? Wang Fei Xian stared at him. How did you do it? Would you believe me if I told you I mastered a movement divine ability? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. TCH. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You want to master a divine ability before breaking through to the divine saint stage? You must be dreaming. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not explain. After all, he was just trying to fool Wang Fei Xian. The reason he could display the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse was, naturally, due to the Sun true origin. However, the existence of the Sun true origin was undoubtedly a big secret to him. This secret was not only related to Huolao, but it was also related to the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in his possession. It's been a long time since I've searched for materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After I leave the St. Martial's secret zone, I'll try my best to borrow the mystical sky mansion's power to search for materials for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda so I can repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian made up his mind when he thought about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Repairing the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was of great significance to him. First of all, he would be able to obtain a better cultivation environment at that time. Moreover, according to Hualao, the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much slower than the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. If one stayed on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 8 days, only 1 day would pass outside. Compared to the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was much more efficient. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Once the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was repaired, his life would be further protected. This was because he could immediately hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda when he was in danger. To Duan Lingtian, the latter was more tempting than the former. Everyone only had one life, and this included Duan Lingtian as well. Therefore, he cherished his life very much. To put it bluntly, he was actually afraid of death. However, in this world, apart from some real lunatics, how many people were really not afraid of death? The higher the cultivation base and the stronger the ability, it also meant that the more effort they had put in the past, and the more they valued their lives. Of course, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian valued his life more than anything else. If it was him in his previous life, perhaps he would value his movement technique and life more than anything else. However, it was not the case for him in this life. In this life, he had family and friends. Those people were worthy of him using his life to protect. You should have obtained the movement technique divine ability that woman used before, right? The sun vital essence in his body was Duan Lingtian's secret. Therefore, he did not intend to say too much. He promptly changed the topic and looked at Wang Fei Xian. That's right. Hearing Duan Lingtian mention the divine ability she had obtained, Wang Fei Xian immediately smiled. The divine ability I obtained is the movement technique divine ability that woman used. What is it called? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1,000 illusory shadows. Wang Fei Xian said. 1,000 illusory shadows? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as he recalled the scene when he fought with that woman. The afterimages that were dragged out were vivid in his mind. That movement technique divine ability lives up to its name. After half a day, Duan Lingtian brought Wang Fei Xian to the divine ability relic that he had discovered. The divine ability relic in this divine ability relic, can you guess what level it is? Before entering, Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. I can't guess. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If you really haven't explored it. I'm guessing it's a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said with a rare playful wink. I hope your jinx doesn't come true. The divine ability relic in here is mine. Chapter 1789. Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian entered the divine ability relic that Duan Lingtian discovered a few days ago. Wang Fei Xian easily annihilated the few savage beasts in the first test because they were just a few early pristine saint stage savage beasts. It seems like I'm right. Although he had only passed the first trial, the difficulty of the first trial was enough to show that the god art recorded in this god art relic wasn't something worth looking forward to. Don't jinx it. Duan Lingtian glared at Wang Fei Xian. Of course, although he said that, he did not blame Wang Fei Xian in his heart. After all, even if Wang Fei Xian did not say that, it would not change the fact that this was just a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian easily passed the next few tests. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not have to make a move. Just as the two of them had guessed, the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was indeed just a low-level divine ability, a very useless low-level divine ability. Although he did not think much of it, Duan Lingtian still remembered it. It took less than 2 days from entering the divine ability relic to coming out. I think the next divine ability relic that we find will definitely record a mid-level divine ability or high-level divine ability. Just as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian were about to search for the third divine ability relic, Wang Fei Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a teasing smile. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic would belong to her. You're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. I guess the next divine ability relic will be the same as the previous one. There will only be a useless low-level divine ability in it. What? Do you want to compete with me to see whose mouth is more accurate? Don't forget that I was right about your divine ability relic just now. Humph. The next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian snorted. It was obvious that she was deliberately provoking Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, the two of them found another divine ability relic. As it turned out, Princess, you could guess correctly once, but she might not be able to guess correctly a second time. This divine ability relic was also a low-level divine ability relic. Jinx. Don't jinx it. Along the way, Wang Fei could not help but complain whenever she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Women and villains were really difficult to deal with. Did she forget she was the one who cursed him first? After Wang Fei Xian obtained the low-level divine ability relic, the two of them continued to look for the next target. On the way, Wang Fei Xian looked over and seemed to want to say something. Duan Lingtian immediately said with a vigilant face, I'm warning you, if you dare to curse me again, don't even think about getting a mid-level divine ability relic. As for a high-level one, don't even think about it. When Wang Fei Xian recalled how both of them were injured, she immediately shut her mouth and no longer said anything. However, she could not help but glare at Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, when men and women work together, work is not tiring. In just one day, the two of them found the entrance to another divine ability relic. According to the rules of cooperation, this divine ability relic belonged to Duan Lingtian. I hope the divine ability relic in this divine ability relic is a mid-level or above offensive divine ability. After entering the divine ability relic, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the Dao martial saint land, although divine abilities were similar to martial tactics, they were completely different from martial tactics. It was possible to cast divine abilities while casting martial tactics. The effects of the two could be stacked. Due to this reason, if Duan Lingtian could obtain an offensive divine ability, his strength would definitely improve when he broke through to the eminent saint stage. In fact, as soon as he broke through to the eminent saint stage, he would be able to officially cultivate divine abilities. So far, he already had 3 decent Shintongha in his hands. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body was a defensive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was an assist-type divine ability, and the Golden Crow's Wings was a movement divine ability. Among the 3 divine abilities, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body had the lowest level. It was only a mid-level divine ability. As for the other 2 divine abilities, before he returned to his body and communicated with Walao and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he did not know which divine ability was more advanced. However, subconsciously, he still felt that the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, should be more advanced. After all, it was Hualao's bloodline divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. Naturally, even if he managed to cultivate the Golden Crow's Wings that Hualao had passed to him to the highest level, it would not be comparable to the Golden Crow's Wings that Hualao had cast. This was because it was Hualao's bloodline divine ability. When Hualao cast it, it would have a huge boost. However, even then, it was still a divine ability that did not belong to the mundane planets. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that the Golden Crow's Wings was the most powerful divine ability among the 3 divine abilities that he had mastered that would be helpful to him. Naturally, although he felt this way, he was not certain. He had a feeling that the Elementary Devouring Tactic was not as simple as it seemed. I'll have to ask Hualao after I leave the Saint Martial's secret zone to find out the specifics. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this matter anymore. However, the only thing Duan Lingtian currently lacked was an offensive divine ability. Although he had inherited the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, to a certain extent, the Sovereign Heart Sword still belonged to the category of martial arts. With the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's level, the techniques he displayed were also in the category of martial arts. It would only clash with other martial arts techniques, but it would not clash with divine abilities. Of course, it would be even better if it's an offensive divine ability like a sword technique. Duan Lingtian kept dreaming in his heart. Wang Fei Xian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would have definitely laughed at him and said that he was dreaming. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian went through the first test of the divine ability relic. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately after he killed the guardian wild beast in the first test. Wang Fei Xian's face was flushed red. After a long while, she finally could not help but laugh out loud. You can't blame me this time. I didn't curse you. Based on the first test, the divine ability relic contained another low-grade divine ability. This was indeed the case. Just wait and see. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability. Wang Fei Xian said confidently as they continued to search for the next divine ability relic. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and no longer mocked Wang Fei Xian. Apart from that, he had also completely recovered from his depressed mood when he encountered another low-grade divine ability relic. Don't worry. When it's your turn next time, the divine ability in the divine ability relic that you encounter will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was no longer arguing with her, Wang Fei Xian was not used to it. Let's leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian smiled and said nonchalantly. Are you alright? Wang Fei Xian paused and looked at Duan Lingtian seriously. What can happen to me? Let's go. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Although he was in a hurry to obtain an offensive divine ability, after obtaining that low-grade divine ability, he was no longer in such a hurry. It was not that the low-grade divine ability was special, but Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that he was a little too greedy. The divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, that he obtained in the St. Martial's secret zone was still alright since it was a medium-grade divine ability. However, the other divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, that he obtained was not only a high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial's secret zone, but it was also a unique high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial's secret zone. At the very least, it was unique in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he finally accepted it. After all, contentment was bliss. Even if he could not obtain any useful divine abilities in the future, his trip to the St. Martial's secret zone this time could be considered as a success. It was precisely because of this that he was so calm. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian did not know about Duan Lingtian's previous experience and the change in his mentality. For this reason, it was impossible for her to know why Duan Lingtian had such a change. One must admit that Wang Fei Xian's luck was indeed not bad. 2 days later, the two of them discovered another divine ability relic. The trials in this divine ability relic were not any weaker than the trials in the Six Harmonies Pagoda and Six Halls Palace that Duan Lingtian had gone through previously. The divine ability recorded in this divine ability was similar to the divine ability recorded in the Six Harmonies Pagoda and Six Halls Palace. It was a defensive divine ability. However, although this defensive divine ability was also a medium-grade divine ability, it was slightly inferior to the defensive divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, that Duan Lingtian had obtained. Naturally, the difference was not much. After obtaining a high-grade divine ability and a medium-grade divine ability in succession, Wang Fei Xian was in a good mood. Let's go. Let's continue to look for the next divine ability relic. They soon found the next divine ability relic. This was Duan Lingtian's divine ability relic. However, it was still a low-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was not too surprised by this. On the contrary, Wang Fei Xian was a little embarrassed. Why don't we change the rules? In the future divine ability relics, until we encounter a medium grade or higher divine ability, the low grade divine ability will belong to me? If it's a medium grade or higher divine ability, it will belong to you? Even Wang Fei Xian could not bear to see Duan Lingtian's bad luck. She was really worried that Duan Lingtian would encounter a low-grade divine ability when she obtained the third medium-grade or higher divine ability. No need. Due to the change in his mentality, Duan Lingtian directly rejected Wang Fei Xian's good intentions. Why are you so stubborn? Wang Fei Xian was not happy with Duan Lingtian's rejection. Do you think you're protecting your man's dignity by rejecting me at this time? Do you think that your so-called dignity as a man is more important than your future? You must know that sometimes, a medium-grade or higher divine ability can even change your future. Do you think I didn't obtain a medium-grade or higher divine ability before I met you? Chapter 1790. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was stunned. That's right. When she met Duan Lingtian had already been in the Saint Martial's secret zone for 2 months. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to not have encountered any other divine ability relics. Most of the divine ability relics that they found recently were found by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she even wanted to dig out Duan Lingtian's eyes to see what was different about them and why it was so easy for them to find divine ability relics. Since you don't appreciate it, then I have nothing to say. Wang Fei Xian snorted and did not say anything else. However, she could not help but think to herself, if the divine ability in the next divine ability relic is a medium-grade divine ability or above. Let's see how he regrets it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian was really lucky. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic was indeed a medium-grade divine ability. Moreover, it was an offensive divine ability called the Falling Leaves Flying Flowers. How is it? Do you regret it? Wang Fei Xian asked Duan Lingtian after she memorized the divine ability. There's nothing to regret. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If it was him in the past, he might feel regretful that he was not the one who obtained the offensive divine ability. However, his mentality had changed. He no longer cared about it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was really bad. It was another low-grade divine ability. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. This time, Wang Fei Xian's luck was not very good. She also obtained a low-grade divine ability. This should be the last divine ability relic we'll explore. After 4 days, the Saint Martial's secret zone will forcefully teleport us out. Wang Fei Xian said after discovering another divine ability relic and entering it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There were only 4 days left, and it was only enough for them to pass through this sacred art relic. This is the last divine ability relic. I hope it's a mid-level divine ability or above. Wang Fei Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian and said. It just so happened that it was Duan Lingtian's turn to obtain the divine ability of this divine ability relic. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and appeared very calm. It was as if he didn't care what level of divine ability was recorded in this divine ability relic. Seeing that the person involved didn't seem to care, Wang Fei Xian didn't say anything else. However, Wang Fei Xian turned pale with fright when she was faced with the first trial. Why are they so powerful? Even though Wang Fei Xian was at the intermediate refined saint stage, she could not pass the first challenge. The difficulty of this challenge was even more difficult than the first challenge in the divine ability relic where she obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. High-grade divine ability? At the same time, Wang Fei Xian muttered to herself after taking a deep breath. My luck's not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled and strode out. The trial that Wang Fei Xian could not pass was nothing to him. He only spent a dozen breaths of time before he annihilated the guardian savage beast of the first trial. Then, he began to challenge the subsequent challenges. The subsequent challenges were much more difficult than the challenge in the divine ability relic where Wang Fei Xian obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. This made Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian even more certain that the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability. Don't tell me it's really a high-grade sword-type divine ability? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he entered the next challenge and discovered he had appeared in another sword tomb. The previous few checkpoints were all in the sword mounds. Naturally, they were all different sword tombs. The test in every sword tomb was different, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. At the very least, Wang Fei Xian was not confident she could pass all the challenges. However, to Duan Lingtian, who had passed the divine ability relic, the Abyssal Swamp, and obtained the unique high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the mystical Sky Mansion St. Martial's secret zone, these challenges were nothing to him. The challenges he had passed in the Abyssal Swamp were much more difficult than this. The high-grade divine ability contained in this divine ability relic is definitely not as good as the elementary devouring tactic. However, compared to the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, she obtained earlier, it should be slightly more powerful. This could be seen from the difficulty of the challenges he had encountered along the way. As it turns out, your bad luck from before has been accumulating. Wang Fei Xian sighed with an envious expression on her face. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything as he continued to challenge the challenges. Although his mentality had changed, he would not reject a high-grade divine ability that was placed in front of him. It's the last challenge. We can finally find out what kind of divine ability is contained in this divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said before they entered the last challenge. In any divine ability relic, the last challenge was to challenge the person who had mastered the divine ability. The divine ability that the person cast was also the divine ability that could be obtained after defeating the person. At the last challenge, the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian was a young sword cultivator dressed in white. He carried a sheathed longsword on his back as he stood there as straight as a javelin. He gave off a feeling as though he was a sword. A sword cultivator? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as his body emitted an awe-inspiring battle intent. He possessed the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Naturally, he could be considered as a sword cultivator as well. When he encountered someone who was also a sword cultivator, it was only natural for him to be competitive. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian emitted his battle intent, the white-clad young man's body swayed and disappeared from the spot. Naturally, he only disappeared before Wang Fei Xian's eyes. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the white-clad young man shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, although his speed was fast, it was only comparable to the speed of an elite powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was far from comparable to his speed. It was not even comparable to the speed of the woman who passed the last challenge in the divine ability relic where Wang Fei Xian obtained the divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. However, the woman's speed was only comparable to Duan Lingtian due to the boost from her divine ability. This white-clad young man, on the other hand, did not have any movement divine ability to rely on. In terms of overall strength, that woman is far from comparable to him. When Duan Lingtian saw the powerful aura the white-clad young man emitted when he unsheathed his longsword, he could tell how powerful he was. He was definitely a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, this was under the condition that he did not use his divine ability. If he used his divine ability, his strength would naturally increase. His divine ability. It must be a high-grade sword technique divine ability. However, I don't know if it's an offensive divine ability, a defensive divine ability, an assist-type divine ability, or even a movement divine ability. Sword-type divine abilities were divided into many types as well. Soon after, the technique the white-clad young man used told Duan Lingtian the answer. Whoosh! 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 As the white-clad young man unsheathed his longsword, he did not seem to have made any movements, but 9 clones suddenly appeared around him. The 9 clones were identical to him. They held swords in their hands as they stared intently at Duan Lingtian. What a lifelike clones! When Duan Lingtian saw the 10 figures rapidly moving and mixing together in just a short while, he could not tell which figure was the true body at all even when he extended his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another 10 figures were charging at him one after another. The 3-foot-long green swords in their hands shot out 7-foot-long sword rays toward Duan Lingtian's head. Whoosh! 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 The 10 white-clad young men were like 10 sword celestials that had descended from the 9 heavens. They wielded the swords in their hands as they shot toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. What a fast sword! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He discovered the sword rays that shot out from the 10 white-clad young men's hands were actually the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Each sword was comparable to the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Whoosh! The first white-clad young man charged over and tapped his sword on the colossal sword bell that rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It caused the colossal sword bell to tremble before it dimmed a little. Whoosh! Another white-clad young man charged over and attacked the colossal sword bell again, causing it to dim even more. Whoosh! The third white-clad young man used his third sword to destroy Duan Lingtian's colossal sword bell in one fell swoop. Although Duan Lingtian's colossal sword bell was comparable to the defense cast by an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it could only withstand 2 attacks from a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for it to withstand 3 attacks. With just 3 swords, Duan Lingtian's defense had been destroyed. There were 7 other white-clad young men who continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian with their swords after Duan Lingtian had lost his defense. Whoosh! Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian, naturally, chose to dodge. However, no matter how he dodged, the swords in the 7 white-clad young men's hands still locked onto him. The 7 swords missed their target and left long sword marks in the air. At this moment, it seemed as though 7 cracks were about to appear in the air. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling reverberated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he raised his head instinctively, he saw the 3-foot-long green sword in one of the white-clad young men's hands was shining brightly. It instantly accelerated and charged toward him at a speed that was slightly faster than his own. That's the main body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the other 9 clones of the white-clad young man were entering his main body at an extremely fast speed. Every time a clone entered his main body, the strength of the sword in his main body's hand would increase. In the end, the speed of the white-clad young man's main body charging toward Duan Lingtian with the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had reached a speed that was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How fast? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1791. The white-clad young man's sword was so powerful and fast that Duan Lingtian could not dodge it. I can only take this sword head-on. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and immediately mobilized the Sun True Origin to form the 10,000 Swords territory as quickly as possible. However, the sword in the white-clothed young man's hand was simply too fast. Before the 10,000 Swords domain had the time to form, it had already crushed and shattered the 10,000 Swords domain with an unstoppable force. When the 10,000 Swords territory was shattered, the Sun True Origin shook and affected Duan Lingtian, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into blood-red stars. However, Duan Lingtian did not have time to care about his injuries. The white-clad young man charged at him with the sword in his hand. It was as though he was a sword immortal who had descended from the 9 heavens to kill him. The moment the 10,000 Swords domain was crushed, the sun vital essence in his body immediately gathered in his hand through the 99 Saint Meridians in his body. It gushed out and turned into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with golden light. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. Whoosh! The white-clad young man's eyes were cold, and no emotions could be seen on his face. However, the sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper to Duan Lingtian. It could take his life at any time. Although he would not really die if he was killed by the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian did not intend to wait for death. This was the last stage of the divine ability relic. As long as he could pass it, he would be able to obtain a high-grade divine ability. Based on the white-clad young man's attack, it was obvious the divine ability was a sword-type offensive divine ability. It was also the divine ability that Duan Lingtian dreamed of. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian could not see any hope, he was very open-minded. However, now that he saw hope, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss it. I'll do my best to kill him and obtain his divine ability. If I still can't defeat him even after using all my strength, I'll have no regrets. A crazy will was rapidly brewing in Duan Lingtian's mind. Under the urging of this crazy will, Duan Lingtian's figure moved. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand trembled and shot out like lightning, meeting the sword of the white-clothed youth that was descending from the sky. Whoosh! The power contained in the white-clad young man's sword was comparable to the power of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Lingtian had also used his full strength, his sword was still much weaker than the white-clothed youth's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The resplendent golden light that covered the 3-foot-long blade finally collided with the 3-foot-long blade in the hands of the white-clothed young man. Sword tip against sword tip, a wild and violent energy surged out from both directions. The collision caused the surrounding space to tremble, as though it could split apart at any moment. What a strong power! As they clashed, Duan Lingtian immediately realized how terrifying the white-clothed youth's sword was. The energy in the white-clothed youth's sword had completely suppressed the energy in the sword in his hand. Not only that, but the energy even surged into his hand and into his body through the sword in his hand. This energy was majestic and vast. As soon as it entered his body, it began to wreak havoc as though it was trying to damage his internal organs. Even though Duan Lingtian had hastily mobilized the remaining Sun True Origin in his body, it was still difficult for him to withstand this energy. Oh, no! Duan Lingtian's body jolted as horror dawned on his face. Wang Fei Xian, who was watching the battle from a distance away, could not interfere since the beginning. When she saw Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young man colliding head-on with each other and seemed to be at a disadvantage, horror dawned on her face. At the same time, she charged toward the white-clad young man as though she had transformed into a gust of wind. She was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. The power of Wang Fei Xian's attack was not weak at all. Even someone as powerful as the white-clothed youth had to withdraw a portion of his energy in time when faced with Wang Fei Xian's attack. He condensed the energy into a sword qi and shot it toward Wang Fei Xian. Swish! Swish! The crisp sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword qi pierced through Wang Fei Xian's body. From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian did not even have time to react. It's too fast. This was the only thought that remained in Wang Fei Xian's mind before her clone was vaporized. Ling Tian, you can do it. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself as her divine consciousness left her clone and returned to her main body. She was sent out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. When Wang Fei Xian's clone was killed by the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian, who was originally in deep trouble, had a chance to catch his breath since the white-clothed young man had withdrawn a portion of his energy in time. It was during this moment that Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The sword follows the heart, the sword follows the heart. The energy that the white-clothed young man had channeled into Duan Lingtian's body was mainly boosted by a sword-type divine ability after all. Due to this reason, it was also a sword energy. Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword was a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage yet, when he activated the mental cultivation method to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it only took him a moment to expel the energy the white-clothed young man had left in his body. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's clone was vaporized. Die! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Before the white-clothed young man could fully focus on him, the 3-foot-long blade in his hand began to tremble violently. At this moment, the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword guided the Sun True Origin and the energy that belonged to the white-clothed young man that had been expelled by Duan Lingtian to gather on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. It was like a raging worm charging out of its nest as it charged toward the white-clothed young man. Whoosh! As soon as the sword was unleashed, its sharp aura revealed a hint of coldness, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a little. Duan Lingtian's sword finally pierced through the white-clothed young man's body. However, there was no bloody scene as the white-clothed young man was vaporized immediately. It's finally over. After killing the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When he recalled the scene earlier, fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, I activated the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword's mental cultivation method at the critical moment and expelled all of his energy from his body. However, it's also thanks to Wang Fei Xian. If she hadn't distracted him, I might not have been able to expel his energy even if I activated the mental cultivation method of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Crash. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian raised his head. With just a glance, he saw a crack in the air. Behind the crack was a gigantic stone sword. The stone sword fell from the sky with the tip of the sword pointed downward and stabbed firmly into the ground. It's not a stone tablet, according to Duan Lingtian's past experience. Apart from the elementary devouring tactic, almost all of the divine abilities he obtained were recorded in stone tablets. This was the first time he had seen a stone sword. However, when his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, he quickly realized the stone sword was the same as the stone tablet. They were both carriers of divine abilities. It's indeed a sword-type offensive divine ability. High-grade divine ability, otherworldly celestial. After his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, Duan Lingtian quickly found out what divine ability the white-clothed young man had used earlier. Otherworldly celestial, it lives up to its name. Previously, when the white-clothed young man descended from the sky, it was indeed as though he was a sword celestial that had descended from the 9 heavens. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had cultivated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It only took him half a day to memorize all of the information about the divine ability, otherworldly celestial. With just a thought, he could take it out to cultivate and comprehend it. I've gained quite a lot from this trip to the St. Martial's secret zone. With a flash, the divine ability relic vanished. Duan Lingtian returned to the place where he discovered the entrance of the divine ability relic. There's only 1 day left. Let's meditate for a day. After calculating the time, Duan Lingtian found out the St. Martial's secret zone would send him out the next day. For this reason, he sat down cross-legged and waited for the St. Martial's secret zone to send him out the next day. Outside the St. Martial's secret zone, Wang Fei Xian's appearance had attracted many people's attention. Among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone, there were only 5 people left before Wang Fei Xian came out. Now that Wang Fei Xian had come out, it meant there were only 4 people left in the St. Martial's secret zone. Miss Fei Xian. When Lu Jian saw Wang Fei Xian coming out, he immediately went up to her with a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I couldn't help you. He and Wang Fei Xian had discovered 2 divine ability relics together. Wang Fei Xian had passed the first divine ability relic and let him have the divine ability. However, they did not have the ability to pass the second divine ability relic. He was even killed and eliminated. You don't have to apologize. The reason I let you have the divine ability is to repay a favor to Ling Tian's elder. From today onward, Ling Tian no longer owes you or your elder any favors. Do you understand? Wang Fei Xian said as she looked at Lu Jian indifferently. Yes. Lu Jian nodded. In the past, he did not know the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to work with him was to repay a favor to his elder. However, he already knew the reason now. Not only that, but when the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Li Feng was exposed, he knew Duan Lingtian wanted to help Li Feng repay a favor to his elder. His elder was none other than Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Little girl from the Wang clan, did you encounter Ling Tian in the St. Martial's secret zone? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian with a glint in his eyes. Everyone present on the scene was very curious about Duan Lingtian's situation in the St. Martial's secret zone. They were curious because Duan Lingtian had entered the number 1 divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone alone, but he was not eliminated. There must be something fishy going on. All of them wanted to know how Duan Lingtian managed to escape from the divine ability relic. Yes. Wang Fei Xian did not know why Zhu Luqi asked this. However, she still nodded in response. I was with him for the next 20 days. Chapter 1792. Did you hear him mention that he encountered an extremely difficult divine ability relic? Do you know how he managed to escape from there? Xian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, asked curiously as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Extremely difficult divine ability relic? Escape? Wang Fei Xian frowned and shook her head. I didn't hear him mention it. It seems like he didn't tell you about it. In that case, we can only wait for him to tell us tomorrow. Xian Ping Sheng nodded before continuing. As time passed, another person was eliminated half a day later. This person was also a Heaven Palace's disciple. He was none other than Gao Peng, the strongest Heaven Palace's disciple among the younger generation in Heaven Palace apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and Zhao Ji. Gao Peng was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, when he came out, his expression was extremely grave. How could he look good? He had almost passed the last trial of the medium-grade divine ability relic. However, due to a small mistake, he was killed by the guardian of the last trial with his divine ability. Due to this reason, he did not obtain any medium-grade divine ability at all. He only obtained a few low-grade divine abilities. After Gao Peng came out, no one else came out earlier. It was only on the second day that 3 figures finally appeared in the St. Martial's secret zone. I'm out. One of the 3 figures was Duan Lingtian. After he came out, he sighed in relief and stretched his body as though no one was around. At the same time, he noticed the 2 people next to him. These 2 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. However, under his divine eye, both of their cultivation bases were exposed. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems like they're the other 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian had long heard that in the mystical Sky Mansion, apart from Zhao Ji and Gao Peng from Heaven Palace, there were 2 other intermediate refined saint stage disciples in Earth Palace and Mystical Palace. As for the younger generation in Yellow Palace, there was no one at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Huh. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he noticed the group of people outside were looking at him. What happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian, who was standing behind the Sky Hall's hall master, and asked. They all want to know how you escaped from the St. Martial's secret zone's number 1 divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian replied, why haven't I heard you mention the number 1 divine ability relic before? The number 1 divine ability relic? Duan Lingtian was at a loss. What was that? It's said to be a divine ability relic with an extremely high difficulty. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, nobody has ever passed the first trial of that divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, nobody had ever passed the first trial of the divine ability relic. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Abyssal Swamp. The first trial of the Abyssal Swamp was definitely the most monstrous first trial of all the divine ability relic he had encountered in there. Unless one was a young powerhouse whose strength was comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse, it was impossible for one to pass that trial. That wild beast tribe was extremely terrifying. Duan Lingtian exchanged a few more words with Wang Fei Xian and finally confirmed that the number 1 divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone was the Abyssal Swamp. Under the circumstances where they don't know what kind of divine ability is contained in the Abyssal Swamp, they actually acknowledge the divine ability as the number 1 divine ability in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. Duan Lingtian did not expect the divine ability he obtained, the elementary devouring tactic, would have such a title. However, all of them want to know how I escaped from the first trial of the Abyssal Swamp. Does this mean nobody thinks I've passed the trial and obtained the divine ability? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If I tell them I obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the abyssal swamp, would the mystical sky mansion imprison me and not allow me to leave? Duan Lingtian had not thought about this before he came out. However, after he came out and realized the significance of the elementary devouring tactic to the mystical sky mansion, this thought appeared in his mind. Although he was grateful to the mystical sky mansion for allowing him to obtain the elementary devouring tactic, he did not plan to stay in the mystical sky mansion forever. At the latest, he would leave the mystical sky mansion and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land after his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided not to tell them he had obtained the elementary devouring tactic. Faced with the question from Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he said, "When I was in the swamp, I felt that something was amiss, so I chose to leave immediately. Now that I think about it, if I was a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape when the entire group of wild beasts came out." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed in relief. However, a hint of fear could still be seen on his face. "So that's how it is. You're really lucky." Qian Pingxing did not doubt Duan Lingtian's answer at all. The others had similar thoughts as well, since they did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic. Humph. He's really afraid of death. That group of wild beasts hasn't even come out, and he chose to run away. At this moment, a discordant voice resonated in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Zhao Ji. "No matter how afraid of death I am, it's still better than someone who was eliminated after entering for only 3 days." Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile in response to Zhao Ji's sarcastic words. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many people present on the scene could not help but twitch their mouths. Ling Tian really knew how to rub salt into their wounds. However, they did not blame Ling Tian. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame Zhao Ji for speaking rudely. Otherwise, why would Ling Tian expose his scars in public and slap his face? "You." Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Zhao Ji's face. Just as he was about to say something, his father, Zhao Deng, sent him a voice transmission to remind him, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. He said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Ling Tian, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. In the mystical sky mansion, it's either you or me." "Of course, it's either you or me." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. It was as though he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously at all. "Humph. Just you wait." Zhao Ji snorted coldly through voice transmission, but he did not say anything else. However, his eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. Although Zhao Deng, who was standing next to Zhao Ji, did not say anything, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been cut into 1,000 pieces a long time ago. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the vicious gaze of the father and son from the Zhao clan. However, he was not bothered by it at all. Previously, when he slapped Zhao Ji twice at the peak of the Heaven Palace, he was already mentally prepared to stand on the opposite side of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, when he encountered Zhao Ji in the Saint Martial's secret zone, he immediately killed Zhao Ji's clone and eliminated Zhao Ji. Since he had already offended them, it did not matter if he offended them further. "Huh? Who's this?" Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed an unfamiliar gaze staring at him. When he turned around, he saw a skinny old man standing in the distance and looking at him quietly. This was his first time meeting this old man. He was not one of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials whom he had met earlier. "Elder Ku, now that you've seen him. According to what you said earlier, shouldn't you leave now?" Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked nonchalantly as he looked at Ku. "Elder Ku?" A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed like this old man was not from the mystical Sky Mansion. Otherwise, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, would not have spoken to him in such a manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed a hint of disappointment could be seen in the skinny old man's eyes when he looked at him. What's he disappointed about? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. This was his first time meeting the old man. What was there to be disappointed about? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the old man standing in front of him was none other than Kumi, one of the two capable subordinates of his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. The reason Kumi was disappointed was because he noticed Duan Lingtian was not in disguise. He's not the young mansion master. Kumi had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. When he compared the current Duan Lingtian, he knew the current Duan Lingtian was not the young mansion master he was looking for. However, it did not cross Kumi's mind that the young man standing in front of him was the young mansion master he was looking for. However, the young mansion master had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself without leaving any traces behind. That was why he looked like this without any traces of disguise at all. Mansion Master Meng, farewell. Faced with Zhu Luqi's overbearing attitude, Kumi completely ignored him. Instead, he looked at the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, who was standing nearby and bade him farewell before leaving. When Kumi left, he disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Among the people present on the scene, Meng Qing was the only one who could clearly see Kumi's figure when he left. What a fast speed! The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene had a solemn expression on their faces. They had a new understanding of the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouse, Kumi. Kumi's strength was far above theirs. Subsequently, it was time to report their gains. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who planned to keep it a secret, the others reported their gains. The number of divine abilities and the grade of the divine abilities they obtained would affect their status in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Those who obtained a high-grade divine ability would, naturally, be nurtured by the Mystical Sky Mansion. High-grade divine ability? When it was Wang Fei Xian's turn to report, she revealed the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, that she had obtained. It shocked everyone present on the scene. Chapter 1793. High-grade divine ability. Wang Fei Xian was the first person to say she had obtained a high-grade divine ability. The 1,000 illusory shadows. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, there was a senior who had obtained it before. However, since he was a man, he didn't manage to master the divine ability. However, according to the letter he left behind, if a female disciple obtained this divine ability, there's a high chance she would be able to master it. At this moment, Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, spoke up. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials stared at Wang Fei Xian with burning eyes. Wang Fei Xian was a female martial artist. Did this not mean she would be able to master the high-grade divine ability in the future? Senior brother Zhu, why don't you give this girl to our Yellow Palace? Soon after, Qian Pingsheng looked at Zhu Luqi and began to poach him. I'm interested in taking her as my direct disciple. Junior brother Qian, it's too late. I've already decided to take this girl as my direct disciple. After learning that Wang Fei Xian had obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, Zhu Luqi, naturally, would not allow her to join the Yellow Palace. For this reason, when he heard Qian Pingsheng's words, he immediately expressed his intention to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. She had revealed that she had obtained a high-grade divine ability so she could be nurtured better by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Now that the Palace Master of Heaven Palace wanted to take her as his direct disciple, she had already achieved her goal. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was the leader of the group of Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength and status in the Mystical Sky Mansion was second only to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion and the two Great Guardians. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian was happy to become his direct disciple. How is it? Girl, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Zhu Luqi ignored Qian Pingsheng, who had a bitter expression on his face. He immediately looked at Wang Fei Xian and asked with a smile. Greetings, master. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Fei Xian knelt down in the air and kowtowed 3 times to Zhu Luqi, which could be considered the ceremony of apprenticeship. Seeing this, Zhu Luqi laughed heartily and was very happy. Congratulations, senior brother Zhu. Congratulations, palace master. At the same time, everyone present congratulated Zhu Luqi, including Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of the Yellow Palace. Although his heart was bleeding, he could only accept his fate. In fact, it was not only Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of the Yellow Palace, whose heart was bleeding. Among the mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters present on the scene, apart from Zhao Deng, felt their hearts bleeding as well. Who wouldn't want an outstanding disciple who obtained a high-grade divine ability? However, among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene, Mansion Master Meng Qin was the only one who could compete with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Due to this reason, when Zhu Luqi said he wanted to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple, they had a tacit understanding and did not interrupt since they knew it would be useless even if they did. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian and promptly sent a voice transmission to congratulate her. That day, after I was eliminated, did you manage to defeat that white-clad sword cultivator? Wang Fei Xian asked through voice transmission. That day, she was killed by the guardian of the final trial of the high-grade divine ability relic. The strength of that guardian was beyond her imagination. Even she was not certain if Duan Lingtian had passed that trial or not. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I managed to defeat him by luck. In that case, you must have obtained a high-grade divine ability as well? Wang Fei Xian asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, however, I hope you can, you hope I can keep it a secret for you, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Wang Fei Xian interrupted Duan Lingtian considerately and promised, you have to leave the mystical Sky Mansion in the future and go to the upper province to look for your master. If they find out you've obtained a high-grade divine ability, they might not let you go. Thank you. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Wang Fei Xian's considerate words, and he thanked her through voice transmission. What are you thanking me for? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 1,000 illusory shadows. Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian before she continued to say, therefore, we're even now. However, I've helped you return the favor to Lu Jian Sr., but the favor you owe me can't be considered as being returned. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. Could it not be considered as being returned? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was tempted to tell her that he had obtained a high-grade divine ability. In that case, he would no longer owe Wang Fei Xian a favor. However, he did not say it in the end. Duan Lingtian's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people who had entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to the divine ability he had obtained. However, sometimes, the higher one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment. A medium-grade divine ability? When they found out Duan Lingtian had only obtained a medium-grade divine ability and a few low-grade divine abilities, most of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qin, were disappointed. Only the people from the Zhao clan were gloating. You. Why didn't you obtain a high-grade divine ability? With your strength, an ordinary high-grade divine ability relic shouldn't pose a problem to you. Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He found it hard to believe. I only encountered 2 high-grade divine ability relics. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, the first one is the number 1 divine ability relic. The second one is the divine ability relic where the 1,000 illusory shadows is recorded. In that case, you're the one who gave the 1,000 illusory shadows to Fei Xian? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He felt Duan Lingtian knew how to make the right choice. Compared to female martial artists, the 1,000 illusory shadows was much more difficult for male martial artists to master. Giving it to a female was the right choice. Actually, it's not that, just as Duan Lingtian was about to say it was not that he gave it to Wang Fei Xian, Wang Fei Xian interrupted him. That's right, master. He was the one who gave it to me. If it wasn't for his help, I wouldn't have obtained that divine ability at all. Apart from Zhao Dang, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Their thoughts were the same as Zhu Luqi. They felt Duan Lingtian had made the right choice. Not everyone is able to give up on a high-grade divine ability. Lingtian, you're really good. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion praised him. That's right. In the future, if our Mystical Sky Mansion manages to obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, it'll be all thanks to you. At that time, your name will definitely leave a mark in our Mystical Sky Mansion's history and be passed down for generations to come. Another Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. As the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples revealed their gains one by one, among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone, only Wang Fei Xian alone obtained a high-grade divine ability. Naturally, this was under the premise that Duan Lingtian had concealed his gains. Apart from that, among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone, Lu Jian was the only one whose cultivation base was below the refined saint stage who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. At this moment, the disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage present on the scene looked at Lu Jian enviously. Apart from Zhao Ji, who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, among the intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the St. Martial's secret zone, apart from Wang Fei Xian, there were 2 others who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. Gao Peng was the only one who did not obtain a medium-grade divine ability like Zhao Ji. Naturally, he was slightly stronger than Zhao Ji and obtained 3 low-grade divine abilities. On the other hand, there were a few other early refined saint stage powerhouses who obtained a medium-grade divine ability as well. This result caused Gao Peng and Zhao Ji's expression to turn grave. No matter what, some people were happy about this trip to the St. Martial's secret zone while others were sad. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was, naturally, happy. Until the moment Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, ordered everyone to leave, he did not say anything about wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the news that was spread out by the others has made the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion dismiss the idea of taking me in as his disciple. This is good as well since I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long anyway. However, if I manage to master the divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial in the future, I'll find a chance to teach them to the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Thank you, senior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. The 3 of them had not gone far when Lu Jian caught up to them and thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian would not have helped him obtain the medium-grade divine ability. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Elder Lu Hongguang from the Raging Wave Mansion. Also, please tell Elder Lu Hongguang that Li Feng did not intentionally stand him up that day. He just happened to have something to do. Duan Lingtian said. I'll definitely tell him. Lu Jian quickly nodded before he bade farewell and left, no longer bothering Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, you're really unlucky. Although you've come across 2 high-grade divine ability relics, it's impossible to pass one of them. The other one has a divine ability that's not suitable for a male martial cultivator. On the way, Gu Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Gu Li's sigh. When Gu Li heard this, he thought Duan Lingtian had accepted his fate. However, when Wang Fei Xian heard this, it had a different meaning. This was because she knew Duan Lingtian had obtained a high-grade sword-type offensive divine ability. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud explosion resonated in the sky. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other 2 so much that they came to a halt. Following that, a sinister voice resonated in the air and spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. I'm Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. I'm passing by the mystical sky mansion to meet the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian. Little brother Ling Tian, please come out and meet me. The deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Feng Buyi. A commotion instantly broke out in the mystical sky mansion. He's looking for me? Chapter 1794. It's actually Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. He's the right-hand man of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader. It's said that his strength is not inferior to our mystical sky mansion's two great guardians. Feng Buyi did not bother to conceal his voice. It spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. Almost all of the mystical sky mansion's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation heard his voice. Is he here for Ling Tian? It seems like Ling Tian's innate talent has already alerted the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi, has personally come to poach him. Ling Tian hasn't acknowledged anyone as his master in our mystical sky mansion yet. If Feng Buyi poaches him away, it'll be a great loss to our mystical sky mansion. It's said that once Ling Tian has broken through to the eminent saint stage, he'll head to the upper province. He's currently a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He's only a step away from entering the eminent saint stage. Perhaps it was because of this that Lord Mansion Master, who originally wanted to take him as a disciple, didn't take action. That's right. With Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely be able to break through to the eminent saint stage in 1 or 2 years. He won't be staying in our mystical sky mansion for long. I'm afraid Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, has come in vain this time. If I were Ling Tian, I definitely wouldn't go to the Mountain Shade Black Market. After all, I'll be heading to the upper province soon. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Nobody thought Feng Buyi would be able to poach Duan Ling Tian to the Mountain Shade Black Market. The appearance of Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had, naturally, alerted the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Other than Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, the other mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters who had just left and had yet to return to their respective places of cultivation soared up into the sky and flew toward the source of the voice. Deputy Chief Feng. Since Meng Qing was not present, the group of mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters was, naturally, led by Zhu Luqi, who was also the palace master of Heaven Palace. Zhu Luqi stood near Feng Buyi and greeted him nonchalantly. Feng Buyi was an old man dressed in black. He had a medium build and an ordinary face. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Feng Buyi's grayish-white hair fluttered in the wind like snakes, giving off a sinister feeling. Humph. Feng Buyi merely snorted indifferently when Zhu Luqi took the initiative to greet him. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at Zhu Luqi at all. I came to the mystical sky mansion for little brother Ling Tian. Don't make a fuss in front of me if you have no business here. You, impudent. Facing Feng Buyi's disregard, Zhu Luqi's face turned red. After a long while, he spat out 2 words. Impudent? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Feng Buyi sneered. Then, without any movement, he vanished into thin air as though he had vanished into thin air. When the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, including Zhu Luqi, saw this, their expressions changed. Slap. Almost at the same time, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Feng Buyi, who had appeared in front of Zhu Luqi, had raised his hand and slapped Zhu Luqi. Who do you think you are to speak to me in this manner? At the same time, Feng Buyi's sinister voice resonated in the air. The dignified palace master of mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, the leader of the mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters, was slapped in public. Naturally, Zhu Luqi was enraged. He immediately made his move at lightning speed. A vast energy transformed into a palm print that shrouded Feng Buyi, who was standing in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with Zhu Luqi's attack, Feng Buyi's expression remained unchanged. He said disdainfully as he also struck his palm out to meet Zhu Luqi's palm. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the two palms collided with each other. Two powerful forces collided and set off an earth-shattering explosion. It even caused the clouds in the surroundings to disperse, creating a vacuum. At once, the people who were originally hidden behind the clouds appeared before the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the ground. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he saw Feng Buyi's palm strike head-on. His body trembled before he was sent flying out like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying out for 100 meters. On the other hand, Feng Buyi stood in his original spot without moving at all. He's actually so strong. Zhu Luqi, whose internal organs were shaken, felt a sweetness in his throat. However, he endured it and did not throw up the blood. His dignity and pride made him unwilling to throw up the blood in front of so many people. When the other mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters saw this, they could not help but feel chills running up their spines. Their strength was slightly weaker than Zhu Luqi. Even Zhu Luqi was not a match for Feng Buyi, let alone them. Due to this reason, although they were furious when they saw Zhu Luqi was injured, they did not dare to show it on their faces. As the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Buyi was temperamental. He was capable of doing anything. None of them were willing to offend him for fear they would end up like Zhu Luqi. In your mystical Sky Mansion, only Mansion Master Meng Qing and those two old fellows are quite strong. To put it bluntly, apart from the three of them, Feng Buyi, really don't care about the others, including all of you. Feng Buyi glanced at Zhu Luqi and the others disdainfully before he said indifferently, "All right, I'm not here to teach all of you a lesson. Go and summon that genius from your mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian. I have something to ask of him." When Feng Buyi reached the end of his sentence, it sounded as though he was ordering Zhu Luqi and the others. At this moment, apart from Zhu Luqi who ignored him, the other mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters looked at each other but did not say anything. What? None of you are willing to run this errand for me? Upon seeing this, Feng Buyi narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, scaring the few mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. There's no need to trouble the few Vice Mansion Masters. I'm already here. Just when the atmosphere was heavy and on the verge of breaking out, a voice sounded. It was Duan Ling Tian who was flying over from afar. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were standing next to him. "Master, are you all right?" Wang Fei Xian was the first to arrive next to Zhu Luqi. She asked with a concerned expression on her face. "I'm fine." Zhu Luqi shook his head. When he looked at Feng Buyi again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Buyi actually dared to teach him a lesson in front of the direct disciple he had just accepted, causing him to lose all his face. At Zhu Luqi's age, he valued his face more than anything else. Feng Buyi's actions earlier made him feel even worse than killing him. However, currently, Feng Buyi did not even look at Zhu Luqi. He completely ignored Zhu Luqi. His gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. His eyes gleamed as he said condescendingly, "You're Ling Tian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion?" "I don't dare to say I'm the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, but I'm indeed Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. The strength Feng Buyi had displayed earlier had taken him by surprise. He did not expect the vice leader of the Mountainshade Black Market to be so powerful. However, he was extremely calm when he faced Feng Buyi. Although Feng Buyi was powerful, he was nothing in front of Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao could be considered as a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian was able to remain calm when he faced Hua Lao, let alone a mere vice leader of a Debussy subterranean force. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel pressured at all. "Ling Tian, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here on the orders of the Mountainshade Black Market's leader, Lord Dugu. Lord Dugu intends to invite you to join our Mountainshade Black Market. If you can prove your worth, Lord Dugu is willing to accept you as his direct disciple." A hint of admiration could be seen in Feng Buyi's eyes when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was in front of him. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Feng Buyi's words. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market? Inviting him to join the Mountainshade Black Market? Since when was he so popular? Zhu Luqi and the others were shocked as well. In the end, Feng Buyi was only a messenger. The person who wanted to poach their mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was actually the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market. Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest powerhouses in the Debussy Subterranean. The other strongest powerhouse in the Debussy Subterranean was Duan Ruffeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Most importantly, just like Duan Ruffeng, Dugu was not very old. They still had a lot of room for growth in the future. In the Debussy Subterranean, they could only be considered as passers-by. With their innate talent, it was only a matter of time before they went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to shine. However, although leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was young, he was a great deterrent to Zhu Luqi and the others. Due to this reason, when Feng Buyi said he was here on leader Dugu's order, Zhu Luqi and the others remained silent. If they offended leader Dugu, even if they were in the Mystical Sky Mansion and had the protection of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it would be easy for him to kill them. Leader Dugu's strength was originally above the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Coupled with the fact that he was the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, he was skilled in assassination. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Deputy Leader Feng, I'm sorry. Please help me tell Master Dugu that I have no intention of joining the Mountainshade Black Market since I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. Moreover, I already have a master. I'll leave the lower province in 2 to 3 years to look for my master in the upper province. Duan Lingtian politely declined Feng Buyi's invitation. Even Feng Buyi did not expect the young man before him would reject him so directly. He had said he was here on the order of leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market. Was this brat not afraid he would offend the Mountainshade Black Market and be killed? Feng Buyi did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at the end. This was because he had heard a lot about Duan Lingtian from the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples in the past 2 months. Chapter 1795. After learning that this young man's master was a powerhouse from the upper province, even Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, had to be cautious. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. Since this Ling Tian will leave the Mystical Sky Mansion and the lower province in 3 years, he's not a threat to our Mountainshade Black Market. The moment Feng Buyi thought of this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before leaving. According to the Mountainshade Black Market's leader's order, if this Ling Tian was unwilling to join the Mountainshade Black Market, he would have to kill him to prevent future troubles. However, the situation was different now. He did not dare to make the decision himself. After all, it seemed like this Ling Tian had a master who was a powerhouse from the upper province. Due to this reason, he would have to report this matter to the Mountainshade Black Market's leader before he could decide whether to kill this Ling Tian or not. When they saw Feng Buyi leaving just like that, apart from Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, whose expression was still grave, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters sighed in relief and left one after another, returning to their respective cultivation places. Before Zhao Deng left, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with killing intent from the corner of his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've offended the Zhao clan. You must be careful in the future. If there's nothing important, try not to go out. Even if you want to go out, you must inform me first. I'll go with you. With me around, I don't think they'll dare to do anything to you so openly. Guli reminded Duan Lingtian when he noticed Zhao Deng's gaze. At the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian to bring him along when he went out in the future. All right. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Although he had not known Guli for long, due to their similar personalities, they had become good friends. The appearance of Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, was merely a small interlude after the Saint Martial secret zone closed. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples quickly shifted their attention away. In the mystical Sky Mansion, news of the gains of the 30 people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone began to spread like wildfire. Wang Fei Xian, the only person who obtained a high-grade divine ability, attracted a lot of attention. Who would have thought that Wang Fei Xian would obtain a high-grade divine ability? Ling Tian, whom I had high hopes for, didn't obtain a high-grade divine ability. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples sighed emotionally. In their eyes, Wang Fei Xian was like a dark horse who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, she had even become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. Her future achievements were limitless. After parting ways with Gu Li and returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian didn't see Wang Fei Xian for several consecutive days. Wang Fei Xian also didn't come looking for him as often as before. It seems that she's been quite busy recently. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Wang Fei Xian was no longer the person she used to be. Not only did she obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, but she had also become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. However, it's strange. I used to feel annoyed when she came looking for me in the past. Now that she doesn't come looking for me, I'm not used to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to his room, preparing to enter closed-door cultivation for a period of time. He had rested enough for the past few days. After I'm done with my closed-door cultivation, I'll look for senior brother Gu Li and ask him to help me look for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I'm sure they've already settled the matter in the Rising Sky Mansion. The reason he did not mention this matter to Gu Li was because he knew Gu Li was going to the Rising Sky Mansion with Guardian Gu. At that time, even the Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Deng, and his father, the other guardian of the mystical Sky Mansion, would have to go as well. Moreover, the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, would personally go as well. They were not going to the Rising Sky Mansion as guests. Instead, they were going for the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique in the hands of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Initially, I was thinking of killing Su Jing after he recovers to prevent future troubles. However, it seems like he won't be able to live until then. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not think Su Jing would be able to survive. As long as the mystical Sky Mansion obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing, he would lose his value and would not be able to survive. As for whether the mystical Sky Mansion would be able to obtain it or not, he had never considered this question. Even the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, had personally made a move. If he could not even take down a 4th-rate force, then the mystical Sky Mansion would not deserve to be called a quasi-3rd-rate force. Perhaps, the mystical Sky Mansion was not as powerful as the Mountain Shade Black Market or the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it was not something a mere 4th-rate force could compare to. Hua Lao. After closing the door and entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian immediately looked for Hua Lao and asked him about the grade of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What grade is the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability that you taught me earlier? How does it compare to the divine abilities in this world? Currently, other than the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability, he had also obtained many other divine abilities. Naturally, most of them were low-grade divine abilities. There were only 3 divine abilities that were not low-grade. The 3 divine abilities were the Intermediate Divine Ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, the High-Grade Divine Abilities, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Otherworldly Celestial. Among the 3 divine abilities, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was, naturally, the most powerful. The second most powerful was the Otherworldly Celestial, followed by the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. If I want to compare it with the divine abilities in this world, I must first understand the divine abilities here before I can compare them. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was about to tell Duan Lingtian about the Elementary Devouring Tactic and the Otherworldly Celestial. However, as soon as he mentioned the Elementary Devouring Tactic, Hua Lao could not help but stare at him and interrupt him. Are you sure the divine ability you obtained is the Elementary Devouring Tactic? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not know why Hua Lao had lost his composure. Could there be something wrong? Describe the Elementary Devouring Tactic you obtained. Huolao took a deep breath before he asked slowly. Duanling Tian suppressed the curiosity in his heart for the time being and explained everything he knew about the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without leaving anything out. It's really the elementary devouring tactic. After listening to Duanling Tian's description, Huolao remained silent for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up, startling Duanling Tian. Huolao, why you seem to know about the elementary devouring tactic as well? The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability. Huolao looked at Duanling Tian and said bluntly, in terms of grade, it's inferior to the golden crow's wings I taught you. However, the golden crow's wings that's superior to it is the golden crow's wings that's mastered by the golden crow clan. In terms of grade, the golden crow's wings that you mastered is, at most, on par with it. On par? Although Elder Huo was referring to the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that he could master, Duanling Tian was still shocked. Although he was not a three-legged golden crow and could not unleash the full power of the golden crow's wings, it was still a divine ability from the Devata realms. It was not something the divine abilities from the mundane realms could compare to. Yet now, he found out that in terms of quality, the elementary devour technique he obtained was actually not inferior to his golden crow's wings. How could he not be shocked by this? How did you master the elementary devouring tactic? Huolao asked curiously as he looked at Duanling Tian. Upon hearing Huolao's question, Duanling Tian immediately told Huolao about the abyssal swamp and his experience there. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic would be passed down in the mundane realm. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability even in the Devata realms. There are only a handful of people in the Devata realms who have mastered it. Huolao sighed emotionally. What? Although Duanling Tian already knew the elementary devouring tactic was amazing, he was still shocked when he heard Huolao's words. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability in the Devata realms? Yes. Huolao nodded. The elementary devouring tactic is an extremely famous divine ability in the Devata realms. Apart from its amazing ability, it's also the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. One must master the elementary devouring tactic before cultivating or mastering the advanced devouring tactic. The advanced devouring tactic? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. There's an advanced devouring tactic? Of course. Huolao nodded again. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he said, the advanced devouring tactic is a top divine ability in the Devata realms. The owner of that divine ability is an overlord in a Devata realm. That powerhouse's strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms. Gasp. As soon as Huolao finished speaking, Duanling Tian could not help but gasp. The advanced devouring tactic was a top divine ability in the Devata realms? The owner of the advanced devouring tactic was an overlord in a Devata realm? His strength was ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms? Although there was not much information that Duanling Tian needed to digest, every piece of information was shocking to him. They were all explosive information. Rumor has it that the elementary devouring tactic was derived from the advanced devouring tactic. The person who created the elementary devouring tactic is also that powerhouse. When that expert was mentioned, even Elder Huo could not help but feel deep respect for him. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic I obtained has such a shocking origin. Duanling Tian sighed emotionally. However, it's all thanks to the Sun True origin that I obtained the elementary devouring tactic. I have to thank Huolao for this. If it wasn't for Huolao enlightening me and helping me produce the Sun True origin, I wouldn't have been able to pass the test in the abyssal swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian looked at Huolao gratefully. The first few tests in the abyssal swamp were still manageable. As long as one was at the eminent saint stage or above, one should be able to pass them. However, even a powerhouse at the divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, or quintessential saint stage might not be able to pass the last test, let alone a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above. Chapter 1796. Until now, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength of the old man at the early refined saint stage during the final trial in the abyssal swamp, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator, he would not be a match for that old man even if his cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, in his opinion, the Sun true origin that Hualao had given him was the main reason he was able to pass the final trial in the abyssal swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao smiled faintly. It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and meet me. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the inheritance from the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic this time. In the end, the Sun true origin has nothing to do with you being able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic. It's all because of your good fortune. Even Hualao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Duan Lingtian's good fortune. Back then, even among the people he knew in the Devata realms, there were not many people who could compare to Duan Lingtian in terms of good fortune. Naturally, Hualao did not take the initiative to mention this to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he told Duan Lingtian about this, it would only harm Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian took his fortuitous encounter seriously. However, if he did not, he would slack off because of his fortuitous encounter. In the end, even if he had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter, he would not have any great achievements. Good fortune was a person's luck, but it could not be relied on too much. Hualao had lived for so many years, and he had seen many similar tragedies. Naturally, he did not want Duan Lingtian to make the same mistake. Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard Hualao's words. When he thought about his journey, his luck was indeed not bad. Naturally, as someone whose soul had transmigrated from another world, Duan Lingtian was not complacent because of these fortuitous encounters. In his opinion, transmigrating from Earth to this world was the greatest fortuitous encounter he had in his life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, let alone obtain the fortuitous encounter later on. Duan Lingtian had a good attitude in this regard. Naturally, Elder Hua was unaware of this. That was why he did not dare to tell Duan Lingtian about this. Elder Hua, after some time, I will start looking for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's cultivation in closed-door cultivation. When Duan Lingtian's next time, Guli, Duan Lingtian's realm, Duan Lingtian's sect returned Duan Li Duan came return. Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation mainly to raise his cultivation base and further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, he had only comprehended the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword's shadow follow the heart. The Sovereign Heart Sword had a total of 5 stages. In the future, he still had a very, very long way to go. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansion's district, the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was facing a calamity. The Rising Sky Mansion was originally peaceful and quiet until their mansion master was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. Only then did it cause a huge commotion. The mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was the strongest powerhouse in the Rising Sky Mansion. In the entire Debussy subterranean, there were only a handful of powerhouses who could kill him without alerting others. Due to this reason, when the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and disciples discovered that their mansion master was killed, they panicked. Subsequently, a few more high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. In the end, almost all of the high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. Even some of the outstanding disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion who were killed all had one thing in common. All of them knew that their young mansion master, Su Jing, had obtained a top Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique. However, up until the moment they died, it did not cross their minds that the group of tiger-like powerhouses would come for the cultivation method that their young mansion master, Su Jing, cultivated. The people who killed them were none other than the group of high-ranking officials from the mystical Sky Mansion. Among the people from the mystical Sky Mansion who came, the weakest one was Guli, and naturally, Gu Li was only here to join in the fun. He followed his father, Gu Xiaiyun, and did not even have the chance to make a move from the beginning until the end. Apart from Gu Li, the weakest among the people from the mystical Sky Mansion was a vice mansion master. Due to this reason, they were able to annihilate the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion in one fell swoop before most of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion could even react. Has everything been cleaned up? In the sky above the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, a group of people flew over from all directions. They were the group of high-ranking officials from the mystical Sky Mansion. The person who spoke was none other than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. Mansion Master, the east side has been cleaned up. Gu Xiaiyun, who was standing next to Gu Li, said. The west side has been cleaned up as well. The old man standing next to Zhao Deng said. This old man was Zhao Deng's father, the other guardian of the mystical Sky Mansion. In the entire mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of strength, he was on par with Gu Xiaiyun. He was only inferior to Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, the south side has been cleaned up. The four great palace masters of the mystical Sky Mansion led by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had also arrived. Zhu Luqi reported to Meng Qing respectfully. As for the other vice mansion masters, they followed Meng Qing and were in charge of cleaning up the north side of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. After all, this matter had to be done secretly. Since it was related to a top Devil Dao cultivation method, even the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion would be tempted. Very good. Meng Qing nodded in satisfaction. I've already moved Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to a secret place. Since we've cleaned up everything, we can return now. However, based on Su Jing's condition, if we use the soul-searching secret tactic now, I'm afraid his soul won't be able to withstand it. For this reason, we'll have to bring him back and imprison him for a period of time. Meng Qing added. Previously, he used the soul congregation technique, causing his soul to disperse. He'll need at least a few years to fully recover. However, if we want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, we'll have to wait for his soul to recover for another year or so. Otherwise, with his current condition, I'm afraid his soul will disperse completely before we can extract the Devil Dao cultivation method from his soul. Gu Xiaiyun nodded. Then, we'll wait for another year or so. I hope the Devil Dao cultivation method he obtained isn't a heartless one. In that case, with that cultivation method, our mystical Sky Mansion's position in the Debussy subterranean will definitely rise to a higher level. The eyes of the old man next to Zhao Deng, the other guardian of mystical Sky Mansion, gleamed. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with excitement. The moment his words left his mouth, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, lost his composure, let alone the others. In the Debussy subterranean, the mystical Sky Mansion was one of the quasi-third-rate forces. In the eyes of ordinary people, the mystical Sky Mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. However, only those who stood in the upper echelons of the Debussy subterranean knew that although the mystical Sky Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force, it was still lacking compared to the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion that were also quasi-third-rate forces. Lord Mansion Master. At this moment, Qian Pingsheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, said hesitantly, breaking the good atmosphere. At once, most people, including Meng Qing, shifted their attention to Qian Pingsheng. What's wrong? Meng Qing was puzzled. There might be a fish that slipped through the net, Qian Pingsheng smiled wryly. A fish that slipped through the net. The moment Qian Pingsheng's words left his mouth, everyone, including Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Earth Palace, and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace, could not help but have a change in expression. Didn't Palace Master Zhu say earlier that we've cleaned everything up? Before Meng Qing could speak, Zhao Jin had already looked at Qian Pingsheng and asked in an interrogative tone. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Zhu Luqi looked at Qian Pingsheng. His expression was extremely grave as well. Qian Pingsheng did not mention this to him earlier. Senior brother Zhu, didn't Su Jing have a follower? We didn't notice that follower at all, right? Qian Pingsheng asked as he looked at Zhu Luqi. Su Jing's hunchbacked follower. Upon hearing this, Zhu Luqi's frown eased up. He's only Su Jing's follower. It's impossible for him to know that Su Jing has obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Moreover, when we were cleaning up, we didn't hear anyone mention that he knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method at all. Those people are all proud and arrogant. Perhaps, they didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. Qian Pingxing shook his head. Initially, I didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. However, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. I heard that 1 year before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It's suspected that he had left with Su Jing. If he left, then, before Qian Pingxing could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Xiaoyun, who had a grave expression on his face. A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple in the area that I'm in charge of mentioned that Su Jing's follower appeared at the Rising Sky ranking battle with Su Jing. After that, he even returned with Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Apart from that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, nobody mentioned him at all. I think they didn't care about him at all. After all, his position in the Rising Sky Mansion is extremely low. However, if he was by Su Jing's side when he left, he must have known about the Devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Xiaoyun reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. Someone in the area that I was in charge of also mentioned Su Jing's follower. However, he was in the area that Palace Master Zhu was in charge of, so I didn't ask about it. Initially, I thought Palace Master Zhu would deal with him. However, it did not cross my mind that he would be the fish that escaped the net. Zhao Jin looked at Zhu Luqi with a reprimanding expression on his face. What? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the only fish that escaped the net had escaped from under his watch. Lord Mansion Master, although we didn't know that Su Jing's follower knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method, we did look for him, but we couldn't find him. Chapter 1797. Qian Pingxing's words were an excuse for Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters. Previously, when they were searching the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he was the only one among them who had purposely looked for Su Jing's follower in an attempt to find him. For this reason, Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters had even advised him to forget about it if he did not manage to find him. An insignificant follower would definitely not know about the Devil Dao cultivation method. For this reason, the moment Qian Pingxing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Earth Palace, and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace looked at him gratefully. Since Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, it could not be said that he had escaped from under their noses. Since he's not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have no idea about what happened here. In that case, let's look for him ourselves and kill him to prevent future trouble. Meng Qing said as his eyes gleamed sharply. Due to the discovery of the fish that had escaped the net, the group of people who were about to return to the Mystical Sky Mansion had to put their trip on hold. Nobody had any complaints about this. All of them wanted to find the fish that had escaped the net and kill him to prevent future trouble. In fact, this was not a joke. If news of this spread out, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, nobody would be worried that the Mystical Sky Mansion would risk universal condemnation to cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method. However, if the Devil Dao cultivation method was an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, it would definitely attract many people's attention. Naturally, in the Debussy subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces would dare to covet the Mystical Sky Mansion's cultivation method. The other forces would not be so bold. Instead of saying they did not have the courage, it was more accurate to say they did not have the strength. In the Debussy subterranean, the Mystical Sky Mansion was not afraid of the other quasi-third-rate forces. However, the Mystical Sky Mansion had to be wary of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If those two forces came together to ask for the Devil Path cultivation method, they really couldn't refuse. Apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion was even more wary of the powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Although the powerhouses from the upper province rarely came to the lower province, no matter how few of them came, they would still be able to spread the news to the upper province. Even the experts of the upper province would be interested in the demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained the soul congregation technique. Due to this reason, the mystical Sky Mansion did not allow news about top devil Dao cultivation methods to spread. According to the Rising Sky Mansion's servant who knows Su Jing's sidekick, if Su Jing isn't in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have gone home to visit his family. Soon after, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials confirmed this news. At the same time, they also found out where Su Jing's lackey's home was. It was in a small town called Camel Peak Town that was 1,000 miles south of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Camel Peak Town was a very special town. Almost all of the residents of Camel Peak Town were born with a hunchback. Su Jing's sidekick with a hunchback was a native of Camel Peak Town. Not only that, but he was also a genius martial cultivator that everyone in Camel Peak Town knew about. Naturally, he was only a genius martial cultivator in the eyes of the people in Camel Peak Town since there were rarely any big shots in Camel Peak Town. You're here to look for Rong Fan? Rong Fan is the pride of our Camel Peak Town. He's also the person with the best reputation in the history of our Camel Peak Town. Do you know the Rising Sky Mansion? It's that fourth-rate force where Rong Fan is currently staying. When the residents of Camel Peak Town heard that the people from the mystical Sky Mansion were here to look for Rong Fan, all of them were very enthusiastic. Naturally, the people who appeared were not the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Instead, they were ordinary disciples from the mystical Sky Mansion's outposts nearby. Even if someone remembered their faces, nobody would recognize them. "Old man, I'm from the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm here this time because I have an urgent matter to look for Rong Fan. Is he in town?" A young disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion asked an elderly resident of Camel Peak Town with an anxious expression on his face. It seemed as though he really had an urgent matter. "Rong Fan has returned some time ago. It's said that he'll be staying at home for some time. His house is in the east of our Camel Peak Town. The biggest house is his house." When the elderly resident of Camel Peak Town mentioned Rong Fan, his face was filled with pride. As someone from the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, Rong Fan had always been the pride of the entire Camel Peak Town. The East. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who came to Camel Peak Town found out where Rong Fan's house was located one after another. After informing the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials in secret, they went to Rong Fan's house. "Ah. You're all Rising Sky Mansion's disciples?" After the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples reported their fake identities, Rong Fan's parents were very enthusiastic and welcomed them in. "Little Fan must have caused a lot of trouble for all of you. If he has done anything wrong in the past, both of us will apologize to all of you." Although Rong Fan's parents had a cultivation base, they were only ordinary martial cultivators. When they found out that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, they were instantly terrified. "Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to be nervous. We came to look for Rong Fan because Lord Mansion Master asked us to. The young Mansion Master has already woken up, and we need him to hurry back and serve him," one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples said vigilantly. "The young Mansion Master has woken up." Perhaps, the outsiders thought that the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead. However, as Rong Fan's parents, they naturally knew that the young Mansion Master their son served was not dead. In the entire Camel Peak Town, only they knew about this. Rong Fan had also sternly reminded them not to spread this news. Due to this reason, when they heard the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple mention this matter, they were completely certain that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. "Little Fan went out early in the morning, and I reckon he'll only be back in the evening. As for where he went, we don't know either. Why don't all of you wait at home?" Rong Fan's parents suggested. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples looked at each other. At the same time, they were reminded by the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were hiding in the dark, so they nodded in agreement. "He went out." Soon after, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, and the others who were hiding outside the town also learned about this news. "Quickly seal off the town. Also, search the town thoroughly. If you find any townsfolk, knock them out immediately so that they won't alert you when they see Rong Fan. Meng Qing decisively gave his order. If they wanted to find Rong Fan, they had to be extremely meticulous. However, it was still too late for Meng Qing to find out that Rong Fan was not in Camel Peak Town. Many townsfolk who had left earlier had already gone far away. Although the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were searching the surroundings thoroughly, there were still one or two fish that escaped the net. Rong Fan. Several hundred miles away from Camel Peak Town, a townsfolk with a high cultivation base saw Rong Fan and went up to him with a smile. Rong Hong. When Rong Fan saw him, he grinned. Why? Where are you going? I'm going to Southern Tablet City. You must have just returned from there, right? Rong Hong answered Rong Fan before he asked with a smile. Yes. Rong Fan nodded. I bought some things for my parents. Hee hee. Rong Fan, you're really doing well. Initially, I thought your position in the Rising Sky Mansion would drop day by day after the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was killed. I didn't expect someone from the Rising Sky Mansion would personally come to town to look for you. Rong Hong chuckled. What? When Rong Fan heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to look for me? When Rong Fan heard this news, his first thought was that it was impossible. Previously, when he was following the young mansion master in the Rising Sky Mansion, although his position was not high, it was not low either. Many people still flattered him. However, ever since the young mansion master's soul dissipated, most people thought he was dead. His days had not been easy, and those who flattered him no longer paid any attention to him. As for those who knew the young mansion master was still alive, they had a high status in the Rising Sky Mansion. Before the young mansion master died, they had already looked down on him. It was impossible for them to come to Camel Peak Town to look for him. Due to this reason, when he heard Rong Fan said someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to Camel Peak Town to look for him, he found it hard to believe. Who are the people who came? Did he say anything? For some reason, Rong Fan was slightly flustered. Perhaps it was because he was flattered, or perhaps it was because of something else. He didn't say anything. However, it seems like 5 people came looking for you, Rong Hong replied. Yes. 5 people? Horror dawned on Rong Fan's face. 5 people who claimed to be from the Rising Sky Mansion came looking for him. At this moment, if he still could not see that something was amiss, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Put aside the fact that most people thought the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead, even if the young mansion master was still alive, it was impossible for so many Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to come looking for him. There must be something fishy about this. What? Is there something wrong? Rong Hong was stunned when he saw the horror on Rong Fan's face. When he regained his senses, he could not help but ask. Nothing. Rong Fan shook his head. Then, he looked at Rong Hong solemnly. Rong Hong, don't tell anyone that you've seen me today, especially those who claim to be from the Rising Sky Mansion. Remember. You must remember this. After he finished speaking, Rong Fan left without even turning his head back. Naturally, he did not return to Camel Peak Town. Instead, he made his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because he felt something was amiss. When he arrived near the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, Rong Fan could feel the atmosphere in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate was a little off. Although he could not see anything from the outside, due to Rong Hong's warning earlier, he could not help but feel a little suspicious. Let's hide first. Rong Fan waited patiently outside the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. He needed to confirm something. Huh. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, an unfamiliar yet familiar figure appeared in Rong Fan's field of vision. Isn't this person Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion? Chapter 1798. Although Rong Fan was an insignificant person in the Rising Sky Mansion, the person he followed was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had a wide range of contacts. About 5 years ago, when he followed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, out, he had met Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. According to his young mansion master, Zhao Ji was the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had memorized Zhao Ji's appearance in his mind. That person was someone even his young mansion master did not dare to offend. Today, when he saw Zhao Ji for the first time, he did not recognize him at all. All he felt was a sense of familiarity. After recalling for a while, he finally recognized Zhao Ji. As for the two people following behind Zhao Ji, he did not know them nor did he have any impression of them. According to the young mansion master, Zhao Ji is the only son of the vice mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng. Moreover, his grandfather is one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. Rong Fan's heart jolted when he recalled what Su Jing had told him. The two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion were only second to the mansion master in the mystical Sky Mansion. They were not any weaker than the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, why is Zhao Ji here in our Rising Sky Mansion? Rong Fan was puzzled when he saw Zhao Ji making his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. As far as he knew, the Rising Sky Mansion and the mystical Sky Mansion did not have any relationship at all. Why would Zhao Ji, the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, come to the Rising Sky Mansion? While Rong Fan was still puzzled, a figure appeared out of thin air in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It was a middle-aged man. His features were similar to Zhao Ji's. This person. Could he be Zhao Ji's father? The vice mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng? It was no wonder Rong Fan would make such a guess. This middle-aged man looked very similar to Zhao Ji. The middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Deng. Why are you here? Zhao Deng asked with a frown as he descended from the sky and appeared in front of Zhao Ji and his two brothers. Didn't I ask you to wait for news at home? There was a hint of reproach in Zhao Deng's tone. Father, I saw that you haven't returned to your family for a long time, so I came to take a look. How is it? Did you get the Devil Path cultivation method? Zhao Ji asked anxiously as he stared at Zhao Deng with burning eyes. That Devil Dao cultivation method can only be obtained through the soul-searching secret tactic after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered slightly. Zhao Deng shook his head. When this matter is over, we'll bring him back to the mystical Sky Mansion. Yes. Zhao Ji nodded, and then he asked in confusion, Father, why did you take so long? It was precisely because Zhao Deng had not returned that Zhao Ji decided to come here on his own accord. He wanted to know the exact situation. He was also eager to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion cultivated. Once he obtained it, his strength would increase rapidly. At that time, even Ling Tian would not be his match. He wanted to take back all the glory that Ling Tian had stolen from him. Something has happened. There's still no news about the lackey next to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the prefecture lord and your grandfather have already gone to that lackey's house. They should be able to find him. Zhao Deng said. A lackey shouldn't know that Su Jing has cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Zhao Ji frowned. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by going through so much trouble for a lackey? That lackey is not an ordinary lackey. When Su Jing obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, he might have been beside him. At that time, he must have followed Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle as well. Zhao Deng said solemnly, due to this reason, if he doesn't die, our mystical Sky Mansion's operation this time will definitely cause trouble. With the Lord Mansion Master and Grandfather making a move, he'll definitely die. Zhao Ji said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You should go back. If Lord Mansion Master finds out that you're here, he'll definitely reprimand you. Zhao Deng said in a deep voice as he looked at Zhao Ji. Isn't Guli here as well? Zhao Ji frowned, slightly unconvinced. As Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, naturally, could hear the unwillingness in Zhao Ji's voice. He immediately shook his head and said, "Don't be unconvinced about this matter. Apart from Ling Tian's contribution, Gu Li's contribution is even more important. Even if we put this aside, in terms of strength, you're still far from being Gu Li's match." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disappointment could be heard in his tone. "If you're so free, why don't you cultivate in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, let alone Gu Li, you'll never be a match for Ling Tian." Ling Tian. Zhao Ji's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "He won't live for long. Bai Ju, He Tu, bring him back," Zhao Deng ordered as he looked at the two people behind Zhao Ji. The two people who came with Zhao Ji were none other than the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. They were also the two people who wanted to make a move on Duan Ling Tian at the peak of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. At that time, due to Gu Li's appearance, they had dismissed the idea of making a move on Duan Ling Tian. "Yes, master." Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu were Zhao Deng's direct disciples. When they heard Zhao Deng's order, they responded respectfully before looking at Zhao Ji in unison. "Little junior brother, listen to master. Let's go back." Although Zhao Ji wanted to stay and join in the fun, he had no choice but to leave unwillingly since Zhao Deng did not allow it. After Zhao Ji and the other two left, Zhao Deng also returned to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Something seems to be amiss. Rong Fan, who was hiding in the distance, could not hear what Zhao Deng and Zhao Ji were talking about because he was far away. However, he still felt something was amiss. This Zhao Deng is the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Why did he come to our Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Rong Fan took a deep breath and made up his mind. To be safe, I can't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for now. I'll go back and have a look after Zhao Deng has left. The moment Rong Fan thought of this, he found a secluded place nearby and hid. At the same time, he did not forget to monitor the route that one would have to take to return to the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. In Camel Peak Town, the group of high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing had stayed there for an entire month. However, they still did not find any clues about Rong Fan. Rong Fan did not return that night as his parents had said. It was as though he had completely disappeared. Now, we're certain Rong Fan must have found out about something. I'm sure he's already suspicious of those few disciples' identities. Gu Xiaoyun, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion, said with a grave expression. That day, although our men had gone to chase after those who left Camel Peak Town, there were still 7 people we couldn't catch up to. Among those 7 people, someone must have seen Rong Fan and told him about what happened in Camel Peak Town. The other guardian, Zhao Jin, also said in a deep voice. Guardians, both of you personally go and capture those 7 people. Ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove whether they've seen Rong Fan or not. Meng Qing said. He also felt that the key to this matter was most likely those 7 people. With Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin making a move, the truth soon came to light. Lord Mansion Master. When Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin returned, they brought a person with them. This person was none other than Rong Hong, who had met Rong Fan before. When Rong Fan was brought over, his entire body was trembling. The strength of the 2 old men next to him made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. Without any movement, just their aura alone was enough to suffocate him. If the 2 of them did not show mercy, he would have suffocated to death. Lord Mansion Master, we've brought him here. When he heard the 2 old men next to him calling the middle-aged man nearby Lord Mansion Master, his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Lord Mansion Master? Could it be that this person was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion actually came here personally for Rong Fan? Damn Rong Fan. What kind of trouble did you get into? Even the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion personally came here. That's right. When Rong Fan left after meeting me for the last time, it was obvious that there was something wrong with his expression. It seems like he was already thinking of running for his life at that time. No wonder I haven't seen him for almost a month. The moment Rong Hong thought of this, his expression turned grave. He had kept Rongfan's secret, but he did not expect he would be dragged into this as well. Lord Mansion Master. When Ronghong guessed the person in front of him was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he immediately kneeled on the ground as his entire body trembled. I didn't know Rongfan had committed a crime, that's why I did such a foolish thing. At this moment, Meng Qing also learned about Rongfan's departure from the two mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. He left in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Meng Qing looked at Ronghong and asked for confirmation. Yes. Ronghong quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He did not dare to hesitate at all. When Zhao Jin saw Ronghong had lost his value, he directly killed him with just a lift of his hand. Palace Master Qian, you'll lead 2 disciples to guard this place for now. If Rongfan returns, you must kill him immediately. At the same time, Meng Qing looked at Qian Pingsheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, and ordered. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Qian Pingsheng accepted the order. As for the others, follow me back to the Rising Sky Mansion. However, I'm guessing Rongfan did not return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Otherwise, our people guarding the estate would have already reported about Rongfan's matter. At this moment, even Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a grave expression on his face. Although the fish that had escaped the net was insignificant, if news of this spread out, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely face a lot of trouble. Duan Lingtian only found out about this after Guli returned. Does this mean all of you did not manage to find Rongfan before you returned? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Chapter 1799. It seems like Rongfan is quite smart. To think he didn't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. However, I wonder if he's aware of what happened? Duan Lingtian said with a glint in his eyes. He had seen Rongfan before. He was the hunchbacked young man who followed behind Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He was very inconspicuous. The reason Duan Lingtian remembered him was because he had a hunchback. As for his other features, he did not have any impression at all. I don't think he knows about it yet. Otherwise, the news would have spread before we came back. Guli said, currently, Zhao Deng and his son are personally guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Anyone who enters the Rising Sky Mansion's estate can only enter and not leave. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the news of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and elite disciples being killed spreading out for the time being. If news of this spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will be removed from the fourth-rate force. However, paper can't keep fire forever. What's Lord Mansion Master's plan in the future? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to Lord Mansion Master's plan, he'll let Lord Zhao Deng and his son guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for a period of time before sending someone to replace them. This will continue until the remnant soul of Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic. Guli said, if the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll remove the people there. In that case, even if news of this spreads out, people will only say that the Rising Sky Mansion is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. However, if the Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll send someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate and Camel Peak Town until we find Rongfan. Upon hearing Guli's words, although Duan Lingtian could understand Mansion Master Meng Qing's decision, he did not think highly of it. Even if the Devil Dao cultivation method was a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, and even if the Mystical Sky Mansion constantly sent someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, something would still happen in the end. Paper can't keep fire forever. It would be fine if the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion imprisoned ordinary people. However, the problem was, as a fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion was also under the jurisdiction of a quasi-third-rate force. Sooner or later, someone from the quasi-third-rate force would go to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Once someone from a quasi-third-rate faction was killed or imprisoned, the entire faction would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the mystical Sky Mansion might not be able to hide the fact that the core force of the rising Sky Mansion was almost annihilated. Of course, putting aside that quasi-third-rate force, Duan Lingtian also felt that it wouldn't be long before the truth came out. After all, any normal person would be careless to guard and monitor a place at all times. No one could be absolutely safe. However, although Duan Lingtian did not think highly of Mansion Master Meng Qing's actions, he did not say much. After all, this matter did not have much to do with him. As for the devil path cultivation method, whether it was a crazy devil path cultivation method or a normal devil path cultivation method, he had no interest in it. This was because he had never thought of cultivating a devil path cultivation method and becoming a devil cultivator. After I nurtured the Sun True Origin in my body, I haven't used the Devil Seal tablet yet. With the strength of the Sun True Origin that's comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse, I should be able to kill all devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage if I use the Devil Seal tablet now. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. In fact, there were only a handful of powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above, even in the mystical Sky Mansion. At the very least, according to the news he obtained, there were only 3 people who had entered the exemplary saint stage in the mystical Sky Mansion. They were Mansion Master Meng Qing and the 2 guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin. Senior brother Gu Li, you're the son of Guardian Gu. You should know his current cultivation base, right? I heard Guardian Gu is an exemplary saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Li from the corner of his eyes, he recalled Gu Li was the son of Guardian Gu. He must know about Guardian Gu's cultivation base. Yes. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Gu Li did not conceal anything and replied bluntly, my father's cultivation base has already broken through to the early exemplary saint stage a long time ago. It's the same as Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin is also at the early exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. According to my father, there are only 4 exemplary saint stage powerhouses in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among them, Lord Mansion Master is the strongest. He and that old fellow from Zhao clan are the weakest. For exemplary saint stage powerhouses, the 2 great guardians are the weakest. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Apart from the Mansion Master, there's another one, make a guess. Gu Li smiled. When Duan Lingtian saw the mischievous smile in Gu Li's eyes, a thought flashed in his mind as he thought of someone. Don't tell me it's the guardian of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool? Senior brother Gu Li, your Grand Master? That's right. Gu Li nodded before he sighed. It's all because of Grand Master's bad luck. Back then, he was severely injured, causing his cultivation base to stagnate. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have reached the quintessential saint stage a long time ago. Grand Master should have been wandering and cultivating in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, due to his injuries, he had no choice but to stay in the lower province. Isn't the upper province a place where powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can go? With senior strength, I'm afraid you can go to the upper province whenever you want, right? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Indeed. Gu Li nodded before a wry smile appeared on his face. Although that's the case, Grand Master is a genius in the martial Dao in his generation. He's unwilling to see his seniors and juniors who were weaker than him surpass him one by one. Due to his pride, he chose to stay in the lower province and be an inconspicuous guardian of the spirit pool. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, it was understandable. Senior brother Gu Li. Is there anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked the question that had been bothering him. Yes. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gu Li gave him a definite answer. Yes. However, as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the quasi-third-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Logically speaking, although exemplary saint stage powerhouses don't live forever, it shouldn't be a problem for them to live for 1 or 2,000 years. After living for so long, there must be someone who has broken through to the quintessential saint stage, right? Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Indeed, there are, but they're not in the quasi-third-rate forces. Gu Li continued to say, apart from those reclusive powerhouses, the only quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean are the Watchers who guard the passage between the upper and lower province. Watchers? Duan Lingtian frowned. What's that? The Watchers are quintessential saint stage powerhouses from first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their duty is to watch over the lower province. Once a quintessential saint stage powerhouse appears in the lower province, they must go to the upper province. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse dares to cause a commotion in the lower province, the Watchers will consider how to punish the quintessential saint stage powerhouse based on the severity of the matter. Gu Li said with a hint of dread on his face, there was once a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who had broken through to the quintessential saint stage and wanted to unify the lower province with his powerful strength. Guess what happened to him in the end? What happened? Duan Lingtian asked with a tone that contained slight curiosity. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse was ambitious enough, they could unify the lower province. He's dead. He was killed by the Watchers. Gu Li said. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Gu Li's words. A quintessential saint stage powerhouse was killed? The one who killed him was the Watchers. According to the rules set by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, once a quintessential saint stage martial or Dao cultivator appears in the lower province, they must leave the lower province to avoid disturbing the balance in the lower province. Naturally, quintessential saint stage powerhouses can choose to stay in the lower province, but they're not allowed to make a move. Once they make a move, the Watchers will kill them. Due to this reason, almost all of those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage in the Debussy subterranean would choose to leave. Although the lower province is good, it's useless if they can't make a move no matter how strong their cultivation base is. Only the upper province is their stage. Gu Li said a lot in one breath, allowing Duan Lingtian to learn some things that he did not know in the past. These were not recorded in the books that he had read. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are really meddlesome. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. It said that the three great forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the three great sects, have jointly given the order. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are only following orders. Gu Li said. The three great sects. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Zoroastrianism was one of the three great sections. His fiancée was taken away by someone from Zoroastrianism. However, Duan Lingtian's agitated emotions were quickly suppressed by him, and he regained his composure. No wonder there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean. As it turns out, there's a watcher watching over them to prevent quintessential saint stage powerhouses from acting recklessly in the lower province. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Currently, the strongest people in the Debussy subterranean should be the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Gu Li nodded. According to my father, the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Most importantly, both of them are devil cultivators. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators with the same cultivation base. When they break through to the quintessential saint stage, they won't be able to fight anymore. At that time, I'm afraid the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion will have a hard time, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not that easy to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Chapter 1800. Moreover, even if they've really broken through to the quintessential saint stage, they're allowed to make a move under passive circumstances. For example, if they're guarding the forces they control, they're allowed to fight back as long as they're younger than 100 years old. Gu Li explained. This. Senior brother Gu Li, didn't you say quintessential saint stage powerhouses aren't allowed to make a move in the lower province? You didn't say they're allowed to fight back. Duan Lingtian was confused. He was even more confused about the rule of first-rate forces in the upper province against quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province. Indeed, ordinary quintessential saint stage powerhouses can't even fight back. However, there are exceptions. All quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 in the lower province are allowed to fight back. Apart from that, those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage below the age of 100 are usually recruited by the Watcher into the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guli continued to say, due to this reason, quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 have special privileges in the lower province. If they have a good relationship with the Watcher, even if they take the initiative to attack, the Watcher can turn a blind eye to it as long as it's not too much. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. It seemed like no matter where one was, having a good relationship would make a difference. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both below the age of 100? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also realized this problem. Yes. Guli nodded and said with a reverent expression on his face, no matter if it's the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market or the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them have a chance of entering the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. Such a monster is rare in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100? Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. Although he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100 or even 50, he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. However, the reason he was so confident was because he had the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 5 times slower than the outside. And this was only the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, the flow of time inside would be 8 times slower than outside. 8 times slower, what kind of concept was that? In other words, 1 day outside was equivalent to 8 days on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, according to Hualao, the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the 3rd level. Once he repaired the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The sooner I repair the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the sooner I'll be able to break through to the Eminent Saint stage and comprehend the divine ability. At that time, I'll be able to protect myself even if I go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Guli and changed the topic. Senior Guli, I have something I need your help with. Junior brother Lingtian, there's no need for formalities between us. Just tell me what you need. As long as I, Guli, am able to do it, I'll do it for you even if I have to go through fire and water. Guli said confidently. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched. He quickly said, you don't have to go through fire and water. I just need your help to look for some materials, Senior Brother Guli. If it's convenient for you, please refer me to Guardian Gu, Senior Brother Guli. With Guardian Gu's connections, I'm sure it'll be more efficient for him to help look for those materials. Junior Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Now, come with me to see my old man. Even if he's in closed-door cultivation, I'll still call him out. Guli patted his chest and promised Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian quickly shook his head. Guli chuckled before he stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian, Junior Brother Lingtian, let's go. Come with me to see my old man. He came back with me, so I don't think he's in closed-door cultivation yet. Moreover, he's always wanted to see you, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Under Guli's lead, Duan Lingtian finally met Gu Xiayun. Gu Xiayun came out to welcome him, causing him to feel flattered. You're Lingtian? Indeed, you're a dragon among men. When Gu Xiayun saw Duan Lingtian, he was all smiles. He did not put on any airs that a guardian of mystical sky mansion should have. Come in and have a seat. The reason Gu Xiayun was so polite to Duan Lingtian was mainly because Duan Lingtian was his son's friend. In fact, his son did not have many friends in the entire mystical sky mansion. He only had one friend like Duan Lingtian whom he could confide in. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another reason was, naturally, Duan Lingtian had given his son a great merit. Discovering that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method was extremely important to the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, the Lord Mansion Master had even personally praised his son and promised many benefits to the Gu clan. Logically speaking, he had no reason to neglect Duan Lingtian. Guardian Gu, please. Although Duan Lingtian was flattered, he did not become arrogant. He still treated Gu Xiayun as a junior. When Gu Xiayun saw this, he felt very pleased. He felt his son had finally made a good friend. Naturally, he did not put on the airs of a dignified senior just because Duan Lingtian was a junior. From the beginning until the end, he warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian like a kind senior. Lingtian, you don't have to address me as Guardian Gu in private in the future. Since you're Li Er's friend, you can just call me Uncle Gu. Gu Xiayun personally poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said to Duan Lingtian, Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian was not a pedantic person, so he did not refuse. However, his respect for Gu Xiayun grew. This was a senior who deserved respect. Father, junior brother Lingtian came with me this time not only to meet you, but also to ask for your help to look for some special materials. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian and Gu Xiayun being so polite to each other without bringing up the main topic, he felt anxious for them. Oh. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Xiayun looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Little Tian, what materials do you need Uncle Gu's help to look for? After a few exchanges, Gu Xiayun's way of addressing Duan Lingtian had changed. It had become much more intimate. Uncle Gu, the materials I need are all on this. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a piece of paper. There were many drawings of the shapes and appearances of the materials. There were even descriptions at the side. It was something he had prepared when he was in closed-door cultivation. Uncle Gu, please use your connections to help me look for these materials. How many saint stones do you need? Uncle Gu, just give me the number when the time comes. However, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Gu Xiayun and Gu Li's expressions to turn slightly gloomy as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, he also realized he had said something wrong. As expected, Gu Li took the initiative to look at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Junior brother Lingtian, although we haven't known each other for long, we have a good relationship. In my heart, I've already treated you as a good friend who has known me for many years. Don't you think it's a little too estranged for you to mention saint stones in front of me? Little Tian, Uncle Gu doesn't lack saint stones. To be honest, if you weren't a good friend of Li Er, I might not help you even if you brought more saint stones. Gu Xiayun also expressed his opinion. Uncle Gu, senior brother Gu Li, this is my negligence. I was wrong. Duan Lingtian hurriedly apologized. He had already realized this earlier, but since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only take advantage of this opportunity to remedy the situation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Xiayun and Gu Li's expressions finally eased up. I'll make many copies of these materials and use my connections to look for them. However, I've never seen some of these materials before. Therefore, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to find all of them. Gu Xiayun looked at the blueprint in his hand again before he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian find all of these materials, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to find all of them because he did not recognize some of them. I understand. Just try your best, Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not expect Gu Xiayun to be able to help him find all of the materials. According to Huolao, some of the materials were considered rare even in the Devata realms. After the matter of finding the materials to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda came to an end, Duan Lingtian could finally calm down and cultivate. As for the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivated, he did not ask about it nor was he interested in asking about it. However, even if he was not interested in asking about it, it did not mean that others would feel the same way. 1 month later, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although this was the second time Duan Lingtian was meeting Meng Qing, the last time he met Meng Qing, there was a group of people around. However, he was alone today. It was completely different. Although it felt different, he was not afraid at all. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet Meng Qing, who was sitting in the main seat in the main hall. Just like before, he did not address him as Lord. Meng Qing did not make a fuss about this. He smiled and gestured for Duan Lingtian to take a seat. Then, he went straight to the point and said, Lingtian, you're the main reason why the Mystical Sky Mansion is able to find out about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. Mansion Master, this is the reason you called me here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Not entirely. Meng Qing shook his head before he continued to say, I heard that you heard about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique from your senior brother, Li Feng. Your senior brother, Li Feng, has already gone to the upper province to look for your master. Chapter 1801. Li Feng was Ling Tian, and Ling Tian was Li Feng. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, only Guli knew about this. Due to this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Meng Qing's words. I think so. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Meng Qing's question. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the reason Meng Qing looked for him. It must be because he was worried his master would take a liking to the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Meng Qing did not know his master was just a figment of his imagination. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had to be careful when dealing with a powerhouse from the upper province. If that Devil Dao cultivation method is a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, it's fine. However, if it's a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to share it with you and your master. Meng Qing's eyes gleamed as he told Duan Lingtian bluntly. Mansion Master, Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Qing to say such a thing. He was stunned. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, Meng Qing interrupted him. It's decided then. After all, if it wasn't for you and your senior brother, our Mystical Sky Mansion wouldn't have obtained this Devil Dao cultivation method. However, we haven't obtained this Devil Dao cultivation method yet. We'll have to wait for a year or so for the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion's remnant soul to recover a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic. Meng Qing added when he reached the end of his sentence. Mansion Master, our master isn't interested in that Devil Dao cultivation method at all. After Meng Qing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian finally chimed in. Not interested? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Meng Qing. That was a top Devil Dao cultivation method. There was actually someone who was not interested in it? It seems like Ling Tian's master is not a simple person even in the upper province. Meng Qing's heart trembled as he guessed. Mansion Master, you can rest assured. Our sect has no intention of obtaining that Devil Dao cultivation method. Moreover, I won't spread the news that the Mystical Sky Mansion has obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. Duan Lingtian added. When Meng Qing heard this, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before he finally said, no matter what, you've contributed greatly to the Mystical Sky Mansion this time, and the Mystical Sky Mansion is indebted to you. Originally, I planned to share the Devil Dao cultivation method with your sect as a form of repayment. However, it did not cross my mind that your sect is not interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method at all. In that case, the Mystical Sky Mansion and I will, naturally, have to repay you in other ways. After that, Meng Qing asked, tell me, what do you want in return? Or perhaps, what do you want the Mystical Sky Mansion to do for you? Mansion Master, if it's possible, I hope the Mystical Sky Mansion can help me look for some materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this was an opportunity to speed up the search for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion, although Gu Xiayun had a wide network, it was still lacking compared to the entire mystical sky mansion. If Mansion Master Meng Qing ordered the entire mystical sky mansion to help him look for the materials, it would definitely be much more efficient. Materials? What materials? Meng Qing had a puzzled expression on his face. I've already drawn those materials and passed them to Guardian Gu so he can help me look for them. If Mansion Master really wants to repay me, please help me look for those materials. Those materials are very important to me and my sect. Duan Lingtian said. All right, I understand. Meng Qing nodded. I'll look for Guardian Gu in a while and ask him to make a few more drawings of those materials. The mystical sky mansion will do its best to help you look for those materials. This is my promise to you. As the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing was, naturally, a man of his word. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not doubt Meng Qing's words at all. Thank you, mansion master. Compared to what you've done for the mystical sky mansion, this is nothing. Meng Qing waved his hand. Nothing? Duan Lingtian did not comment on Meng Qing's words. Perhaps it was nothing to Meng Qing, but it was a big deal to him. Those materials were related to repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, it was much more attractive than the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, cultivated. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not explain further. What could he say? Could he reveal the secret of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? He did not doubt that if he revealed the secret of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would most likely kill him and snatch the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. The temptation of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was too great. Even if he was in Meng Qing's position as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he would still be greedy and snatch the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from a disciple who was much weaker than him. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a celestial supreme treasure. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was nothing more attractive than it. As a quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. It was easy for them to search for materials. As Meng Qing passed down his orders, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's bases in the lower province began to search for the materials that Duan Lingtian needed. As time passed by, more than half of the Debussy subterranean was turned upside down by them. At the same time, 3 months had gone by. Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin, who were guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, had also been replaced by the other two Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters and had returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The moment the two of them returned, Zhao Ji received the news and immediately went to look for them. Grandfather, father, did Rongfan come? Zhao Ji asked immediately when he saw Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. No. Zhao Deng shook his head. A smile appeared on Zhao Jin's face when he saw Zhao Ji. You didn't neglect your cultivation during this time, right? No. Zhao Ji shook his head. Zhao Ji shook his head and walked up to Zhao Jin's side. Grandfather, now that all of you have returned, shouldn't you discuss with Lord Mansion Master about using the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? Zhao Ji wanted to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated even in his dreams. I know you want to cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method. However, that Devil Dao cultivation method is still a Devil Dao cultivation method. We're still not sure what kind of Devil Dao cultivation method it is. If it's a crazy and inhumane cultivation method, we won't be able to cultivate it even if we obtain it. Zhao Jin shook his head and said, that's why you must be mentally prepared. Zhao Ji did not agree or disagree with Zhao Jin's words. However, he still said, Grandfather, you said we're still not sure. What if that Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method? Indeed, there's such a possibility. Zhao Ji nodded. When he looked at Zhao Ji again, a doting expression could be seen in his eyes. It's not that I don't want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing to obtain his cultivation method. However, he's too weak now. Although we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him now, I'm afraid his soul will completely disperse before we can obtain the complete cultivation method he's cultivating. I've taken a look at his injuries. It'll take at least half a year for his soul to recover to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic. Zhao Jin continued to say. Half a year? So long? Zhao Ji had a disappointed expression on his face. He was already tired of waiting. He did not expect he would have to wait for another half a year. It's only half a year. It'll pass by in just a blink of an eye. During this half a year, cultivate properly and strive to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. I promise you, if there's no problem with that devil Dao cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as soon as I obtain it. When Zhao Jin saw the disappointment on Zhao Ji's face, his heart ached a little as he quickly comforted him. Thank you, grandfather. Zhao Ji forced a smile on his face. Following that, a thought flashed in Zhao Ji's mind. A figure that he hated so much that he ground his teeth appeared at the right time. Ling Tian. Grandfather, now that the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion has been resolved, shouldn't we think of a way to deal with Ling Tian? The moment Zhao Ji thought about Duan Ling Tian, his eyes turned red. His hatred for Duan Ling Tian had already seeped into his bones. As long as Duan Ling Tian was still alive in this world, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. When Zhao Jin heard Zhao Ji's words and sensed his hatred, the doting look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. Don't worry. I promise you that Ling Tian won't be able to jump around for long. Father. At this moment, Zhao Deng, who was standing at the side, said, I heard that Lord Mansion Master is mobilizing the entire Mystical Sky Mansion's forces to look for some materials for Ling Tian. Although Lord Mansion Master did not accept him as a disciple, he seems to value him as much as his direct disciples. I'm already aware of what you're talking about. However, the reason Lord Mansion Master helped him is because he rejected Lord Mansion Master's offer to share the Devil Dao cultivation method with his sect. The reason Lord Mansion Master helped him like that is because he contributed the information about the Devil Dao cultivation method. What Zhao Jin knew was much more than what Zhao Deng knew. Naturally, even if we really want to kill Ling Tian, we won't do it in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. We'll have to think of a way to make Duan Ling Tian leave the estate before we make our move. As long as we do it cleanly, nobody will know who killed him. Even if someone suspects us, without any evidence, even Lord Mansion Master won't be able to do anything to us. Zhao Jin continued to say. As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Zhao Deng nodded. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was so excited that his face was flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered through gritted teeth, Ling Tian, you won't live for long. No one has ever survived the person my grandfather wants to kill. In the future, if you want to blame someone on the road to hell, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Since you've offended me, you're destined to die. Chapter 1802. The Zhao clan was led by Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. Below him was his son, Zhao Deng. Below him were the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan. Naturally, not all of these Mystical Sky Mansion's elders had the surname Zhao. Most of them did not have the surname Zhao. Since they relied on Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng, they could be considered as part of the Zhao clan. Among these people, there was no lack of disciples from Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. If everyone in the Zhao clan was described as a pyramid, then Zhao Jin would be the person standing at the top of the pyramid. He was the leader of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, every word and action of his represented the will of the Zhao clan. For example, if Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a falling out with Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, even those who did not have the surname Zhao, would stand on his side. Due to this, the Zhao clan's position in the Mystical Sky Mansion was only second to the mansion master. Find a way to lure Ling Tian away and kill Ling Tian. Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan and the disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking received Zhao Jin's order one after another. Naturally, it was a secret order. Although Zhao Jin's position in the Mystical Sky Mansion was extraordinary, he still did not dare to kill someone openly in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This was because there was still a mansion master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was the true owner of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he was someone he had to be wary of. Ling Tian? This name. Is he the most famous person among the younger generation in our Mystical Sky Mansion? Many Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan had just come out of closed-door cultivation. They had only heard that there was a monstrous genius martial cultivator in the Mystical Sky Mansion who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. As for the conflict between the genius martial cultivator and Zhao Ji, the little young master of the Zhao clan, they had not heard about it yet. That's right. It's him. What did he do? He actually made Lord Guardian personally order to kill him. You must have just come out of closed-door cultivation, right? Yes, I just came out of seclusion yesterday. No wonder. That Ling Tian has a deep grudge with our Zhao clan, to the point of being mortal enemies. Lord Protector said that if anyone could lure Ling Tian out and kill him, he would take that person as his adopted son or adopted daughter. No way. Adopted son? Adopted daughter? Lord Protector's adopted son and daughter are people who can call Lord Zhao Dang's brother. I've already confirmed it. This is definitely not fake news. It seems like Lord Protector hates Ling Tian a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a promise. Quickly tell me, how did that Ling Tian offend our Zhao clan and Lord Protector? That Ling Tian is really something. First, he slapped young Master Ji twice in front of everyone in the Heaven Palace. Then, he kicked young Master Ji out of the St. Martial's secret zone. Young Master Ji had only been in the St. Martial's secret zone for 3 days. He didn't even have the time to find the divine ability relic, let alone find the divine ability. It's no wonder then. Everyone only has one chance to enter the St. Martial's secret zone in their lifetime. The way he treated young Master Ji is equivalent to ruining the future of our Zhao clan. Moreover, Lord Protector dotes on young Master Ji so much. If Lord Protector doesn't kill him, who else would he kill? Soon after, all the people from the Zhao clan in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate began to move as though they were on steroids. In fact, as long as they lured someone out and killed him, they would be able to become Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son or adopted daughter. This was a golden opportunity to turn a pheasant into a phoenix. Nobody was willing to miss out on such a rare opportunity. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It was not only Duan Lingtian, but the other people in the Mystical Sky Mansion were also unaware of this matter. Although this matter was widely spread among the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, it did not leak out at all. Based on this, one could see how strong the Zhao clan was. It was impossible to find any weakness in their defense. Many Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan began to make their way to the Heaven Palace from time to time to the place where Duan Lingtian was staying. However, they soon discovered that Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. After waiting for more than half a month, they still did not see Duan Lingtian coming out. For this reason, many people retreated. Naturally, there were also some people who stayed behind. It was as though they would not give up until Duan Lingtian came out of his closed-door cultivation. Another half a month went by, and there were not many people left. It's better to wait for him to come out of his closed-door cultivation before thinking of a way to lure him out. If we keep waiting here, it's no different from waiting for a rabbit to come out of a stump. It's easy to attract other people's attention. This was the thought of most of the Zhao clan's elders and disciples who had left. The few people who stayed behind were all Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Moreover, they were only at the early eminent saint stage. All of them dreamed of becoming Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son by killing Duan Lingtian. At that time, their status would rise like a rocket. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian was staying in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, he was close to breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. As long as he successfully broke through, he would be an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, his Sun true origin would rise again to the point where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once I break through, my strength won't be weaker than an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse even if I don't rely on external force and brute force. Not only that, but with the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'll be able to easily defeat most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Duan Lingtian was at the brink of breaking through. His emotions were getting more and more agitated. At this moment, he was still unaware there were many people out there who wanted his life. As long as they killed him, they would be able to obtain an extraordinary status and become famous. Adopted son? Adopted daughter? When Zhao Ji, who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month, came out, he instantly heard about the promise his grandfather had made to the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. He could not help but feel shocked. I can't believe grandfather actually made such a promise for me. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ling Tian, I'd like to see how long you can live. This was Zhao Ji's first time seeing his grandfather going to such lengths to kill someone. He also believed the promise his grandfather made was enough to make 90% of the people from the Zhao clan go crazy. For the sake of this promise, they were even willing to risk their lives. Soon after, Zhao Ji learned his father was in charge of monitoring Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing's soul remnant had yet to recover, so he was still in a coma. Currently, he was imprisoned in a secret underground chamber in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. The secret underground chamber was guarded by the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion. They would rotate shifts once a month. With the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion keeping watch, not many people in the Debussy subterranean would be able to kidnap Su Jing. Moreover, the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion were only the last hurdle if they wanted to kidnap Su Jing. Before that, they would still have to deal with the patrolling elders and disciples around the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. Coincidentally, it was Zhao Ji's father's turn to be on duty this month. Since I have nothing to do, let's go and take a look at Su Jing. I think I've seen him before. However, he's just the young mansion master of a mere fourth-rate force, so I didn't pay attention to him at that time. In the mystical Sky Mansion, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the secret underground chamber. However, it was extremely easy for Zhao Ji. This was because he was the little young master of the Zhao clan. Even the patrolling elders and disciples in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion and the guards in the main mansion had to be wary of guardian Zhao Jin and vice mansion master Zhao Deng, who stood behind Zhao Ji. Father, due to this reason, Zhao Ji easily arrived outside the secret underground chamber. The moment he reached the door and opened his mouth, before he could even call out "Father," a person appeared out of thin air in front of him. This person's body was filled with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Father, it's me. When Zhao Ji sensed the killing intent that was surging toward him, horror dawned on him as he hurriedly spoke again. Ji, why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation? The person who appeared out of thin air outside the secret underground chamber was none other than one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion. He was Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng discovered the person before him was his son, he immediately withdrew the killing intent on his body. Father, I've just come out of closed-door cultivation. I heard you're here, so I came to see you. Zhao Ji chuckled. You're not here to see me. You're here to see Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right? As Zhao Ji's father, how could Zhao Deng not see through his son's thoughts? Zhao Ji smiled awkwardly. What did you gain from your closed-door cultivation this time? Zhao Deng asked. I'll definitely break through to the mastery refined saint stage the next time I enter closed-door cultivation. Zhao Ji said solemnly. Oh. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up as he nodded. That's right. You should be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage before Gao Peng from your heaven palace. Although you're still not as good as Ling Tian, it's still not bad. The last sentence was said by Zhao Deng subconsciously. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, he quickly noticed Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He immediately tried to salvage the situation. However, Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. I'm sure you've heard about your grandfather's order and the promise he made, right? In order to avenge you, your grandfather didn't even ask for my opinion before he decided to find me a sibling. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. His son's position in his father's heart seemed to be getting lower and lower. However, he was still his son after all. Zhao Deng was not at a loss for words. He merely sighed emotionally. With grandfather's order and promise, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Chapter 1803. The secret underground room was very clean. Apart from a stone bed, there was nothing else in the room. At this moment, an unconscious young man was lying on the stone bed. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this young man was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion whose glabella he had pierced through with his sword during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing lay motionless on the stone bed. "Father, can you wake him up now?" Zhao Ji could not help but ask Zhao Deng as he stood in front of the stone bed. His eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at Su Jing who was lying on the bed. If someone did not know better, they might think he was gay and was interested in Su Jing. However, the reason Zhao Ji had such a gaze was not because he was interested in Su Jing. What he was interested in was the top devil Dao cultivation method in Su Jing's mind. No. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng shook his head. Right now, he's just relying on the remnant of his soul to survive. If he wants to wake up, he'll have to recover his soul first. At the very least, he'll have to recover 80% of his soul before he can wake up. Then, can he sense the outside world now? Zhao Ji asked again. He should be able to. Zhao Deng nodded. However, I've tried to communicate with his soul through voice transmission, but I didn't get any response. I don't know if he's ignoring me on purpose or if he really doesn't sense my voice transmission. Voice transmission? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up. Father, are you talking about divine consciousness voice transmission? In the Dao Martial Saint land, those who were at the Saint stage and above had an additional voice transmission technique. Before breaking through to the Saint stage, they could only use their own strength to transmit voice transmission. However, after breaking through to the Saint stage, they could use their spiritual energy that had transformed into divine consciousness to transmit voice transmission. This kind of voice transmission was also known as divine consciousness voice transmission. It was a common voice transmission technique used by powerhouses at the Saint stage and above. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded again. Although his soul is still very weak, it shouldn't affect his senses in the outside world. It shouldn't affect him from transmitting voice transmission with his weak divine consciousness. This time, Zhao Ji did not reply. Instead, he stared at Su Jing with a burning gaze. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and fused with Su Jing's mind, transmitting his voice over. Su Jing, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. I've met you a few years ago. However, Zhao Ji did not receive any response from Su Jing's remnant soul. However, he was not discouraged. Su Jing, I know you must have regained consciousness by now. Moreover, you must know that it's our mystical Sky Mansion who annihilated your Rising Sky Mansion and that our mystical Sky Mansion wants the top cultivation method in your possession. Although Su Jing did not respond, Zhao Ji still continued to speak. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness clearly sensed that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved slightly. Immediately, he confirmed that Su Jing had regained consciousness. Do you know how our mystical Sky Mansion found out that you, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, possess a top devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji continued to communicate with Su Jing using his divine consciousness. However, this time around, Su Jing's remnant soul did not make any unusual movements. Clearly, it was vigilant and did not make the same mistake as before. I know you must be very curious about this. Let me tell you. The reason our mystical sky mansion found out you've cultivated a top devil Dao cultivation method is all because of Li Feng. Li Feng. As soon as Zhao Ji finished speaking, his divine consciousness could sense that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved again. Moreover, it seemed to be very agitated this time. To outsiders, you're killed by Li Feng. However, since Li Feng took your spatial ring and couldn't claim ownership of it, he knew you're still alive. There's only one possibility you're still alive. You must have cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique recorded in it. Zhao Ji said through voice transmission, a devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique is usually a top devil Dao cultivation method. Am I right? Li Feng's from the mystical sky mansion? Finally, a voice that was trying its best to suppress its anger reached Zhao Ji's divine consciousness, allowing him to hear its words. The person who sent the voice transmission to Zhao Ji was none other than Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. When Zhao Ji mentioned Li Feng, he could no longer suppress his emotions. In the end, he did not even bother to hide it anymore. Li Feng's not from the mystical sky mansion, but his junior brother is from the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, his junior brother is also my enemy. Zhao Ji was not surprised when he heard Su Jing's voice. The reason he mentioned Li Feng earlier was to provoke Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was in such a miserable state because of Li Feng. As it turned out, he had succeeded. Su Jing had taken the bait. He's the one who told the mystical sky mansion about the news of you obtaining the top devil Dao cultivation method. Although he didn't make a move at all from the beginning until the end, he's the one who gave us the most credit since he provided us with the most important information. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice indifferently. Li Feng's junior brother? Su Jing's voice was filled with ruthlessness. It was as though he could not wait to kill Li Feng's junior brother. That's right. He's Li Feng's junior brother. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. His name is Ling Tian, and he's from the same master as Li Feng. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to seek revenge on Li Feng for now since he has already gone to the upper province. On the other hand, it won't be difficult for you to seek revenge on Ling Tian. Seek revenge on him? Aren't all of you from the mystical sky mansion? Are you trying to fool me? Su Jing sneered. That's right. We're all from the mystical sky mansion. However, apart from being from the mystical sky mansion, he's also my enemy, a mortal enemy. If you want to kill him to vent your anger and indirectly seek revenge on Li Feng, we can work together. Zhao Ji replied. Work together with you? How? Su Jing asked curiously. He seemed to be looking forward to this. Before we work together, I want to know. Is the top devil Dao cultivation method you cultivate an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method, or is it a perverse devil Dao cultivation method in the eyes of ordinary people? Zhao Ji asked. This was something he had always wanted to know as well. Since you know I cultivate a top devil Dao cultivation method, you must have heard that I only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Do you think it's possible for an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method to do that? Su Jing replied to Zhao Ji's question. What kind of perverse thing do you have to do to cultivate that top devil Dao cultivation method of yours? Zhao Ji asked again. He. Actually, it's nothing much. I just have to devour the vital essence and blood of young women until they turn into dried corpses. If I have enough virgin girls, I'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort by devouring their vital essence and blood. The reason my cultivation base rose so quickly that year is because I've devoured a lot of virgin girls' vital essence and blood to cultivate. Naturally, all of them turned into dried corpses in the end. As Su Jing spoke, he spoke in a reminiscing tone. When Zhao Ji heard Su Jing's words, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked through voice transmission in shock. Why does the situation you're talking about sound like the cultivation method of a devil Dao powerhouse that appeared in the lower province many years ago? Don't tell me you're cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The devouring dark devil technique was a devil Dao cultivation method that struck fear in people's hearts in the Debussyi subterranean many years ago. That year, the devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated this devil technique was rampant for a period of time. In the end, after he had incurred public wrath, he was besieged by many top powerhouses in the lower province and escaped to the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land despite being heavily injured. Currently, although many years had passed, the deeds of that devil Dao powerhouse were still passed down in quasi-third-rate forces. Even the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was very famous as well. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji was able to say the words devouring dark devil technique in one breath. I didn't expect you to know about the devouring dark devil technique as well. That's right, I'm cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Speaking of which, I've obtained the inheritance of that devil Dao powerhouse who was rampant in the lower province many years ago, Su Jing said. Su Jing replied. If I'm not mistaken, the strongest powerhouse in your Rising Sky Mansion was killed by that devil Dao powerhouse back then. In the end, due to the loss of that powerhouse, your Rising Sky Mansion began to decline. After a few generations, it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Zhao Ji knew about this story. Speaking of which, the devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was your Rising Sky Mansion's mortal enemy. How did you manage to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? How could those old fellows from the Rising Sky Mansion allow you to cultivate their mortal enemy's devouring dark devil technique? They don't know that I cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. As for myself, I don't care what kind of devil technique it is. As long as it can raise my strength in a short period of time, it's a good cultivation method to me. I don't care about anything else, and I don't want to care about it as well. Su Jing's words were unbridled. To a certain extent, it had influenced Zhao Ji. Su Jing. After a while, Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Su Jing. In another 6 months at the most, someone will perform the soul-searching secret tactic on you. At that time, the devil technique you cultivate will belong to the mystical Sky Mansion. Since it's the devouring dark devil technique, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion won't allow anyone to cultivate it. And when that time comes, it will be time for you to be killed. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, a hint of temptation could be heard in his voice. How about this? Let's make a deal. You pass the devouring dark devil technique to me now, and after you die, I'll kill Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, to avenge you. What do you think? Chapter 1804. Why should you believe me? Zhao Ji was stunned when he heard Su Jing's words. Then, he replied indifferently, you can only believe me now since you don't have a choice. Zhao Ji thought Su Jing would panic and be led by the nose by him when he said this. Who knew Su Jing would not fall for this trick at all? No choice. Then, you don't have a choice. That Ling Tian guy might not even be Li Feng's junior brother. Even if he's Li Feng's junior brother, the person I want to seek revenge on is Li Feng, not him. Although I'm happy that he's dead, it's meaningless when I think about how Li Feng is still alive. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, his voice was indifferent. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was still alive or not. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. Everything before his eyes was completely different from the script he had in his mind. This was not how it should be. You want to use Ling Tian to exchange for my devouring dark devil technique? You're really wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually worried that after the people from the mystical Sky Mansion take the devouring dark devil technique from me using the soul-searching secret tactic, they'll let it gather dust and won't allow anyone to cultivate it, right? Su Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission, you want to obtain the devouring dark devil technique from me because you want to risk universal condemnation and cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. I can't believe the dignified son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would choose to abandon himself for the sake of power. As expected of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. You're very smart. Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave. However, the only chance he had to obtain the devouring dark devil technique was right in front of him. He did not want to miss it. Once Su Jing was subjected to the soul-searching secret tactic, the devouring dark devil technique would be exposed to the public. At that time, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely seal or destroy the devouring dark devil technique, not allowing anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique could be said to be insane, to Zhao Ji, powerful strength was his foundation. As for the process of obtaining powerful strength, it was not important at all. Therefore, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Speak. What will it take for you to teach me the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji took a deep breath and went straight to the point. If you want me to teach you the devouring dark devil technique, it's very simple. As long as you save me, I'll slowly teach you the devouring dark devil technique. Su Jing's voice continued to ring out as he stated his request. Impossible. It never occurred to Zhao Ji that Su Jing would make such a crazy request. Save Su Jing. What a joke. Even if he was the grandson of the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to rescue Su Jing. Unless his grandfather or his father were willing to help him. However, this was not realistic. This was because he knew very well that even though his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, they would definitely stop him if he said that he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It wasn't that his grandfather and father were bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but his grandfather and father were worried that after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he would become a public enemy. That powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was someone everyone wanted to kill. It was said that after he went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not have a good life. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. I'll wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouse to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul has recovered. Su Jing continued to speak through voice transmission. Based on his words, it was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. You should know that with my ability, it's extremely difficult for me to save you. Can't you change your request? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Su Jing ignored him this time. Su Jing's lack of response could be considered as another way of responding to Zhao Ji. He would not change his request. If he could save him, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, he would not be able to obtain it. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when he realized Su Jing still did not respond after calling him a few more times. Ji, what's wrong? Don't tell me Su Jing reacted to your voice transmission. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He was slightly agitated. Damn it. How dare you ignore me? The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he had been injected with stimulants, he raised his hand and slapped it towards Su Jing's head. Ji, what are you doing? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw Zhao Ji's action. He immediately grabbed Zhao Ji's hand to stop him from attacking Su Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only will Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also become the public enemy of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. In that case, no matter how high your achievements are, you won't be able to become the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Zhao Deng's tone was stern when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I was wrong. At the same time, Zhao Ji seemed to have accepted Zhao Deng's lesson. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, father, he must be pretending to be asleep. Although his soul is damaged, it shouldn't affect his communication with the outside world. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his expression was filled with grief and indignation. It was as though he had never communicated with Su Jing at all. The reason he did this was, naturally, because he did not want his father to know he had communicated with Su Jing. After all, the things they had communicated with each other were shameful. As expected of young Master Zhao Ji. You can even deceive your own father so easily. If I were your father, I'd be so angry that I'd throw up 3 liters of blood if I knew you were lying to me like this. Su Jing, who had remained silent for a long time, transmitted his voice to tease Zhao Ji. Su Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to think of a way to save you. If I can't think of a way, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ji replied through voice transmission. If even young Master Zhao can't think of a way to save me, then I can only accept my fate, Su Jing said indifferently. It was as though he was not worried about his life at all. It was as though he had transcended all worldly affairs. Even if he's pretending to be asleep, there's nothing we can do to him. Moreover, he won't be able to pretend for long. At most, it'll take 6 months before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our mystical sky mansion obtains the devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates, he'll definitely die. Zhao Deng did not doubt his son's words at all. Instead, he took the initiative to persuade him. Therefore, there's no point in arguing with a dead person. All right. Zhao Ji nodded as though he had been persuaded. Then, he bade farewell to Zhao Deng. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for too long. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground chamber, he turned around and left. After Zhao Ji left the secret underground chamber, he was thinking of a way to save Su Jing. What way do I have to save Su Jing from the secret underground chamber in the main mansion? I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique no matter what. Once I cultivate it, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Su Jing's innate talent is far inferior to mine, but he only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I wouldn't be any weaker than him under the same conditions. Currently, Zhao Ji was obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. While Zhao Ji was thinking of a way to save Su Jing, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened the door to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he unintentionally extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed someone was spying on him. Moreover, it was not just one person. Someone from the Zhao clan? Besides the members of the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to figure out who would be hiding in the shadows and spying on him. You've come out of closed-door cultivation? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to look for Gu Li, a voice resonated from afar. The owner of the voice was a woman. In the distance, along with the voice, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a graceful figure and an angelic face. Wherever she passed, the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by her. The person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Where have you been? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. After the St. Martial's secret zone closed, you left with the palace master. I haven't seen you since then. Why? Did you miss me? Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Not really. I just feel a little unaccustomed to it. Even if it's a fly that's always around me, I'd still feel a little unaccustomed to it if it suddenly left. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's metaphor was very vivid and appropriate. However, when Wang Fei Xian heard his metaphor, her expression turned grave immediately. Based on your words, it seems like you're treating me like a fly. I didn't say that. Duan Lingtian shrugged. However, there's nothing I can do if you really want to take it as a fly. Duan Lingtian's words were truly infuriating. Wang Fei Xian glared at Duan Lingtian before saying faintly, previously, I entered the spirit pool to cultivate. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's really a good place. I feel that my cultivation base is already close to the mastery refined saint stage. I should be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within a year, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage within a year. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, the strong confidence she exuded affected Duan Lingtian as well. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian congratulated Wang Fei Xian. He knew very well that Wang Fei Xian's future would be very smooth since she had acknowledged Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as her master. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already treated Wang Fei Xian as a friend. It was normal to care about a friend and be happy for a friend. Wang Fei Xian did not know how many times she had heard such congratulatory words. Chapter 1805. It seems like it's not peaceful here. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian had also discovered the few people hiding in the dark. She immediately said to Duan Lingtian, "Indeed, it's not peaceful here." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long discovered these few people, but he did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on their auras, I can tell they must be at the eminent saint stage or above. It seems like the Zhao clan is going to make a move on you. Wang Fei Xian said solemnly. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. From today onward, you have to be careful. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head casually. Even the Zhao clan won't dare to make a move on me in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, there's the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. They won't challenge the Mystical Sky Mansion's authority just to make a move on me. You're right, but even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Moreover, don't leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this period of time to avoid any accidents. Wang Fei Xian reminded him. Based on her words, it seemed like she was more worried about his safety than Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. I have some things to do, so I don't have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Duan Lingtian replied. That was the truth. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation to look for Guli because he wanted to know how many materials Guli and his father had found for him to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he wanted to know how many materials Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had helped him find. Meng Qing had given out orders to search for materials for Duan Lingtian. After the materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they would be gathered in Gu Li's hands and passed to Duan Lingtian by Gu Li. This was also what Duan Lingtian had suggested to Meng Qing. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was still the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian collect those materials. Recently, Duan Lingtian had no intention of going out. The first reason was to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so that Hualao could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second reason was because he had already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Once he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, his strength would improve as well. Then where are you going? When Wang Fei Xian heard Duan Lingtian said he did not have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, she sighed in relief. She could see that Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heavenly Hall. I'm going to the main residence to look for senior apprentice brother Guli, Duan Lingtian said. All right, I won't disturb you then. Go ahead. It's time for me to go back and cultivate so I can break through as soon as possible. Wang Fei Xian nodded and bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to leave. Wang Fei Xian only regained her senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from her sight. She retracted her dazed gaze. What an unromantic block of wood. After retracting her gaze, Wang Fei Xian was slightly annoyed. It was rare for her to act like a little girl. I wonder how he managed to woo his 2 fiancées and his confidant. Don't tell me they're also the ones who woo him. Wang Fei Xian stomped her feet before she turned around and returned to her residence. The moment Wang Fei Xian left, the few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who were hiding in the dark immediately flew in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and followed Duan Lingtian from afar. They're following me? Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the few tails behind him. He frowned slightly, but he did not bother about them. If they were to fight, although he would not be at a disadvantage, he would not be able to teach them a painful lesson. After all, the Mystical Sky Mansion had a rule that forbade killing and maiming of fellow disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. If they violated the rule, they would be severely punished. Isn't he leaving the estate? When they saw Duan Lingtian had entered the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were instantly disappointed. Although they were slightly dispirited, they still followed him from afar. They only came to a halt when they saw Duan Lingtian had gone northeast of the main mansion. Isn't that Guardian Gu's cultivation place? Gu Li, who's ranked first on the mystical sky ranking, lives there as well. I've long heard that Ling Tian has a good relationship with Gu Li. It seems like he has no intention of leaving the mystical sky mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time. He's only here to look for Gu Li, the mystical sky mansion's guardian. Gu Xiayun was someone who was on par with Zhao Jin, the leader of the Zhao clan. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to go near Gu Xiayun's cultivation place. After waiting for a long time, the few of them left one after another when Duan Lingtian still did not come out. At the same time, the news of Ling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation also swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in an uproar immediately. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was taking a spatial ring from Gu Li. The things inside the spatial ring were the materials that the mystical sky mansion had gathered with the strength of the entire mansion. To be more precise, they were the materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Junior brother Ling Tian, if it wasn't for the mansion master's help, I'm afraid my father and I wouldn't even be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time. After Gu Li passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still have to thank senior brother Gu Li. By the way, where's Uncle Gu? Why don't I see him? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see Gu Xiayun at all. My father went out some time ago, and he should only be back in a few days. Why? Are you looking for him? Gu Li asked. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm just asking. Senior brother Gu Li, how's your cultivation progress? Duan Lingtian asked, changing the topic. Previously, Gu Li had mentioned to him that once he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he would leave the mystical sky mansion and the Debussy subterranean to make his way to the upper province. Currently, Gu Li's cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. He was only a step away from the Divine Saint stage. It's still the same. I'll need at least 2 years to make a breakthrough. Gu Li smiled. Junior brother Ling Tian, you should hurry up and break through to the eminent saint stage as well. At that time, I'll be going to the upper province, and you'll have to go to the upper province to look for your master as well. With me around, you don't have to wait until you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage before you go. What do you think? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. If he was given another 2 years, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the eminent saint stage if he tried to enter the spirit pool 1 or 2 more times. Gu Li was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the mystical sky mansion, including Gu Li, Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Since Duan Lingtian had agreed to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Gu Li, he could not help but feel pressured. For this reason, he quickly bade farewell to Gu Li and returned to his residence. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and tossed the spatial ring that was filled with materials to Huolao. Huolao, these are the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This is only the first batch. There will be more materials sent to you in the future. Feel free to use them. Duan Lingtian believed that with the mystical sky mansion's efforts, apart from a few rare materials, he would be able to gather the rest of the materials. As for the rare materials, he would have to rely on luck. After Huolao took the materials, he busied himself with repairing the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian also returned to the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and continued to cultivate. Perhaps it was due to the pressure from the agreement with Gu Li, it only took Duan Lingtian 10 days to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. 10 days in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, the Sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body had transformed to a stage where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. After continuing to cultivate for a while, Duan Lingtian finally reached a bottleneck. At this moment, he stopped cultivating and took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he further comprehended the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. The second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword's Shadowed Heart, was also gradually stabilizing. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the third stage. It has already been a month. Don't tell me he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again. At the same time, the Zhao clan's disciples who were guarding outside Duan Lingtian's door felt like they were going crazy. Is this Ling Tian even human? He just came out of closed-door cultivation, and he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again. Don't tell me he doesn't encounter any bottlenecks when he cultivates? Many Zhao clan's disciples were speechless. Their goal was to lure Ling Tian out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and kill him. However, Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation all day. Even if they had thousands of plans in their minds, they did not know where to start. They could only wait for Ling Tian to come out of closed-door cultivation before they could proceed to the next step. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Unknowingly, another few months had passed. It had been a year since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the mystical Sky Mansion. Ever since he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian still did not have any intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to the mystical Sky Mansion were extremely anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a shocking piece of news began to spread from the main mansion and entered the ears of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Su Jing has disappeared. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion referred to the vice mansion masters and above. What's going on? In the secret underground room, Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion, looked at the empty stone bed. Although there was no change in his expression, the others present on the scene could hear the anger in his voice. Where's Palace Master Zhu? At the same time, one of the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion noticed that Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was not around. Who's on duty recently? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. I think it's Palace Master Zhu. Chapter 1806. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, had rushed here when they heard about Su Jing being rescued. However, when the group arrived, they realized that there was only one person missing. Moreover, it just so happened that it was his turn to guard this place and keep an eye on Su Jing. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Just as the atmosphere in the secret underground room became a little tense, an anxious voice suddenly resonated from outside. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he doing here at this time? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. He was panting. What are you doing here? You shouldn't have come here. Zhao Deng glared at Zhao Ji and said in a low voice. When he was on duty previously, it was not a big deal for Zhao Ji to come here. However, the mansion master and the others were here today, and the atmosphere was a little strange. He was worried his son's arrival would anger the mansion master. Listen to me and go back. At this moment, Zhao Jin also spoke. Lord Mansion Master. However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His gaze landed on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a solemn expression. Earlier, I think I saw our Heavenly Palace's Palace Master Zhu bringing someone to the north. A patrolling elder and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him. Swoosh. 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 The moment Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing. Embezzlement. At this moment, these words appeared in the minds of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown through the secret underground room, Meng Qing disappeared before everyone's eyes. Let's go. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the two mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, left as well. The other vice mansion masters followed suit as well. Zhao Deng raised his hand and brought Zhao Ji along. As he followed them, he asked, Ji, did you really see it clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu bring someone to the north? Father, I wouldn't dare to joke about this. Right now, that patrol elder should be rushing over here as well. Zhao Ji asked solemnly, Father, is the person Palace Master Zhu brought away Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? Yes. A cold light flashed in Zhao Deng's eyes. I didn't expect Zhu Luqi to be so bold as to take Su Jing away. It seems like he found out about the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely that kind of deranged cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Deng connected the dots. This also caused Zhao Ji to be extremely shocked, and he secretly wiped off a layer of cold sweat. Along the way, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Mansion Master Meng Qing, encountered a mystical Sky Mansion's elder who was rushing north. The mystical Sky Mansion's elder's face was pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu forcefully took Su Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token that Palace Master Zhu asked me to pass to you. When the mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he immediately passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a solemn expression. He mobilized the energy in his body and inserted it into the jade token. He purposely let the voice in the jade token play. Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is the devouring dark devil technique that's famous in the lower province many years ago. Even if you steal and obtain such a horrifying cultivation method using the soul-searching secret tactic, you're destined to only be left with dust in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, I took Su Jing away because I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique will I be able to wash away the humiliation that Feng Bu-yi from the Mountain Shade Black Market has brought me. Zhu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. Originally, I thought I'd never be able to seek revenge from Feng Bu-yi in this lifetime. However, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally decided to take Su Jing away to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master. As long as I obtain the devouring dark devil technique, I'll think of a way to get rid of Su Jing. No matter what, Su Jing's existence is still a hidden danger to our mystical Sky Mansion. From today onward, I, Zhu Luqi, will leave the mystical Sky Mansion. Everything I do in the future will have nothing to do with the mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master will take into account that I've worked hard for the mystical Sky Mansion and the Heaven Palace in the past and don't make things difficult for my disciples. They're innocent, and I've let them down. Zhu Luqi's voice stopped at this point. The devouring dark devil technique. At this moment, other than Zhao Ji, everyone present on the scene turned pale with fright. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. The cultivation process was so crazy that it made one's hair stand on end. The devil cultivator who cultivated this devil technique had become a public enemy at that time. The entire Wuxia subterranean could not tolerate him at all. However, even in such a harsh environment, the devil cultivator still managed to kill a few powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage with just his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage despite being surrounded by so many powerhouses from the lower province. As for the other powerhouses who were killed, there were countless of them. That battle could be considered as an unprecedented battle in the lower province. Even then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique did not die. He paid the price of being heavily injured and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, from that moment onward, the devil cultivator had become a legend in the Wuxia subterranean. Naturally, this legend only left behind a bad name for the future generations. This was because he had killed many young women in order to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. All of the young women's vital energy and blood were devoured by him until they were turned into dried corpses. His crime had reached the point where he was hated by both men and gods. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that year that the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was known by everyone. At that time, everyone regarded him as a scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the fame of the devouring dark devil technique had still been passed down. Naturally, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion had also heard of this cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that they revealed such a shocked expression when they learned that Su Jing's cultivation method was actually the devouring dark devil technique. Foolish. Senior brother Zhu is foolish. In the end, Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face. Even if he obtains the devouring dark devil technique, he'll definitely become the public enemy of the entire lower province and the entire Dao Marshal Saint Land in the future. Is it worth it to have a small conflict with Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? The conflict between senior brother Zhu and Feng Bu-yi, in Feng Bu-yi's eyes, and even in our eyes, is just a small conflict. But if I put myself in senior brother Zhu's shoes, facing Feng Bu-yi's humiliation, would definitely feel worse than death. The palace master of Earth Palace said in a deep voice, due to this reason, although senior brother Zhu's decision is shocking, it's understandable. Is it really worth it to make an enemy out of everyone in the world just for Feng Bu-yi? The palace master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion master, Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing and took away the devouring dark devil technique. His crime is heinous. After we capture him, he should be executed. Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a cold gleam in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu announced his departure from the mystical sky mansion because he was worried news of him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would spread and implicate the mystical sky mansion. Although his method was a little extreme, it's undeniable that he was still thinking about the mystical sky mansion even at the last moment. Due to this reason, I think it's enough to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. He doesn't deserve to die, the other guardian, Gu Xiayun, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had spoken as well, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Xiayun. Just as he was about to say something, the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions one after another. I support Guardian Gu's opinion. I support Guardian Gu as well. I support Guardian Gu. Most of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene supported Gu Xiayun's opinion. This caused Zhao Jin to swallow his words. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. Put aside the fact that Gu Xiayun's strength was not inferior to his, and his position in the mystical sky mansion was not inferior to his as well. With everyone supporting Gu Xiayun, he no longer had the right to call the shots. After all, he was only a guardian and not the mansion master. I believe that if Su Jing's cultivation method is not the devouring dark devil technique but an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu would definitely not take such a risk. Based on the words Palace Master Zhu left behind, he can be spared from death. However, although he can be spared from death, he still has to be punished. Guardians, please go and bring Palace Master Zhu back. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, also expressed his opinion. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiayun's opinion, his words were undoubtedly in line with Gu Xiayun's opinion. Yes, Mansion Master. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, not only was Meng Qing the mansion master, but he was also the strongest person. Even Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin, the two guardians, were not as strong as him. Due to this reason, Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin did not dare to slack off when faced with his order. After responding, Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin left and headed north. What happened today must not be spread to the ears of outsiders. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. After Gu Xiayun and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone present on the scene nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They also knew that if news of what happened today spread out, it would only bring trouble to the mystical Sky Mansion. As members of the mystical Sky Mansion, it was only natural that they did not want trouble to befall the mystical Sky Mansion. Old Man Gu and my grandfather personally made a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Chapter 1807. At this moment, none of the people present, including Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, would have thought that the reason Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had brought Su Jing away was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, how did Zhu Luqi know that the devil technique Su Jing cultivated was the devouring dark devil technique? Zhu Luqi was not Zhao Ji. He would not despicably use Li Feng to provoke Su Jing. The culprit was none other than Zhao Ji, who was by Zhao Deng's side. Previously, when Zhao Ji spoke to Su Jing in the secret underground chamber, he was troubled by Su Jing's unreasonable request before he left. Su Jing wanted him to rescue him. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless his grandfather or father were willing to help him, it was impossible. Later on, an accident led him to discover the palace master, Zhu Luqi, venting in a remote valley halfway up the Heaven Palace. The way Zhu Luqi was venting did not seem like a person who had lived for more than 100 years. First, he carved huge rocks into the image of Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Then, he blasted Feng Bu-yi's statues into dust with lightning speed. At that time, Zhao Ji could clearly feel Zhu Luqi's anger. At that moment, he saw hope. If Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, is willing to help, it won't be difficult for me to rescue Su Jing. Due to this reason, he began to stay away from Zhu Luqi. In the beginning, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to sound out Zhu Luqi's opinion. He wanted to know what Zhu Luqi thought of the Devil Dao cultivation method that could be said to be heartless and inhumane. If Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, he could only dismiss the idea of working with Zhu Luqi. However, after some probing, Zhao Ji discovered that although Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, his hatred for Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, surpassed everything else. In order to kill Feng Bu-yi, he was willing to cultivate that kind of cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, he laid his cards on the table with Zhu Luqi and told him that he planned to rescue Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. Zhu Luqi, who was blinded by hatred, immediately agreed. As a result, today's scene was born. Recently, it was Zhu Luqi's turn to be on duty. He was in charge of monitoring Su Jing. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for Zhu Luqi to rescue Su Jing before the high-ranking officials of the mystical Sky Mansion could react. Of course, only Zhao Ji, Zhu Luqi, and Su Jing knew about this. One must admit that as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, other than having an extraordinary innate talent in the martial Dao, Zhao Ji was also very smart. For example, his deal with Zhu Luqi this time. With Zhu Luqi's strength, he could easily kick Zhao Ji aside and work with Su Jing on his own. However, he had said that if Zhu Luqi dared to act alone, he would immediately complain to his grandfather and father. At most, they would go their separate ways. He had used this to threaten Zhu Luqi and made Zhu Luqi swear on the lightning penalty oath so he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. From the beginning until the end, he did not even need to expose himself to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation technique, the devouring dark devil technique, that he had been dreaming of. Naturally, he had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique since Su Jing insisted on only passing the devouring dark devil technique to him and Zhu Luqi after he left the mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Zhu Luqi isn't so useless. At this moment, Zhao Ji was most worried about his grandfather and Gu Xiaoyun catching up to Zhu Luqi. He was not worried about Zhu Luqi's safety at all. He was more worried that he would not be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique even though he had wasted his breath. Fortunately, Zhu Luqi was unaware of Zhao Ji's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been angered to the point of throwing up blood. I've risked my life to bring him out, and I'm not even worried about wasting my energy. However, you're just a brat who only used your mouth, and you're actually worried about wasting your breath? A few days later, the two great guardians returned empty-handed. After Zhu Luqi left with Su Jing, it was as though he had completely vanished without a trace. I'm afraid Palace Master Zhu has been planning this for a long time. Let alone us, even if Lord Mansion Master chases after him personally, I'm afraid you might not be able to catch up to him. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were Vice Mansion Masters and above gathered again due to Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin's return. If that's the case, there's no need to waste our energy looking for him. Based on his message, he's already determined to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Now, we can also withdraw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Also, spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion has discovered someone from the Rising Sky Mansion cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. That's why we're attacking them. Meng Qing nodded. Currently, he seemed to have regained his usual calmness as he began to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion's matters. In the past, there had always been people from the Mystical Sky Mansion guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because they were worried the news would be leaked. However, there was no need for that now. Also, spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion's Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, has kidnapped Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and has been expelled by our Mystical Sky Mansion. Su Jing is the first person in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Meng Qing continued to say. When Meng Qing said this, it was obvious he was pushing all the blame onto Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi dared to do this, he must have been mentally prepared. Also, send someone to the Mountain Shade Black Market and inform Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, that the reason Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing was to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated so he could seek revenge from him. Meng Qing said again. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene did not have any objections to Meng Qing's decision. The other three palace masters who had a good relationship with Zhu Luqi sighed inwardly. However, they also knew their mansion master was doing this for the sake of the big picture. He did not intend to harm Zhu Luqi. Just like this, shocking news spread out from the Mystical Sky Mansion and caused a huge commotion in the Debussy subterranean. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared again. The fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, obtained the devouring dark devil technique. The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion did not die even after his glabella was pierced by a sword because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, learned that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, they made a move and suppressed the Rising Sky Mansion. The core force of the Rising Sky Mansion resisted stubbornly and was completely annihilated. Only the elderly, women, and children survived. Then, doesn't this mean the devouring dark devil technique has fallen into the hands of the Mystical Sky Mansion? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, kidnapped Su Jing for his own selfish reasons. The Mystical Sky Mansion failed to find him, so they publicly announced that they're expelling Su Jing from the Mystical Sky Mansion. It seems like Zhu Luqi wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. The peaceful Debussy subterranean was in an uproar because of the news. Many people sighed emotionally. A dignified fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion was annihilated just like that. There were even more people who were amazed by the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. As expected of a quasi-third-rate force. Its strength is not something a fourth-rate force can compare to at all. It annihilated a fourth-rate force just like that. The various fourth-rate forces had also learned about this news. The Mystical Sky Mansion is actually so powerful? Don't tell me this is the difference between a quasi-third-rate force and a fourth-rate force? In some of the fourth-rate force's bases, the high-ranking officials gathered and looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Mystical Sky Mansion can't be considered as the strongest among quasi-third-rate forces. If the Mystical Sky Mansion is already so powerful, how terrifying would the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion be? Although they were from fourth-rate forces, they did not have any conflicts with quasi-third-rate forces. Although they knew quasi-third-rate forces were powerful, they did not know exactly how powerful they were. However, this time, the mystical Sky Mansion had annihilated the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion without sacrificing a single soldier. Not only that, but it had also demonstrated the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Such strength made them tremble in fear. To think I thought we'd be able to become a quasi-third-rate force in less than 100 years. Now, it seems like I was dreaming. A quasi-third-rate force is actually so powerful. We still have a long way to go before we can become a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussyi subterranean, many fourth-rate forces were shocked by the quasi-third-rate force's strength. They no longer dared to think of replacing it. The mystical Sky Mansion had used its actions to prove its strength as a quasi-third-rate force. As one of the two most powerful quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussyi subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion had, naturally, received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion immediately. Devouring Dark Devil technique? In the main hall, a person sat on the main seat. It was none other than the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Yes. Below him, an old man nodded his head in response. Elder Roan, you may take your leave. Duan Ruffing said. Lord Mansion Master, the appearance of the Devouring Dark Devil technique will definitely cause harm. Should our Azure Cloud Mansion make a move to look for the mystical Sky Mansion's traitor, Zhu Luqi, and kill him to prevent future troubles? The old man was none other than one of Duan Ruffing's two capable subordinates, Rong Yuan. When he saw Duan Ruffing had asked him to leave without saying anything after learning about the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he was puzzled. That was why he asked this question. We'll wait and see for now. Duan Ruffing replied. Understood. Rong Yuan nodded his head respectfully before turning around and leaving. After Rong Yuan left, Duan Ruffing muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the Devouring Dark Devil technique seems to be a devil technique created by Black Nether. However, the original Devouring Dark Devil technique was cultivated by devouring moonlight energy. It's considered a normal Devil Dao cultivation method. Chapter 1808. Black Nether was the devil cultivator who wanted to take over Duan Ruffing's body. He was a powerful existence from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, Black Nether's main soul that was hidden in the Devil Seal Tablet also wanted to take over his body. However, due to the fact that his soul did not belong to this world, not only did Black Nether's main soul fail to take over his body, but he was also annihilated because of this. When Black Nether's main soul was annihilated, the sub-soul that fought with Duan Ruffing for his body was annihilated as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ruffing was able to regain control of his body. The powerful strength that Black Nether cultivated when he took over his body was also under his control. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was a force that Black Nether had seized when he took over his body. Now that Black Nether was dead, it naturally belonged to him. It could be said that Black Nether had done so much for him, but in the end, it was all thanks to him. Although Black Nether was a devil cultivator, he was very arrogant. He wouldn't do such a thing. In his opinion, only a third-rate devil cultivator would do such a thing. It must be that abandoned disciple of Black Nether who forcefully tampered with the Devouring Dark Devil technique that Black Nether passed on to him and changed it to allow him to cultivate by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. It was not difficult for Duan Ruffing, who had spent some time with Black Nether, to figure this out. Grandfather, while Duan Ruffing was deep in his thoughts, a tender and pleasant voice resonated from outside the hall. It was obvious it was a child's voice. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ruffing opened his eyes. His eyes brightened as a doting smile appeared on his face. They saw a little boy about 3 years old flying in from outside the palace. However, when he flew in the air, his body swayed, and every movement seemed to be at risk of falling. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. Don't disturb grandfather. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her silky long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was his fiancée, Li Fei. Looking at Li Fei's current appearance, there was not much difference from the past. She did not look like a woman who had given birth to a child at all. Nian, come to Grandpa. Duan Rufeng shook his head at Li Fei and then opened his arms, allowing the little boy to jump into his arms. Yo. Nian, seems to have put on a few kilos. Not bad, not bad. Duan Rufeng's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of doting. In the past, not long after his son was born, he was targeted by He Ming. The two of them fought for control of the body. He could not return to his home and left for 20 years. Therefore, he did not participate in his son's childhood, which he regretted. Because of this, the guilt he felt towards his son was completely repaid onto the little boy in his arms. Because this was his son's son, Duan Rufeng's grandson. Father. At the same time, Li Fei also came forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Rufeng. Although Duan Rufeng was her man's father, she still maintained a respectful attitude in front of Duan Rufeng. This was because she knew her man's father was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy Subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that she had stayed in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time, she had a deep understanding of the Debussy Subterranean as well. For this reason, she knew the Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the two strongest forces in the Debussy Subterranean. It was an existence that was on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Her man's father was one of the two strongest people in the Debussy Subterranean. Dugu in the north, Ru Feng in the south, the lower provinces heaven and earth. This was the most popular saying in the Debussy Subterranean. It meant that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market in the north of the Debussy Subterranean and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the south, Duan Rufeng, were capable of holding up the lower provinces heaven and earth. Naturally, this was just a metaphor. The most accurate meaning was that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion were the two strongest existences in the Debussy Subterranean. Fei, we're family. You don't have to be so courteous when you see me. Duan Rufeng smiled at Li Fei. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law before him. How could he not be satisfied? She was the one who gave birth to the grandson in his arms. Mother, I want to sleep with grandfather tonight. The little boy shook his little head and said to Li Fei while rubbing his chubby face. Nian, stop fooling around. Upon hearing the little boy's words, Li Fei's expression turned grave immediately. Grandfather needs to cultivate. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing this, the little boy felt wronged. He looked at Duan Rufeng with tears in his eyes. Grandfather, grandfather. I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hurry up and tell mother. All right, all right. Faced with the cute grandson in his arms, naturally, Duan Rufeng would not reject him. He immediately looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, Fei, let Nian sleep with me tonight. Yes, father. Since Duan Rufeng had spoken, Li Fei, naturally, did not say anything else. Father. All of a sudden, as though she was reminded of something, Li Fei asked through voice transmission, is there any news about him? There were only 3 people present. Li Fei was still using voice transmission. It was obvious she did not want the little boy to hear their conversation. Not yet. Duan Rufeng replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he knew that him Li Fei was referring to was his son, Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the news of Tian, obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread, he seemed to have vanished completely. He'll be fine, right? Li Fei asked worriedly. Don't worry. A senior who's proficient in divination told me that no matter how big of a problem Tian encounters, he'll definitely turn it into a blessing in the end. That senior has never miscalculated before. Duan Rufeng said. The senior he was referring to was naturally the Oracle man, I hope so. Li Fei nodded. However, the worry in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. After all, she had never seen the Oracle man before. She had also never heard of the Oracle man's rumors and deeds. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe and sound, that child should be around Nian-er's age now. Li Fei muttered to herself as she looked at the mischievous little boy in Duan Rufeng's arms. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes immediately. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. He was also very worried about his daughter-in-law who was trapped in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and was an influential figure in the Debussy subterranean, he, Duan Rufeng, was nothing in the upper province. Naturally, it was not that he did nothing. At the very least, he had asked the Watcher in the lower province to help him ask around. He could be considered acquainted with the Watcher in the lower province. He had paid a price, and the Watcher had agreed to help him. However, until now, the Watcher had yet to reply to him. It was likely that the Watcher had not asked around. The Watcher was a disciple from a first-rate force in the upper province. Not only that, but he was also at the quintessential saint stage. It was only natural that he would be able to ask around about the Zoroastrianism. The little boy in Duan Rufeng's arms was none other than Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's child. Li Fei had named him Duan Nian Tian. Nian Tian was referring to missing someone. One had to admit that Li Fei and Kerr had a tacit understanding. Kerr had named her daughter Duan Si Ling while she named her son Duan Nian Tian. Si Ling, Nian Tian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know the names of his son and daughter. Moreover, he had not even seen his son and daughter before. The Mountainshade Black Market had also received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared? Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market said calmly as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. At this moment, the few high-ranking officials of the Mountainshade Black Market standing in front of him could clearly feel the coldness in their leader's calm voice. They were not surprised by this. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique had appeared, a devil cultivator with shocking strength had appeared as well. In order to deal with that devil cultivator, all the quasi-third-rate forces, including the Mountainshade Black Market, had sent out their top powerhouses. It was during that battle that their leader's ancestor was killed. One could say that the Mountainshade Black Market had an irreconcilable hatred for the devouring dark devil technique and its owner. The devouring dark devil technique, Su Jing, Zhu Luqi. Pass down my order to all the bases to search for both of them. If they're found, kill them on sight. Dugu's eyes gleamed coldly as he passed down the order. Yes, Lord Leader. The few people who carried out the order replied respectfully. Feng Bui, follow me to the mystical Sky Mansion. I must find out the ins and outs of this matter. Dugu said as he looked at one of the few people seated below him. Feng Bui was the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market who had gone to the mystical Sky Mansion 6 months ago. Just as Feng Bui was about to leave the Mountainshade Black Market with Dugu and head to the mystical Sky Mansion, a messenger arrived in time. The reason Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge from me? After Feng Bui learned about this, he recalled the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking official whom he had taught a lesson to 6 months ago. Realization dawned on him. I remember now. That fellow seems to be called Zhu Luqi. However, does he think he can seek revenge from me just because he has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He's overestimating himself. Feng Bui had a disdainful expression on his face. What happened? When Dugu heard about this, he immediately looked at Feng Bui and asked, You have enmity with that traitor from the mystical Sky Mansion? Faced with his own leader's question, Feng Bui did not dare to be negligent. He immediately told him about what had happened 6 months ago. He's the palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the leader of the mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. The way you humiliated him is even worse than killing him. No wonder he would take the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Chapter 1809. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes at some point in time. He sighed deeply and left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought in his mind. Currently, his cultivation base was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. However, a bottleneck appeared at this step. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need to find a suitable opportunity. Hualao, have you used up all the materials? Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked. I've used them up a long time ago. Hualao said, however, the materials you gave me last time are just a drop in the bucket to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, you'll need more materials if you want to repair the 4th level. Don't worry, there'll be more materials in the future. Duan Lingtian replied, I'll go get the materials for you now. Currently, it had been almost half a year since he went into closed-door cultivation. However, 2 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 2 years, not only did Duan Lingtian consolidate his intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, but he had also improved further. He was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. When Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, he noticed there were a few people hiding in the dark watching him. The people from the Zhao clan are still unwilling to give up. Duan Lingtian frowned before he relaxed. He ignored those people and walked toward the main mansion to look for Guli. The people from the Zhao clan followed closely behind him. Damn it. He's been in closed-door cultivation for so long, and now that he's finally out, he's still not leaving. The few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan cursed when they saw Duan Lingtian did not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was committing a crime by not leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, the news of Duan Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation quickly spread to the other Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. For a time, it caused the originally lifeless Zhao clan to seethe with excitement. All of them rubbed their palms together and wished for nothing more than to immediately display their strength. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where guardian Gu Xiaoyun cultivated. Uncle Gu. This time, Duan Lingtian met Gu Xiaoyun. Little Tian is here? Gu Xiaoyun smiled as he faced Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian could clearly see that there was a strange look in Gu Xiaoyun's eyes. Uncle Gu, is there something on your mind? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. When Gu Xiaoyun heard this, he sighed but did not say anything. Father, junior brother Ling Tian is not an outsider. What's the harm in telling him? Moreover, he was the one who provided the news about the devouring dark devil technique. Guli had also come over and said bluntly. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. You tell little Tian. When Guli spoke, Duan Lingtian finally understood the reason behind Gu Xiaoyun's troubled expression. Our heavenly palace's palace master saved Su Jing. He saved Su Jing because he wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated. Since the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and heartless devil Dao cultivation method, he was worried he wouldn't be able to cultivate it if it was exposed, so he chose to take the risk. He chose to take the risk because he wanted to seek revenge from the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. After learning about this matter, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. It seems like Palace Master Zhu has not forgotten about the incident from half a year ago. Half a year ago, he was not far away when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. He had witnessed everything clearly. He could completely understand how Zhu Luqi felt at that time. He must have wished he was dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he learned that Zhu Luqi took the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique because of that incident. Palace Master Zhu's master is Grandmaster's little junior brother. Therefore, Palace Master Zhu can be considered as a member of my father's faction. He usually calls my father senior brother when he sees him. Guli explained in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable that Gu Xiaoyun had a troubled expression. Palace Master Zhu is indeed a little muddle-headed. If he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, who knows how many people he will harm. Oh right, Uncle Gu, do you know what kind of inhumane method one uses to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Gu Xiaoyun. It said that the devouring dark devil technique is cultivated by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. The advancement of one's cultivation base is extremely fast. The young women whose vital energy and blood are devoured by the person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique will turn into dried corpses in the end. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed coldly as he said sternly, if Zhu Luqi really cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, I'll personally kill him the next time we meet. Devouring vital energy and blood? Turning into dried corpses? Although Duan Lingtian knew the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was extremely vicious, he could not help but gasp when he found out the method. At the same time, his expression turned gloomy. What a vicious devil Dao cultivation method. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He felt devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were worse than beasts. Then, does this mean Su Jing will most likely be able to recover after being rescued by him? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was someone he wanted to kill. Initially, he thought Su Jing would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect Zhu Luqi would be the one to rescue him. Before Palace Master Zhu left, he said he'll kill Su Jing after obtaining the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li said, although Palace Master Zhu's actions are difficult to accept, based on the words he left behind, it's clear he was forced to do so. He didn't really want to betray the mystical Sky Mansion. As long as he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, he deserves to die. Gu Xiaoyun said sternly. Kill Su Jing? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. Since Su Jing had a way to instigate Zhu Luqi to betray him and let Zhu Luqi save him, he must have a backup plan. He would not easily pass the devouring dark devil technique to Zhu Luqi. Due to this reason, he did not think Zhu Luqi would be able to kill Su Jing. It was not that Zhu Luqi was not strong enough to kill Su Jing, but Su Jing would use the devouring dark devil technique, a devil Dao cultivation method, to prevent Zhu Luqi from killing him. Su Jing, I'll definitely kill you the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour Su Jing. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li, how many materials have you gathered? The materials you need are all in here. Gu Li took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring, he was shocked when he looked inside. The materials in the spatial ring were more than 10 times more than the materials he had gathered previously. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. This was because he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost half a year. With the mystical Sky Mansion's strength, it was not difficult for him to gather these materials in such a short time. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still grateful to the father and son from Gu clan and the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. After obtaining the materials, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the father and son from Gu clan before he left and returned to his residence. After he returned, he immediately sent the materials into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and into Hualao's hands. Hualao, the materials in this spatial ring are more than 10 times more than the materials I gathered previously. However, I haven't found the 2 rarest materials yet. Don't tell me we don't have those 2 materials here. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and anxiously. Not necessarily. Hualao's voice resonated. Don't forget that you're currently in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be an independent pseudo-realm. Although it's a pseudo-realm, the environment there must be much better than the lower province. There must be more treasures there. Just because the lower province doesn't have those 2 materials doesn't mean the upper province doesn't have them as well. Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Pseudo-realm? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. This was his first time hearing about a pseudo-realm in this world. A pseudo-realm refers to a realm that isn't considered a realm. I can't describe it in detail. You can understand it this way. A pseudo-realm is an independent realm formed by the turbulence of space. The environment in a pseudo-realm is usually very good. The environment I'm talking about is not only a cultivation environment, but it also includes various living environments. Hualao said, if I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be a pseudo-realm that appeared later on. After the pseudo-realm appeared, the backbone of the Dao Martial Saint Land went there. However, due to the limited resources there, the weaker forces and people in the Dao Martial Saint Land stayed there. That's how the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land came into being. Based on Hualao's tone when he said this, it was as though he had experienced it himself. Duan Lingtian nodded, although he did not fully understand. In fact, he still did not understand. What was the turbulence of space? Why would its turbulence be able to form an independent realm? As for what a realm was, he had heard Hualao mention it before. He knew it referred to a completely independent world. For example, the Earth in his previous life was located in a secular plane. It was a planet in that plane. The world he was in now was also a planet in the mundane plane. And in this mundane plane, there were probably thousands of different planets. I wonder if Earth is in this mundane realm as well. Chapter 18:10. Then, does this mean the people from the Debussy subterranean were actually abandoned? After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. That's most likely the case. Hualao nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and went to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to the fact that he had reached a bottleneck, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of his room. I wonder how she's doing now that such a thing has happened. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the mystical sky mansion for the sake of the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his disciples. Wang Fei Xian was also one of Zhu Luqi's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian immediately went to Wang Fei Xian's residence. However, he discovered that Wang Fei Xian's residence was empty. She's not here? Duan Lingtian shook his head and prepared to return. At this moment, a few figures flashed past him. These few Heaven Palace's disciples seemed to be in a hurry. While they were on their way, they did not stop talking to each other. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. If we're late, the show will come to an end. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples said in a hurried tone. Come to think of it, they're really innocent. To think that they, as disciples, have to bear the consequences of Lord Palace Master's actions. The few people from the Zhao clan are the best among the Heaven Palace's disciples. It's said that one of them has broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. He's still a Heaven Palace's disciple even though he has broken through to the early eminent saint stage and hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking or the main mansion. For this reason, even if the Zhao clan's disciple is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it's not against the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's direct disciples a lesson. Even Lord Palace Master's direct disciples who have entered the mystical sky ranking and the main mansion can't interfere in today's matter. After all, according to our Mystical Sky Mansion's rules, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion can't take the initiative to fight with the disciples from the 4 palaces. The few people's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The few Heaven Palace's direct disciples from the Palace Master's direct disciples are the Palace Master's direct disciples from the main mansion? Heaven's heaven, and he hasn't even entered the mystical sky rankings that mean he hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking? To the mystical heaven? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he wants to rely on his eminent saint stage cultivation base to bully the Palace Master's direct disciples. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he followed the few people who were passing by. He did not know the other direct disciples of the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. Even if he heard they were being bullied, he would not interfere. However, He suspected the reason Wang Fei Xian was not at her residence was most likely because she was with the other direct disciples of Zhu Luqi. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Lingtian was following them. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally approached them and had no intention of hiding his tracks. Senior Brother Ling. Senior Brother Lingtian. When the few of them recognized Duan Lingtian, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian might have entered the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where only the strong ones were respected, apart from those who were related by blood, one's age and status would not be determined by one's age. Instead, one's status would be determined by one's strength. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than them, his strength was far above them. Due to this reason, they addressed him as senior brother very sincerely. N. At this moment, Duan Lingtian arrived next to the few of them and nodded at them with a smile as a greeting. When the few of them saw Duan Lingtian smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but sigh emotionally. This senior brother Lingtian did not put on any airs at all. He was unlike those who were slightly more capable and had their eyes on the top of their heads. What did you say earlier about the palace master's direct disciple having a conflict with the Zhao clan's disciples? Duan Lingtian asked. Due to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, the few of them had a good impression of him. When faced with his question, the few of them immediately told him everything they knew. As it turned out, the few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had used the excuse of cleaning house to bully the few direct disciples under Zhu Luqi. Currently, they had a conflict, and it would not take long before both sides would fight. In the mystical sky mansion, as long as one did not kill or maim someone, there were no restrictions on sparring. Senior brother Lingtian, you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Fei Xian. I saw her earlier. I'm afraid she'll be at a disadvantage if she's with the palace master's direct disciples. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian. This Heaven Palace's disciple knew there was going to be a good show, so he came to look for the others and asked them to join in the fun. As expected, she's here. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the others to the peak of the Heaven Palace. This was because the people from the Zhao clan and Zhu Luqi's faction were confronting each other at the peak of the Heaven Palace. It would not take long before they started fighting. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he noticed a large group of people had gathered at the peak of the Heaven Palace. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. In the end, there were even Earth Palace's disciples, Mystical Palace's disciples, and even Yellow Palace's disciples who came to watch the show. At the center of the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other at the center of the vast platform. There were 5 people standing on one side. There were 4 people standing on the other side. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 4 people standing side by side. He noticed Wang Fei Xian was there as well. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian was glaring at the 5 people in front of her. They were also the 5 mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji? Then, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhao Ji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji, I've already made it clear that everything Master has done has nothing to do with us. We had no idea beforehand. Not only that, but Lord Xian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also informed us that the mystical sky mansion won't implicate us for our master's mistake. A sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Wang Fei Xian said in a deep voice. Hong Gang, everyone knows how to play nice. What evidence do you have to prove that all of you have nothing to do with this matter? I really suspect that the reason Zhu Luqi was able to escape from the 2 guardians' pursuit is most likely because all of you are his spies. Zhao Ji said with narrowed eyes. The 4 people before him were the disciples of his partner, Zhu Luqi. If it was any other time, he would not have offended Zhu Luqi even if he only cooperated with Zhu Luqi because of benefits. However, the reason he was here today was because his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to do so. According to his grandfather, Zhao Jin had asked him to lead some men to teach these few direct disciples of Zhu Luqi a lesson. As the saying went, a son must repay a father's debt. Although Zhu Luqi was not their father, a master was like a father and a mother, so he could be considered as their father. Zhao Ji knew very well that his grandfather had made such a decision because he wanted Zhu Luqi to reveal some clues so he could capture Zhu Luqi. Although it was not very realistic, it was better to try than not try. You're lying. We had no idea what master had done beforehand. Zhao Ji, don't slander us. At this moment, it was not only Hong Gang and the other two, but even Wang Fei Xian's expression had changed. Zhao Ji's accusation was too harsh. He actually accused them of being spies. Young Master Ji, why are you wasting your breath on them? Since they're unwilling to admit it, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their traitorous master. Let's see if they can still be as stubborn as they are now. The curly-bearded middle-aged man behind Zhao Ji grinned. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other two. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave as he said angrily, Zhao Kun, if it wasn't for your good luck that made you break through to the eminent saint stage before me, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I, Hong Gang, will swear that if you dare to touch a single strand of hair on me, my junior brother, and my junior sister, I'll definitely not let you off the hook when I break through to the eminent saint stage. Before Zhao Kun had broken through, although his strength was not bad, he was still defeated by Hong Gang. Now that Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage before him, he was in such a passive position. I don't know when you'll break through to the eminent saint stage. All I know is that you, Hong Gang, will have to obediently kneel in front of me, Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun chuckled strangely as though he was a villain who had gotten his way. Young Master Ji. Although Zhao Kun wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still asked for instructions when he remembered Zhao Ji was present. When Zhao Kun saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, his body jolted before he stomped on the ground and charged toward Hong Gang like a storm. The air trembled in his wake as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a gust of wind swept out from Zhao Kun's body, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. Hong Gang is nothing in front of senior brother Zhao Ji, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Hee. Let alone Hong Gang, even if he joins forces with the other three people next to him, there's still no match for senior brother Zhao Kun. With senior brother Zhao Kun here, there's no need for us to make a move at all. The other three people next to Zhao Ji stood at the side and watched the show as well. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Be careful, senior brother. When Zhao Kun charged toward Hong Gang, horror dawned on Wang Fei Xian and the other two people. At the same time, the three of them made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kun as well. Although their senior brother Hong Gang was strong, he was no match for Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the eminent saint stage. You want to join forces? Then, I'll let all of you join forces and receive my palm strike. Chapter 1811. After Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage, his true origin had undergone a tremendous change as well. At the very least, compared to the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, the true origin at the early eminent saint stage was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Faced with the joint attack of Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other three, Zhao Kun raised his hand and slapped his palm down. His vast true origin rumbled and transformed into a palm print that was the size of a small hill that enveloped Hong Gang and the other three. Hong Gang and the other three consolidated their territories with their true origins and resisted with all their might without holding back at all. At this moment, it was impossible for them to hold back even if they wanted to. This was because they were facing an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party had just broken through to the eminent saint stage, he was already an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although there was only one step between the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage, the difference between the two was like the difference between a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage was a fish, then the early eminent saint stage was a dragon that had crossed the dragon's gate. Boom! As Zhao Kun's palm slammed down, the territories that Hong Gang and the other three managed to form with great difficulty were instantly destroyed by Zhao Kun's palm print like a broken wall. Other than their territories, their techniques and true origins were also completely crushed by Zhao Kuan's palm print. At this moment, Zhao Kuan was fighting against 4 refined saint stage martial cultivators by himself. He was completely oppressing his opponents by beating them up. Bang! 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 Hong Gang and the other 3 were engulfed by Zhao Kuan's palm wind and were sent flying before crashing onto the ground in a wretched manner. Their originally rosy faces had turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Faced with Zhao Kuan, who had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, they were still unable to withstand a single blow even when they attacked together. How powerful! So this is the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, 2 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, and 1 powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even when the 4 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Zhao Kuan. A few days ago, Zhao Kuan was defeated by Hong Gang. A few days later, when facing the joint forces of Hong Gang and 3 other people, he defeated Hong Gang and the others with just a single strike. The difference between now and then is really shocking. Zhao Kuan's breakthrough to the eminent saint stage is like a fish that has leaped through the dragon gate. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they came back to their senses one by one. Their gazes all landed on Zhao Kuan, and their tones were filled with emotions. Unable to withstand a single blow, Zhao Kuan looked down at Hong Gang and the other 3 with a condescending gaze, his face full of disdain. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards the 4 severely injured people who had been sent flying. He seemed to want to do something. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Kuan in a timely manner, blocking his path. That's enough. The person glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Tian. The person who blocked Zhao Kuan's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nameless brat who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. When Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes could not help but widen. A cold killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, the first thing that came to his mind was how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice in public. Then, he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had kicked him out of the Saint Martial's secret zone, causing him to miss the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone. If there was someone he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Ling Tian. Moreover, he was eager to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his strength quickly. Part of the reason was to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is he trying to stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I've never heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hee hee. Don't forget that Ling Tian and the Zhao clan are like fire and water. Before entering the Saint Martial's secret zone, he had already slapped Zhao Ji twice in public and humiliated him. After entering the Saint Martial's secret zone, he even kicked out Zhao Ji, who had just entered the Saint Martial's secret zone 3 days ago. Then, he even kicked out the other 3 disciples from the Zhao clan. To him, the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him even if he doesn't show up today. I know that. However, even if the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him, it seems a little irrational for him to stand up for him at this time, right? Zhao Kuan is not Zhao Ji. He's at the eminent saint stage. Don't forget that although Ling Tian and Hong Gang aren't friends, he's quite close to Wang Fei Xian. I've seen them together a lot in the past. I'm sure their relationship isn't that simple. I almost forgot about Wang Fei Xian. Ling Tian is really angry because of a beauty. Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian was originally in a bad mood because she was injured by Zhao Kuan. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in time to stop Zhao Kuan, her mood was lifted. When she heard the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. Ling Tian? You're Ling Tian? Originally, Zhao Kun was very angry when he saw someone blocking in front of him. However, when he heard the people around him say that the young man in front of him was Ling Tian, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard about the Lord Guardian of their Zhao clan saying whoever could kill Ling Tian would become his adopted son or daughter. Everyone in the Zhao clan had gone crazy because of this. Many people even kept their eyes on Ling Tian and kept an eye on him. They were waiting for Ling Tian to come out or how to lure Ling Tian out so they could kill him. Right now, Ling Tian was right in front of him, so close to him. How could he not feel excited? Do I know you? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kun looking at him as though he had seen a peerless treasure, he asked with a frown on his face. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. It's fine as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as calmly as possible and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Do you intend to stand up for them at this moment?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Kun and did not reply to him. Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Zhao Kun did not seem to mind Duan Ling Tian's disregard at all. He continued to say to Duan Ling Tian, "It's fine if you want to stand up for them. I'll give you a chance. What do you think? This chance will allow you to stand up for them and vent their anger. I'd like to hear the details." Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His tone was as calm as usual. "Think about it. If you fight with me here, even if you're stronger than me, you can only injure me. You won't be able to kill or maim me. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the Hall of Life and Death and have a Hall of Life and Death elder be our witness. We'll sign a death pact and fight to our heart's content. What do you think?" Zhao Kun said patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be filled with temptation. "At that time, even if you kill me, you won't violate the mansion's rules and won't be punished by the enforcement hall. Hall of Life and Death." Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew what kind of place Zhao Kun was talking about. In the mystical Sky Mansion, whether it was the main mansion, Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, or Yellow Palace, there was a Hall of Life and Death in each of them. The Hall of Life and Death was a place for mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to settle their grudges. As long as two mystical Sky Mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed a death pact, they would be able to have a death duel without being bound by the mystical Sky Mansion's rules. Usually, only two people who had great enmity with each other would go to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a death pact. However, Zhao Kun actually suggested for him to sign a death pact with him. Hall of Life and Death. While Duan Ling Tian was shocked, the other people present on the scene were also dumbfounded. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent at this moment. Zhao Kun actually invited Ling Tian to a death duel. He wanted to kill Ling Tian. This was the same thought that appeared in everyone's mind. This Zhao Kun. He wants to use this opportunity to kill Ling Tian. What a good plan. He actually wants to kill Ling Tian legitimately to avenge the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Ling Tian whether he agrees or not. If I'm Ling Tian, I definitely won't agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kun suggested this, he must be confident he'll win. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian, everyone present, including Zhao Kun, did not think Duan Ling Tian would agree to it. What? You don't dare to? Zhao Kun sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not reply to him. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kun. At this moment, Zhao Ji sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kun and said coldly, "Stop your foolish actions. I want to kill Ling Tian with my own hands." Although he did not think Ling Tian would agree to Zhao Kun's death duel invitation, he could not help but stop Zhao Kun just to be safe. If it was in the past, he would not have minded Ling Tian being killed by Zhao Kun. However, now that he was about to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, it would only take him 1 or 2 years to surpass Ling Tian. For this reason, he did not want to borrow someone else's hand to kill Ling Tian. He wanted to kill Ling Tian with his own hands to avenge the hatred from the past. For this reason, he even decided to ask his grandfather to revoke the order to kill Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Kun did not expect Zhao Ji would send him a voice transmission to warn him not to provoke Duan Ling Tian and not to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. You want to kill him with your own hands? Do you have the strength to do so? Chapter 18:12. Although Zhao Kun did not dare to question Zhao Ji, he did not intend to bother with him. What a joke. The opportunity to kill Ling Tian was right in front of him. Unless he was crazy, he would not give up on this opportunity. Once he killed Ling Tian in the Hall of Death, he would become the godson of Zhao Jin, the strongest person in the Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he was not on par with Zhao Deng, he would still be higher than the others. Even Zhao Ji would have to address him as uncle when they met. When Zhao Kun thought of that, he felt a little smug. How could he be in the mood to bother with Zhao Ji? Actually, it's fine if you don't dare to. I understand, Zhao Kun said with a faint smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not respond. It was as though it was fine if Duan Ling Tian did not dare to accept his invitation to a death duel. However, his smile was despicable no matter how one looked at it. His eyes were filled with condescending contempt and disdain. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kun continued to say as though he was still not satisfied, to be able to give birth to such a cowardly son, I'm sure your parents must be cowards as well. In my opinion, you shouldn't be called Ling Tian. You should be called Shu Tian instead. If Zhao Kun's previous words were considered polite, his current words were undoubtedly provoking Duan Ling Tian and provoking Duan Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha, upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan could not help but laugh out loud. Shu Tian? That's a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It sounds much better than Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun thought about the benefits he would obtain after killing Duan Ling Tian, he no longer cared about anything else. Zhao Kun, what are you doing? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhao Kun. He did not expect Zhao Kun would dare to disobey him and look down on him. However, even though his voice was stern, Zhao Kun still ignored him. Currently, Zhao Kun was only thinking about how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of the Zhao clan. Today, not to mention Zhao Ji, even if Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was here, he wouldn't even bat an eye. No one could stop Zhao Kun's path to the heavens. Following Zhao Kun's words, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Duan Ling Tian. They all wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian would react. Isn't this Zhao Kun too ruthless? Not only did he want Duan Ling Tian to go to the Hall of Life and Death with him, he even used such a despicable method to enrage Ling Tian. That's right. This method is too despicable. He wants to make Ling Tian lose his mind and accept his life and death battle invitation. Ling Tian must have seen through his intentions. He probably won't fall for it. However, the thoughts of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were destined to be their own. If Zhao Kun had only insulted Duan Ling Tian, he would not be bothered. Naturally, if he did not care about Zhao Kun, he would definitely accept Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. However, Zhao Kun actually insulted his parents with his words. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would definitely die. Duan Lingtian's parents were his reverse scale, especially his mother. In his eyes, she was even more important than his own life. However, today, she was insulted by a rascal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian really had the urge to charge forward and kill Zhao Kun with one slap. In the end, his rationality reminded him to remain calm. If he killed Zhao Kun just like that, he would undoubtedly violate the mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew he was not a match for the enforcement hall of mystical Sky Mansion with his current strength. For this reason, he chose to remain calm. Naturally, the calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes was the calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Zhao Kun, Duan Lingtian was not calm at all. This was because Duan Lingtian was angered by Zhao Kun's words to the point his eyes turned cold. He could no longer maintain his calm. Ling Tian seems to be very angry, of course. It would be strange if he's not angry when Zhao Kun insulted his parents. If someone insulted your parents, would you still be able to remain calm? Of course not. I must kill him. At this moment, more and more people began to wonder if Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his rationality and reject Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped out and left the peak of the Heaven Palace. He agreed. When Duan Lingtian's words entered everyone's ears, most of them were stunned. Ling Tian agreed to Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. That should be the case. Based on his words, it seems like he's going to the Hall of Death now. No way. He agreed just like that. Isn't he a little too rash? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps, Ling Tian's parents are his bottom line. Even if he knows he'll die, he'll still fight for his parents. I won't comment on Ling Tian today. However, I admire his filial piety. He's seeking his own death. He's seeking his own death. Amidst the discussions, the group of people on the peak of the Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Naturally, there were also some people who flew away. It was obvious they wanted to inform the others to come and watch the show. Let alone the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace, even the few halls of death in the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have a single Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had entered to sign a death pact in the past 2 years. For this reason, there was no doubt many people were interested in the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun today. Even some of the famous Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show when they heard about this. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was filled with people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. The person who was walking slowly on this path toward the Hall of Death was none other than Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the crowd and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Don't be rash. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Hong Gang, who had rushed over with Wang Fei Xian. Due to the fact that he had suffered quite a serious injury earlier, his face was still extremely pale. He had forced himself to rush over to Duan Lingtian and block his path. In his opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian had accepted Zhao Kun's invitation to a death duel was all because of him and his junior brother and junior sister. Due to this reason, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Hong Gang. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Wang Fei Xian had also rushed over and appeared next to Hong Gang. She immediately asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, previously, when you were in the Saint Martial's secret zone, you displayed a speed that's comparable to an eminent Saint stage powerhouse. Are you really confident you can win the battle with Zhao Kun? I believe you won't lose your mind even if Zhao Kun provoked you like that. From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian felt Duan Lingtian would not have accepted Zhao Kun's invitation to the death duel if he was not confident he could win. However, at this moment, she could not help but want to confirm it. He'll definitely die today. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. At the same time, he replied to Wang Fei Xian through voice transmission. I understand. Wang Fei Xian nodded. She was about to call out to Hong Gang and ask him to move aside so he would not block Duan Lingtian's path. However, before Wang Fei Xian could say anything, a sneer sounded in the air. What's wrong? Don't tell me both of you want to sign a death duel pact and have a death duel with me as well? The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kun, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were directed at Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Ling Tian will definitely kill him. Let's go. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian also spoke to Hong Gang through voice transmission before she led Hong Gang away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At least you know what's good for you. When Zhao Kun saw Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang making way for him, he, naturally, thought they were afraid of him. He smirked smugly. The group of people in the surroundings naturally thought the same as well. Little junior sister. Did you just say Ling Tian will be able to kill him? Hong Gang, who was still in a daze when he was brought away from Duan Ling Tian by Wang Fei Xian, finally regained his senses. His eyes were wide open as he asked Wang Fei Xian in a low voice. Don't worry, senior brother. Ling Tian won't do anything he's not confident in. I know him. Wang Fei Xian replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue as her cheeks flushed red. However, Hong Gang was not in the mood to appreciate this. Wang Fei Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head, causing his mind to go blank. He only regained his senses after a long time. When he regained his senses, his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't Ling Tian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Otherwise, why would junior sister say he won't do anything he's not confident in? Just like how Wang Fei Xian believed in Ling Tian, he also believed in his little junior sister. Although he hadn't known this junior sister of his for long, he knew that this junior sister of his was definitely not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Soon after, the other two disciples of Zhu Luqi arrived as well. Is Ling Tian confident in winning? When they learned from Wang Fei Xian that Duan Ling Tian was confident in winning the death duel, they were also stunned. However, despite their shock, they still chose to believe in their little junior sister before them. Usually, nobody would come to the Hall of Life and Death. However, the sudden appearance of so many people shocked the Heaven Palace's elder who was guarding the place. When he walked out of the Hall of Life and Death, he instantly learned about what had happened from the people around him. The two of you are going to sign the death pact. Chapter 1813. Yes, elder. Zhao Kun was arrogant and conceited in front of Duan Ling Tian, but he was as docile as a cat in front of the Heaven Palace's elder from the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to the Heaven Palace's elder's question. You're Ling Tian? It was apparent the Heaven Palace's elder was more interested in Duan Ling Tian than he was in Zhao Kun. He merely glanced at Zhao Kun indifferently before focusing all his attention on Duan Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun saw this, his eyes flashed coldly. What a senseless old man. Don't you know Ling Tian is going to die soon? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that regardless of strength or innate talent, he would never be able to catch up to Ling Tian. Although his current cultivation base was higher than Ling Tian, how old was Ling Tian compared to him? There was no comparison at all. When Duan Ling Tian saw the Heaven Palace's elder looking at him, he could no longer nod. He smiled faintly and said, I'm Ling Tian. I heard your current cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he has already broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. Do you really want to sign a death pact with him and have a death duel? The Heaven Palace's elder asked. This time, before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, Zhao Kun could not help but interject, Elder, as the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, your duty should be to witness us signing a death pact, right? As for the other matters, it's none of your business, right? At this moment, even if he risked offending this Heaven Palace's elder, he had to speak up. Who knew if Ling Tian would change his mind if the elder continued to persuade him? If he changed his mind, who would he cry to? He was prepared to kill Ling Tian and look for the Lord Guardian of his Zhao clan to claim his reward. Zhao Kun, are you questioning me? As the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, this Heaven Palace's elder was, naturally, not someone to be trifled with. When he looked at Zhao Kun again, his eyes gleamed fiercely. Zhao Kun wouldn't dare. Zhao Kun quickly lowered his head, but he continued to say, as the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Elder, please do your job properly and don't interfere too much. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. The Heavenly Hall's elder did not expect Zhao Kun to be so presumptuous. His face immediately darkened. It's not his place to tell you what to do, but is it my place to tell you what to do? Just as many people felt that Zhao Kun was about to run out of luck, a voice rang out from afar. The voice was filled with majesty and it attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to know who dared to speak to the person in charge of the Heavenly Palace's Hall of Life and Death in such a manner. Father. Among the people present, Zhao Ji was the first to recognize the voice without turning around. After recognizing him, Zhao Ji turned around with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He flew toward the middle-aged man who was flying over from afar and joined up with him. It's Vice Principal Zhao Deng. I didn't expect Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng to come as well. It seems like the battle between Ling Tian and Zhao Kun is going to be very interesting. If they find out Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng has personally come, those who didn't come will definitely regret it. After recognizing Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was shocked as they began to discuss among themselves. Zhao Deng? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. He did not expect this fellow to come as well. What was he doing here? Was he here to watch the show and see how he would be killed by Zhao Kun? Unfortunately, he would most likely be disappointed. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the same time, another loud voice resonated from afar as a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Senior brother Gu Li. When Duan Lingtian saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on his face. He did not expect Gu Li to come as well. Vice Mansion Master Zhao actually came as well. It seems like Vice Mansion Master Zhao is looking forward to this battle as well. When Gu Li arrived outside the Hall of Death, he immediately looked at Zhao Deng and took the initiative to greet him. I just came to have a look. Zhao Deng replied nonchalantly. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of identity, excluding his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he and Gu Li were both the sons of guardians. In terms of innate talent, he was not comparable to Gu Li. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Gu Li. However, this was because he was older than Gu Li. When Gu Li reached his current age, he would only be stronger than him. Moreover, after a few years, Gu Li would most likely surpass him. Due to this reason, he could not ignore Gu Li's greeting. Gu Li nodded before he soared into the air and arrived next to Duan Lingtian. However, the first person he greeted was not Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was the Heaven Palace's elder, the person in charge of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Junior Uncle Cheng, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as young as before. You're still the same as before. You like to be glib-tongued. I heard you're now the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking. Not bad, the Heaven Palace's elder replied to Gu Li with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, this is Junior Uncle Cheng Yun. He can be considered as my father's junior brother. His master is the senior brother of my Grand Master. At this moment, Gu Li introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Elder Cheng, I didn't know your senior brother Gu's junior uncle. Please forgive me for my earlier offense. After learning about this Heaven Palace's elder's other identity, Duan Lingtian was only stunned for a moment before he took the initiative to cup his hands together and apologize. Earlier, when Xingyun took the initiative to remind him that he was not a match for Zhao Kun, he was puzzled. He did not know this Heaven Palace's elder at all. Why would he be so kind as to remind him? Now that Duan Lingtian found out Xingyun was Gu Li's junior uncle, realization dawned on him. He believed Xingyun must have known about his friendship with Gu Li, otherwise, he would not have reminded him. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, Zhao Kun, who was standing at the side, naturally thought of this as well. His expression turned grave immediately as he prayed in his heart that nothing would happen later. This Ling Tian must definitely sign a life and death contract with him. He must not go back on his words at the critical moment. If Duan Lingtian went back on his words and refused to sign a death pact with him, he would not dare to kill Duan Lingtian in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate even if he wanted to. Elder Cheng, since they're here to sign a death pact, why don't you take the death pact out and let them sign it? I really want to see the fierce battle as soon as possible. I believe it'll be an exciting battle. At the same time, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji over and said as he looked at Qing Yun. In other words, he was urging Qing Yun to quickly take out the death pact and let Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun sign it. Father. The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth and Qing Yun was looking at Gu Li, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhao Deng's ears. Zhao Deng could tell it was his son's voice transmission. What's wrong? Father, quickly order Zhao Kun to go back on his words. Don't let him sign the death pact. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice, and his tone was filled with urging. Why? Zhao Deng was puzzled. Didn't you want Ling Tian to die since a long time ago? If he signs the death pact today, he'll definitely die if he faces Zhao Kun who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. I know. I just don't want Ling Tian to die now. Father, I want to kill Ling Tian personally. I don't want to rely on others. Zhao Ji said again. Are you out of your mind? When your grandfather gave the order to kill Ling Tian, you were very supportive. Why are you going back on your words now? Zhao Deng was puzzled. He did not know if his son had taken the wrong medicine. Naturally, Zhao Ji did not take the wrong medicine. The reason he changed so much was because he did not have any hope of surpassing Duan Lingtian. However, now that he was about to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, he would be able to surpass Duan Lingtian in 1 or 2 years. For this reason, he did not want to rely on others to kill Duan Lingtian. However, could he tell his father what was on his mind? Father, my cultivation has slowed down a lot recently. I think it has something to do with Ling Tian. I'm worried that if I don't kill Ling Tian with my own hands, my cultivation will be greatly affected. Zhao Ji came up with a clumsy excuse. I know you want to take revenge with your own hands. However, with your innate talent, the gap between you and Ling Tian will only grow bigger and bigger in the future. In the end, even your grandfather and I won't be able to suppress him, let alone you. Zhao Deng said, that's why you shouldn't be so stubborn. Just let Zhao Kun kill him. As for the problem with your cultivation, it's not a problem at all. The main thing is that you'll be happy if Ling Tian dies. Once you're happy, the efficiency of your cultivation will naturally increase. Trust me, I've been there before. Zhao Deng finished speaking in one breath. No matter what excuses Zhao Ji came up with, Zhao Deng had no intention of stopping Zhao Kun. In the end, Zhao Ji almost blurted out the devouring dark devil technique. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back at the last moment. While Zhao Deng and his son were conversing through voice transmission, Qing Yun also conversed with Gu Li through voice transmission. He hoped that Gu Li would persuade Duan Lingtian to go back on his word and not sign the death pact with Duan Lingtian. After all, he did not think Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. Gu Li also asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After receiving Duan Lingtian's firm reply, Gu Li said to Qing Yun, Junior Uncle Cheng, don't worry. Junior brother Ling Tian won't do anything he's not confident in. Take out the death pact. Although Qing Yun did not know why Gu Li trusted Duan Lingtian so much, he knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. After all, the person in question was much calmer than him. For this reason, when Zhao Deng looked at him again and was about to urge him, he quickly took out the death pact. Boom! The death pact in the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death was a gigantic stone tablet that fell to the ground with a loud bang. At first glance, one could see rows and rows of words were densely engraved on it. It was the content of the death pact. At the bottom of the stone tablet, there were 2 empty spots. Both of you will have to place your palm on it once, and this death pact will be considered complete. Chapter 1814. Bang! The moment Qing Yun's words left his mouth, Zhao Kun made his move at lightning speed. He struck his palm out in the air and left a deep palm print on the Death Pact stone tablet, establishing the Death Pact. After Zhao Kun withdrew his hand, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes. Naturally, there was also a hint of anxiety in his heart. Now that things had come to this point, if Ling Tian went back on his word, everything he had done would be for naught. Will Ling Tian really establish a death pact with Zhao Kun? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were watching the battle looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. At this moment, their hearts were in their mouths. Bang! It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian striking the Death Pact stone tablet with his palm that the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples finally felt at ease. After they felt at ease, many of them narrowed their eyes. Some of them could not help but gasp. Ling Tian actually signed a life and death contract. Is he not afraid of death? Although his strength is not bad, and he can be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the refined saint stage, no matter how powerful a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage is, it's impossible for him to be a match for an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. That's right. If Zhao Kun hasn't broken through to the eminent saint stage, he might not be a match for him. However, the problem is Zhao Kun has already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. Even Hong Gang, who was stronger than him previously, is like a chicken in front of him. He can't even withstand a single blow. I really don't know what Ling Tian is thinking. He knows it's a trap, but he still wants to jump into it. Rashness is the devil. I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to die here today. Outside the Hall of Death, voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. However, none of those who spoke thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Ling Tian, they don't think highly of you at all. Guli transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Hints of mockery could be heard in his voice. How do you feel after hearing their words? Do you wish you could explain yourself? That's not necessary. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied, the truth will shut them up. It seems that you are very confident. Guli took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said. In fact, even Guli was not sure whether Duan Lingtian could fight with Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the Great Sage realm. However, since this was Duan Lingtian's choice, and he trusted Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of stopping him. Could it be that junior brother Ling Tian has also broken through to the Great Sage realm? Guli narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's been a long time since the mystical Sky Mansion was so lively. At the same time, Zhao Deng spoke with a smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Today, I hope that the two of you can show us all your strength and bring us an exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger. Since you've already made a death pact, there's no need to hold back. Let's fight to our heart's content. One must admit that as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng was indeed capable. The moment his words left his mouth, it caused the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene to feel their blood boiling. It was as though they were the ones who had made the death pact and not Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun. Humph. When Zhao Ji saw that even his father did not believe him, he was so angry that he snorted before he turned around and left. Naturally, he only left Zhao Deng's side. He did not leave the Hall of Death. Even if Ling Tian was going to die, he still wanted to witness the battle with his own eyes. Since the death pact has been made, both of you can choose a place to have the death pact. The person in charge of the Hall of Death, Elder Qing Yun of the Heaven Palace, said to Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun. Ling Tian, I'll let you have this opportunity. You can choose a place with good feng shui to be your grave. Zhao Kun smiled evilly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words and actions, it was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. A few days ago, Zhao Kun had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. He was not afraid of Ling Tian, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Even the most outstanding young genius in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land might not be able to break through to the eminent saint stage after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Due to this reason, Zhao Kun did not even think about the possibility of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Apart from Zhao Kun, even Zhao Deng and the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to break through to the early eminent saint stage from the mastery refined saint stage in just a year. This was almost impossible. Naturally, there were also people who suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Fei Xian and Gu Li. They suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, in particular, had seen Duan Lingtian's speed that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse in the Saint Martial's secret zone half a year ago. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian told her he had not. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Give it to me. Choose a place with good feng shui to be my grave. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face at this moment as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhao Kun's expression changed. He felt as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. He was instantly infuriated. There's no need for you to prepare my grave. However, it seems like it's not suitable for you to be buried here. Otherwise, you'll tarnish the pure land of the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian said calmly in the beginning. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he began to speak rapidly. Just when almost everyone, including Zhao Kun, thought Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant, Duan Lingtian finally made his move. In just an instant, the Sun True Origin on Duan Lingtian's body soared. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, it was as though he had transformed into a blazing sun that was moving rapidly. Before everyone had time to react, that blazing sun had already overlapped with Zhao Kun's body. Be careful. Among the people present on the scene, Zhao Deng was the strongest. Due to this reason, he was the first to react and reminded Zhao Kun. This was because he discovered that Ling Tian, whom the Zhao clan viewed as their mortal enemy, had also broken through to the eminent saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Even an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be as fast as him. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Zhao Kun was most likely not a match for Ling Tian at all. Whoosh! While Zhao Deng was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of Zhao Kun. Just like what Zhao Deng had seen, the speed he displayed earlier was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, Zhao Kun only regained his senses when he appeared in front of him. How fast! This was Zhao Kun's first reaction when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's speed had even surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kun did not have time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast. His consciousness immediately urged the true origin in his body to gush out through the dozens of saint veins in his body. It was as though he could only feel safe when he was surrounded by true origin. Unfortunately, he had too few saint veins. At the very least, it was pitifully few compared to the saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body. If he had 99 saint veins like Duan Lingtian, his true origin would have already broken out of his body in just a blink of an eye. However, when his true origin was still halfway there, Duan Lingtian's right hand that contained the Sun True Origin had already landed on his shoulder like an eagle's claw. With a loud crack, his shoulder was crushed. At the same time, Zhao Kun only felt a wave of vast energy sweeping out from Duan Lingtian's hand and surging into his body. It directly crushed the true origin that he had yet to mobilize. The intense pain, accompanied by the crushing of the true origin in his body, caused Zhao Kun's mood to drop from heaven to hell in an instant. At that moment, if he still did not realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far above his, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Spare! Zhao Kun opened his mouth in pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Duan Lingtian had already brought him out of the Hall of Life and Death in Sky Palace. They arrived in the void not far away, and below them was a bottomless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew the Sun true origin in his body, allowing him and Zhao Kuan's figures to be clearly reflected in the crowd's eyes. Cough. Cough cough. Spare. Spare. Lingtian. Senior. Senior brother. At some point, Duan Lingtian's hand that was grabbing Zhao Kuan's shoulder had already moved to Zhao Kuan's neck. Zhao Kuan kept struggling, but he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's control at all. He could only desperately beg for mercy, and his face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. It was not that Zhao Kuan did not mobilize the true origin in his body, but every time his true origin was mobilized, it would be shattered by the power that Duan Lingtian poured into his body. Duan Lingtian's power invaded his body domineeringly and took over the magpie's nest. In order to do this to him, an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the person who made the move must at least be in existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage. Only the true origin of an existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage could crush his true origin. Intermediate eminent saint stage. This Ling Tian is an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Zhao Kuan, who was in despair, kept shouting silently in his heart. He regretted it, he really regretted it. If God gave him a chance to start over, he would never take the initiative to provoke this Ling Tian. Even if he could become the foster son of their Zhao clan's Lord Guardian after killing this Ling Tian, he would not have any thoughts about this Ling Tian. This was because the other party was not someone he could deal with at all. Silence. It was dead silent outside the Hall of Life and Death. In fact, other than Zhao Kuan's begging for mercy, no other sound could be heard in the surrounding area at this time. After a while, some people regained their senses one after another and looked at the scene in the distance with their mouths agape. Hiss. 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 Chapter 18:15. How's this possible? The scene before him continuously assaulted Zhao Ji's eyes, causing his emotions to surge. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Initially, he thought Ling Tian would die in Zhao Kuan's hands today since Zhao Kuan had already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. It was impossible for Ling Tian to break through to the eminent saint stage. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was impossible for Ling Tian to break through to the eminent saint stage. Put everything else aside, just the strength Ling Tian displayed earlier was 100% at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as just breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Did he not see how Zhao Kuan did not even have the strength to fight back and was toyed with by him? This Ling Tian must be eliminated. Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that this was the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would have made his move and killed Ling Tian. The enmity between their Zhao clan and Ling Tian had long been established. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Naturally, he did not want Ling Tian to grow stronger. Once a young man with such monstrous innate talent grew up, let alone him, even his father would be trampled by this young man one day. Junior brother Ling Tian, Guli stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, it was only natural he could see Duan Ling Tian's speed earlier. Although it was not as fast as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators. When did he break through to the eminent saint stage? I've never heard him mention it before. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding things from me. Guli did not know when, but a hint of bitterness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He really has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Humph. To think he lied to me and said he didn't break through. Wang Fei Xian let out a sigh of relief and snorted. Hong Gang and the other two direct disciples of Zhu Luqi who were standing next to him were dumbstruck. Ling Tian has actually broken through to the eminent saint stage? No wonder he dared to accept Zhao Kuan's deathmatch invitation. It turns out that he's not afraid of Zhao Kuan at all. I'm afraid his strength isn't as simple as having just broken through to the eminent saint stage. In front of him, Zhao Kun doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Hong Gang sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly said. The person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, the Heaven Palace's elder Qing Yun, was also looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 40 years old. With his current strength, he can be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wuxia subterranean. At the same time, the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples also regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Not long ago, all of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the truth was right before their eyes. All of them could not help but feel embarrassed. They felt their previous thoughts were extremely foolish. Under such an atmosphere, the scene fell silent for a while. Mercy? When the scene fell silent, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated clearly in the air. He was speaking to Zhao Kun, whose neck he was choking. Earlier, when you insulted me, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? When you insulted my parents, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? Duan Lingtian's voice gradually turned cold. If I'm not as strong as you, would you have let me go in today's death match? Duan Lingtian asked 3 questions in a row, causing Zhao Kun to be rendered speechless. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Zhao Deng had soared up into the air and was flying away. It was obvious he was preparing to leave. Lord Vice Mansion Master. Save me. Zhao Kun became anxious when he saw Zhao Deng was about to leave. He struggled with all his might to beg for help. When everyone's eyes landed on Zhao Deng, he came to a halt and turned around to look at Zhao Kun indifferently. Zhao Kun, you're the one who initiated the death match. You're also the one who signed the death pact first. Let alone me, even if my father is here, he won't be able to save you. If we save you, what's the point of the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death? What's the point of the death pact? Zhao Deng's words were filled with righteousness. Many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples nodded in agreement. They felt Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master, was sensible and did not break the rules of the Hall of Death just because Zhao Kun was from the Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng noticed the change in the gazes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, he knew he had achieved his goal. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. These were the last words Zhao Deng left for Zhao Kun before he left. After Zhao Deng left, Zhao Kun's eyes were filled with despair. His head twitched violently a few times as his aura weakened. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Kun was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he waved his hand and sent Zhao Kun flying. In the next instant, hundreds of sword rays shot out of his body and pierced through Zhao Kun's body, turning Zhao Kun's body into a beehive. Duan Lingtian was never merciful to his enemies. Moreover, this was an enemy who had insulted his parents. When Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Wang Fei Xian left side by side, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples outside the Hall of Death finally regained their senses. Too strong. I can't believe our mystical Sky Mansion has such a monster. Has there ever been an eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the history of the Wuxia subterranean? I don't think so. Ling Tian's cultivation base must have broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Zhao Kun so easily. That's right. Zhao Kun is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, but he was completely powerless in front of him. I don't believe he has just broken through to the eminent saint stage. However, how did Ling Tian cultivate? How did he raise his cultivation base to such a level in such a short period of time? Among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, there were some famous powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking. They were at the eminent saint stage, so they had their own understanding of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Although I've broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage recently, even if I unleash my full strength, my speed is still far from Ling Tian's. Although Ling Tian's strength is not at the mastery eminent saint stage, he can still be considered as one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. An intermediate eminent saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciple said. He was a renowned existence on the mystical sky ranking, so his words were very persuasive. Gradually, everyone was able to confirm one thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Intermediate eminent saint stage? In the crowd, Zhao Ji had yet to leave. When he heard the exclamations around him, his expression turned even graver. I can't believe his cultivation speed is so fast. If it's not for the devouring dark devil technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to eat his dust for the rest of my life. No. Perhaps, I won't even have the chance to eat his dust at all. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, he hastily left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he sneaked out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for Zhu Luqi and Su Jing. I must cultivate the devouring dark devil technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to catch up to Ling Tian, let alone seek revenge from him. Along the way, Zhao Ji was extremely anxious. Currently, he desperately wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. In his opinion, as long as he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique in time, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian in the future. After Zhao Ji left, the news of Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun signing a death pact and killing Zhao Kun with ease swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion's estate like a hurricane. Everyone, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, was shocked. Ling Tian is at the intermediate eminent saint stage? How's this possible? Naturally, many people did not dare to believe this news. Was it possible for an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 to appear in the mystical Sky Mansion? However, as more and more people spread this news, and many people who were present on the scene proved it, they had no choice but to believe it no matter how unwilling they were. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've kept this a secret from me for a long time. Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was questioning him. Previously, I told you to try your best to break through to the eminent saint stage when I break through to the divine saint stage and go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with me. Why didn't you tell me that you've already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Senior brother Gu Li, my situation is a little special. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could see that Gu Li was not really angry. However, he really did not know how to explain this. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Naturally, this was only a part of the truth. I once had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter caused a tremendous change in my true origin. When my cultivation base was at the early pristine saint stage, the strength of my true origin was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. For this reason, my current cultivation base is still quite far away from the eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian said. Although this was indeed his situation, he did not go into detail about the fortuitous encounter. Hua Lao and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were his biggest secrets. If news of this spread out, he would definitely be killed. Due to this reason, he had to be careful. There's such a fortuitous encounter? Gu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. However, that was all. There were all kinds of strange things in the colossal world. For this reason, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, fortuitous encounters happened every day. There were both big and small fortuitous encounters. Nobody dared to say they knew everything about fortuitous encounters. Then, does this mean your current cultivation base is actually at the same level as mine? Wang Fei Xian, who had been following Duan Lingtian quietly, could not help but interject at this moment. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base. Duan Lingtian nodded. He treated Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian as his friends, so he decided to reveal this matter to them. Chapter 18:16. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Wang Fei Xian could not help but feel speechless. She felt that God was unfair. This young man whose cultivation base was similar to hers did not seem to have a higher innate talent than her, but his strength was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How was she supposed to live? At this moment, Wang Fei Xian felt extremely unbalanced. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian had such thoughts because she did not know Duan Lingtian's origin. If she knew Duan Lingtian came from the mortal continent and had walked step by step to reach where he was today, she would definitely not have such thoughts. Since he was able to come to the Dao martial saint land from the mortal continent and possess such a cultivation base, in terms of innate talent, she could not compare to him at all. Moreover, she knew very well that even the top geniuses in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land who grew up in the mortal continent might not be able to achieve what Ling Tian had achieved. Junior brother Ling Tian, what fortuitous encounter did you encounter? If I encounter it as well, wouldn't my strength be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse then? Gu Li's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished his true origin could undergo a transformation as well. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up as well. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was apparent she was curious about Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter as well. My fortuitous encounter was when I encountered a mysterious spirit fruit. After consuming the spirit fruit, my true origin underwent a tremendous change. At that time, I didn't know how precious the spirit fruit was, so I ate all of them. After that, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the spirit fruit at all. Not only that, but when I plucked the spirit fruit, the tree that grew them had already withered. Duan Lingtian lied through his teeth. His words dispelled Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian's thoughts. What? Not just one spirit fruit? You ate all of them? Gu Li's eyes widened. What a waste. What a waste. You, Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time before she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're such a wastrel. Although Duan Lingtian's words were made up, the meaning behind his words was similar to his fortuitous encounter that could not be replicated. The three-legged golden crow could only enlighten one person in its entire life, giving that person the attribute of a fire of the sun. Hua Lao had given him one and only one. Duan Lingtian's. If other people know this is the spirit fruit. It was Duan treasure. To Duan Lingtian, to Duan Lingtian. Remind Duan his, to Duan Lingtian to Knots to Duan Lingtian. Even so, those people would still look for him out of curiosity and ask him about the characteristics of the spirit fruit. Just like how Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked, Junior brother Lingtian, do you still remember the appearance and characteristics of the spirit fruit? That kind of spirit fruit was very ordinary, it looked exactly the same as an ordinary apple. At that time, I also thought that it was just an apple, so I casually ate it, but I didn't expect that it would cause my true essence to undergo such a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian casually replied, completely dispelling Gu Li's thoughts. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian's thoughts were also dispelled. Duan Lingtian was unaware that after the news of his death duel with Zhao Kun and Zhao Kun's death spread out, it was as though an earthquake had occurred among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. However, he was still killed by Ling Tian. Moreover, the cultivation base Ling Tian displayed when he killed Zhao Kun was at least at the intermediate eminent saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Such a monstrous genius was worth the mystical Sky Mansion sparing no effort to retain him. For this reason, apart from the people from Zhao Clan and Guardian Gu Xiayun, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate went to look for Mansion Master Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely become someone like Duan Ru Feng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Dugu from the Mountain Shade Black Market in the future. I think it's necessary to keep him in the mansion. Even if it means making him the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it's still worth it. One of the Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. I agree. I agree as well. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials immediately agreed. I can understand your thoughts, but Ling Tian has already made it clear that he'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in a few years. For this reason, I'm afraid your thoughts won't work. Meng Qing shook his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Ling Tian, he could tell he was not someone who could be restrained by his identity as the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Lord Mansion Master, the reason Ling Tian has such thoughts is because he doesn't feel a sense of belonging to our mystical sky mansion. If our mystical sky mansion is willing to do everything we can for him and fulfill all of his requests before making him the next mansion master, I believe he won't refuse. A rather experienced mystical sky mansion's elder chimed in. That's right. No matter what, please give it a try, Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian's appearance means a lot to our mystical sky mansion. Please make him stay, Lord Mansion Master. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials were indirectly pressuring Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing was not unhappy at all. He knew these vice mansion masters and elders were thinking for the sake of the mystical sky mansion. If Ling Tian is willing to stay in the mystical sky mansion, I don't mind making him the next mansion master. How about this? Vice mansion masters and elders, please follow me to look for Ling Tian and tell him our conditions to see if he's willing to stay. Although Meng Qing felt it was impossible for Ling Tian to stay in the mystical sky mansion because of those conditions, he knew these vice mansion masters and elders would not give up until they saw Ling Tian personally rejecting them. For this reason, he decided to bring them to look for Ling Tian. The eyes of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials lit up when they saw Meng Qing's insane behavior. Lord Mansion Master is wise. I believe with Lord Mansion Master and our sincerity, Ling Tian will definitely be willing to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Hee hee. As long as Ling Tian is willing to stay in our mystical sky mansion will definitely become the third Mountain Shade Black Market in a few decades at most. In the past, the Mountain Shade Black Market was one of the strongest forces in the Debussy subterranean. It suppressed the other quasi-third-rate forces like it. It was only when the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master that it rose to prominence and became the second Mountain Shade Black Market. Since then, the top of the pyramid in the Debussy subterranean had formed a situation where two forces stood on equal footing. The mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials agreed that as long as Ling Tian was willing to stay in the mystical sky mansion, he would definitely lead the mystical sky mansion to become the third Mountain Shade Black Market. At that time, the mystical sky mansion would become one of the three strongest forces in the lower province along with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. One must admit the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials were very ambitious. Naturally, the reason they were so ambitious was due to their confidence in Duan Lingtian. When the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing, brought the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials over, Duan Lingtian was just about to bid farewell to Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. When they saw the arrival of Meng Qing and the others, let alone Duan Lingtian, even Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were stunned. However, they quickly regained their senses and bowed. Greetings, Lord Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders. Mansion Master. Unlike Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian who were polite, Duan Lingtian merely nodded at Meng Qing and the others as a greeting. As for the others, it was as though they were invisible to him. If it was any other time, the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials would definitely fly into a rage when faced with such a rude mystical sky mansion's disciple. However, today, Duan Lingtian's rudeness was nothing in their eyes. Not only that, but they were even defending Duan Lingtian in their hearts. As expected of a peerless genius. He's so proud and won't bend so easily. If such a person becomes the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future, there's no need to worry about the Mystical Sky Mansion's prosperity. A monstrous genius should be independent. If he goes with the flow, what's the difference between him and an ordinary disciple? This Ling Tian is really a character. He's so young, but he's already so arrogant. This shows that he's very confident. Such a person will definitely be a great disaster when he grows up. These were the thoughts of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Others might not know about this, but if word of this spread out, all the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be so angry that they would throw up blood. It was clearly rudeness, but why did it become arrogance and not going with the flow when these high-ranking officials spoke of it? Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were originally worried about Duan Lingtian. They were worried he would offend the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials behind Meng Qing. However, when they discovered none of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were angered, they sighed in relief. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky he did not anger these high-ranking officials. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Ling Tian, we've met before. Do you still remember when you entered and left the St. Martial's secret zone? One of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion took the lead to look at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. Following that, one by one, the vice mansion masters and elders also took turns to introduce themselves to Duan Lingtian. Their tone was extremely polite. It was as though they did not treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary disciple at all. Guli and Wang Fei Xian looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. As the saying went, one would never hit a smiling person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only smiled in response to the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who took the initiative to greet him. Lord Mansion Master, may I know why you, the Vice Mansion Masters, and the elders came looking for me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Qing and asked. Naturally, it was just a question. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Chapter 1817. Ling Tian, we're here because we hope you'll stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and serve the Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Meng Qing did not beat around the bush and said, as long as you're willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort to nurture you in the future. All the cultivation resources will be given to you without any reservation. Moreover, I can immediately announce that you'll be the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Meng Qing's words were filled with conviction. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and desire. As long as this young man before them was willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely rise to a higher level in the future. It would become a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If they could witness that scene while they were still alive, they would have no regrets even if they died. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, Duan Lingtian and Guli were still fine since they had already guessed it. However, Wang Fei Xian was different. She who had not guessed it earlier was stunned again when she regained her senses. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to make the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by the Lord Mansion Master, come to persuade him to stay. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Promise me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian did not respond even after a long time, she began to feel anxious for him. In her opinion, Meng Qing's promise was enough to show the sincerity of the Mystical Sky Mansion. With such sincerity, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. Unfortunately, she was destined to live in her own world when it came to this matter. Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he glanced at Meng Qing and the others. After a moment of silence, he continued to say, Ling Tian appreciates all of your love for Ling Tian because I've already promised my master that I'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him. Due to this reason, it's impossible for me to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Impossible. Guli was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He knew the Mystical Sky Mansion would not accept his junior brother Ling Tian. His junior brother Ling Tian's stage should be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meng Qing was not surprised because he had already guessed that this would be the result. The reason he came here was to make the high-ranking officials of the Mystical Sky Mansion give up. Wang Fei Xian was stunned. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was dumbfounded. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to refuse. Among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, apart from most of them who felt Duan Lingtian would agree, a small portion of them were not certain if Duan Lingtian would agree or not. However, even if they weren't sure that Duan Lingtian would agree, they didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would reject them so straightforwardly. From Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. You don't know what's good for you. Humph. If it wasn't for the Mystical Sky Mansion taking you in and letting you enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, would you be able to achieve what you have today? Ingrate. Even among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, there were both good and bad people. For this reason, apart from a small portion of people who could understand Duan Ling Tian, most of them could not. A small portion of people even began to curse him. When Duan Ling Tian heard these curses, he merely shook his head and smiled. If it wasn't for the mystical Sky Mansion taking him in, he would not have achieved what he had today. If it wasn't for the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he would not have achieved what he had today. Ingrate? There were so many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, and many of them had gone through the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, who would possess a strength comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse at his age? Naturally, one could only say that even without the mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian's achievements would still not be low. Duan Lingtian had always been grateful to the mystical Sky Mansion. Whether it was because of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, the Saint Marshal's secret zone, or Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiayun who had helped him find all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although he was grateful, he did not plan to stay in the mystical Sky Mansion just because he was grateful. He had things he needed to do. There were some things that could not be delayed. Naturally, he would definitely repay the favor he owed the mystical Sky Mansion in the future, but not in the way he had promised Meng Qing. Due to Duan Lingtian's rejection, the meeting between him and the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials ended on a sour note. At the same time, this matter had swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion like a hurricane, causing a commotion in the mystical Sky Mansion. That Ling Tian really doesn't know what's good for him, right? If he stays in the mystical Sky Mansion, not only will the mystical Sky Mansion spare no effort to nurture him, but Lord Mansion Master will even appoint him as the next Mansion Master. However, he actually rejected it. I really don't know what's going through his mind. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was too arrogant and did not know what was good for him. Duan Lingtian chose to ignore all of this. In the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion, Guardian Zhao Jin's residence was a vast palace. Currently, Zhao Jin was together with his son, Zhao Deng. Father, we can't let that Ling Tian live. With his innate talent, he'll definitely become a huge threat to our Zhao clan in the future. Zhao Deng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. If he had agreed to Lord Mansion Master's request today, perhaps, I might be a little wary of him. I can't believe he actually rejected it so stupidly. Zhao Jin sneered. Father, since he's determined to leave the mystical Sky Mansion and has no intention of leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate for the time being, why don't we wait until the day he leaves the mystical Sky Mansion and kill him? Zhao Deng suggested as killing intent surged from his body. If he doesn't come out before he leaves the mystical Sky Mansion, we have no other choice. Zhao Jin said. Even he did not dare to make a move recklessly in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This was because if he made a move in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would be discovered by Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiayun immediately. Meng Qing and Gu Xiayun's divine consciousness could easily monitor the situation in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate with the help of the formations that enveloped it. Due to this reason, nobody dared to make a move recklessly in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Unless that person did not want to live anymore. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng had already made up their minds to kill him. Even if he did not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate for the time being, they would still kill him on the day he left the mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He was cultivating and comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword at the same time. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would leave the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and his residence to chat with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. They would even discuss the martial Dao and divine abilities. Apart from that, he also sent a steady stream of materials to Huolao. The restoration of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was in full swing through Huolao's hands. Time flew by, and a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Of course, the 1 year referred to the time in the outside world. 5 years had already passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. In these 5 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword was only half a step away from the 3rd stage. In this 1 year, Duan Lingtian was not the only one whose cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. In the west of the Debussy subterranean, in a vast and barren land far away, there were also 2 people whose cultivation bases were improving at an insane speed. The speed of improvement was even more exaggerated than Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. These 2 people's cultivation method was not the conservative method of sitting quietly and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Their cultivation method required young women, a lot of young women. Naturally, the effect of virgin girls was even better. The young women they had used for cultivation had all been sucked dry. The commotion they had caused could not be said to be small. However, this commotion did not spread out. This was because those who saw the dried corpses or those who discovered the disappearance of the young women were all secretly killed by them. The 2 people who were cultivating in this area were none other than the former palace master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, and the grandson of the current Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian and the son of the Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Ji. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ji laughed heartily as he stood up from the lush forest. He was completely naked, and there was a dried corpse lying by his feet. If one looked closely, one would discover the dried corpse belonged to a young woman. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground below the dried corpse, it was not difficult to guess this young woman was still a virgin. Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. After laughing for a while, Zhao Jin seemed to have had enough. Then, he turned his attention to his current cultivation. In just a year, his cultivation base had broken through from the Mastery Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. All of this was due to the Devouring Dark Devil technique. In this 1 year, there were countless young women who were sucked dry by him. He had also relied on the vital qi and blood of those young women to achieve his current cultivation base. In the past, he did not even dare to dream of such an improvement. However, although I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage, I might not be able to defeat Ling Tian. After all, he was already at the Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage a year ago. Continue. Continue to cultivate. The moment Zhao Ji thought of Duan Ling Tian, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. He shuddered and regained his senses. Zhao Ji. Just as Zhao Ji was about to look for his next target, an old voice resonated in the air. Following that, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Palace Master Zhu. When Zhao Ji saw the newcomer, he grinned. I've already broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. How's your progress? Have you broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint Stage? 6 months ago, Zhu Luqi, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage, had successfully broken through to the early Exemplary Saint Stage that he had always dreamed of with the help of the Devouring Dark Devil technique. After that, he continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Just a little bit more. Chapter 18:18. Then, you're much slower than me. Zhao Ji said smugly when he heard Zhu Luqi's words. He had also used a year to break through from the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. He had broken through 5 levels in a row. Naturally, he had only broken through 4 levels. Even if he did not cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he would still be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage in a short time. However, even if he had only broken through 4 levels, it was still much stronger compared to Zhu Luqi, who had broken through 1 level. As far as I know, you've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women compared to me. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he became even more smug. Humph. Although I've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women in this 1 year, what's your cultivation base compared to mine? How can we compare? Zhu Luqi snorted coldly. He felt that Zhao Ji was really shameless. How could he compare his cultivation progress in the past year? Originally, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It was only natural for him to improve by leaps and bounds by devouring the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Previously, he was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. Even if he had the devouring dark devil technique, it would not be easy for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in just a year. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Palace Master Zhu, I really don't understand you anymore. With your cultivation base, if you devour the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, your cultivation base would be much faster. However, you don't want to touch those young women, and you don't even want me to touch them in front of you. I'm really speechless. Zhao Ji said, I really don't understand. What's the difference between ordinary young women and those young women? Humph. Zhu Luqi snorted again. However, he did not reply to Zhao Ji's words. In Zhu Luqi's heart, there was a secret that only he knew. A long time ago, he had a very cute daughter that was left behind by his late wife before she passed away. He cherished the daughter that his wife had sacrificed her life to give birth to very much. He treated her like a little princess. However, the weather was unpredictable, and people were unpredictable. When his daughter was 16 years old, because he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation breakthrough, he did not accompany his daughter, causing her to be sullied by a playboy. When he came out of seclusion, what he saw was his daughter's corpse. There was also a suicide note left by his daughter. His daughter had chosen to commit suicide precisely because her innocence had been sullied. Although he had annihilated that profligate son's entire family, his daughter would not be able to return. It was also because of the death of his only family member that Zhu Luqi was able to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and achieve what he had today. Cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would increase the efficiency by devouring the essence, blood, and qi of a maiden. He naturally understood this principle. However, every time he saw those young and inexperienced maidens, he could not help but think of his own daughter. That was why he could not do it at all. Not only could he not do it himself, even if he saw Zhao Ji making a move on those maidens, he would also stop him. Just like now, even though he had rushed over to stop Zhao Ji, he was still too late. Whoosh! When Zhu Luqi raised his hand, a layer of soil rose from the ground and covered the maiden's dried corpse so that she could rest in peace. You're unreasonable. Although this was not the first time Zhao Ji had seen Zhu Luqi acting in this manner, he was still rendered speechless. He could not understand why Zhu Luqi was so kind to those maidens. Palace Master Zhu, it's best if we don't meet again in the future. Zhao Ji took a deep look at Zhu Luqi. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left. It was as though he was avoiding the plague. Zhu Luqi was not angered by Zhao Ji's actions. He continued to fly in another direction. If possible, he did not want to meet Zhao Ji. This was because if he encountered Zhao Ji, and if Zhao Ji's target was a virgin, he would not be able to stop himself from interfering. Although those virgin girls were not his daughters, they were constantly reminding him of the unbearable past. It was as though this had become Zhu Luqi's inner demon. If Zhu Luqi had acted as brazenly as Zhao Ji from the beginning and had even laid his hands on maidens, he would not be far away from breaking through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage even if he had not broken through yet. However, Zhu Luqi still had to work hard for another 3 months before he was confident he would be able to break through. One must admit that Zhu Luqi and Zhao Ji had kept a low profile. Moreover, they had chosen to stay in a remote area west of the Wuxia subterranean. Let alone quasi-third-rate forces, there was not even a fourth-rate or fifth-rate force in this area. For this reason, news of their actions had not spread even after a year had passed. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Another half a year had passed before news of the strange incident in the remote area west of the Wuxia subterranean finally spread. The person who spread the news was a native of the western area. 3 years ago, he had gone out to explore and had only returned today. However, as soon as he returned, he discovered his hometown, a small village that seemed like a paradise, had been turned into ruins. He could vaguely see many corpses that had been dead for a long time. The other corpses were still normal. However, the strange thing was the corpses of the young women had been sucked dry. What's going on? The strange scene before his eyes had completely exceeded his imagination. It even caused him to temporarily forget the pain of losing his family. Then, he began to search his surroundings. Everywhere he went, the small towns and villages that used to be bustling with life had been turned into ruins. The corpses here were similar to the corpses in the small village where he came from. Apart from the corpses of the young women, the other corpses were normal. What the hell? In the end, he no longer dared to continue searching. He left the remote area west of the city as though he was fleeing. As for the news, it was also spread out by him. Hey! Have you heard? The people in the small towns and villages west of the city have all been killed. However, the strange thing is the corpses of the young women have all been sucked dry. It's very strange. Dried corpses? What kind of dried corpses? If you want to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? As time passed, similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the cities adjacent to the remote area west of the city. In this world, there was no lack of people with strong curiosity. Driven by curiosity, many people formed groups and entered the remote area west of the city. When they saw everything with their own eyes, they knew that the news they had heard earlier was true. Heavens! Who did this? These young women are so pitiful. It's fine if they were killed, but they were turned into dried corpses. No. Look. There are no wounds on these young women's bodies. They're completely different from the other corpses. Moreover, their corpses have no clothes on. Do you think it's the work of a devil cultivator? If it's the work of a devil cultivator, isn't the devil Dao cultivation method too cruel? Among the curious people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. As they speculated, they came to a conclusion. A devil cultivator who had cultivated an inhumane devil Dao cultivation method had wreaked havoc in the remote area west of the city. There was no lack of devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Devil cultivators were also recognized in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the devil cultivators who were recognized were devil cultivators who had cultivated ordinary devil Dao cultivation methods. Those devil cultivators who had cultivated inhumane devil Dao cultivation methods were like rats crossing the street in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone wanted to kill them. When one person spread the news, the people who heard the news might be skeptical. However, after this news was confirmed by hundreds and thousands of people, it became a fact that was set in stone. I remember 2 years ago, the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion, had spread the news that the devouring dark devil technique had appeared. The person who obtained the devouring dark devil technique was the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. It said that the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and top-notch devil technique. Its main purpose is to devour the essence, blood, and qi of young women to cultivate. Every young woman who has been captured to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique will eventually turn into a dried corpse. Do you guys think that what happened in the remote area in the west is related to the devouring dark devil technique? Now that you mention it, I remember now. If it's the devouring dark devil technique, everything makes sense now. Then, does this mean the people who were killed in the west and the young women who were sucked dry are the masterpieces of Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace? That's most likely the case. Not long after, someone began to link the incident in the west to the devouring dark devil technique. For a time, Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, became the scapegoat. This was because the people in the Debussy subterranean only knew that he had obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Nobody knew that Zhao Ji had obtained the devouring dark devil technique as well. Palace Master Zhu, the incident has been exposed. It seems like we'll have to lay low for a while. What do you plan to do? While the outside world was in an uproar, Zhao Ji and Zhu Luqi gathered in a remote place in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a stone forest where even birds would not defecate. It was apparent they knew what they had done had been exposed. What plan can I have? Hide, of course. I'm not like you who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and killed so many virgins, yet you can still return to the mystical sky mansion. Zhu Luqi said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first, Palace Master Zhu. Also, please take care of Su Jing, Palace Master Zhu. After all, we haven't completely learned the devouring dark devil technique yet. Zhao Ji reminded Zhu Luqi before he left. We can't stay here any longer. Chapter 1819. Zhu Luqi knew his limits. Although he had already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, there were still many people who were stronger than him in the Wuxia subterranean. Put aside the quintessential saint stage watchers from the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who were sent to the lower province, even the leaders of the quasi-third-rate forces, Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountain Shade Black Market, were powerhouses who could easily defeat him. It was said that both of their cultivation bases were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Apart from them, there were also leaders from various quasi-third-rate forces, including Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. The weakest among them was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Behind them were people like Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. They were all experienced intermediate Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses. They were only half a step away from the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. They were not people he could compare to. Feng Bu-yi, I've already broken through to the intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. The day I break through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage will be the day you die. Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed fiercely. He had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique to seek revenge from Feng Bu-yi. As time passed by, Zhu Luqi gradually calmed down. However, it's not suitable for me to keep a high profile for a period of time. I'll focus on my martial tactics and divine abilities during this period of time. The divine abilities Zhu Luqi mentioned were the divine abilities recorded in the devouring dark devil technique. That divine ability was not some useless low-grade divine ability. Even Su Jing had not come into contact with it since only those at the divine saint stage and above could attempt to comprehend and cultivate it. Soon after, Zhu Luqi also left the western side of the Wuxia subterranean. At the same time, the news of the devouring dark devil technique's appearance had spread far and wide. In the end, more than half of the Wuxia subterranean had heard about it. Devouring dark devil technique? What's the devouring dark devil technique? As the news of the devouring dark devil technique wreaking havoc in the western region spread, the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Of course, there were also many people who didn't know about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique. After all, it had been a long time since the last time the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Those who still knew about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique were almost all from the major forces that had passed it down from that era. The devouring dark devil technique can be cultivated by devouring the essence and blood of young women. If he devoured the essence, blood, and chi of a maiden, the effect of his cultivation would be even better. Any woman whose vital energy and blood are devoured will become a dried corpse. More than half of the Wuxia subterranean fell into a state of panic as the details of the devouring dark devil technique spread. Especially those young women, virgins, they couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide in it. This was because they were the primary targets of devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When more than half of the Wuxia subterranean fell into a state of panic, the various fourth-rate and quasi-third-rate forces had, naturally, received the news as well. Don't tell me that Zhu Luqi wants to become a public enemy just like that devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Many high-ranking officials from fourth-rate forces cursed out loud. I was fortunate enough to meet Mansion Master Meng Qing from the Mystical Sky Mansion once. He's a very upright person. I really don't understand how a scum like Zhu Luqi could appear in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Many high-ranking officials from quasi-third-rate forces chimed in. As the top forces in the Wuxia subterranean, the quasi-third-rate forces naturally could not sit idly by when they learned that the devouring dark devil technique had begun to wreak havoc in the Wuxia subterranean. It hasn't even been 2 years. Even if Zhu Luqi has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his current strength won't be that strong. We must kill him before he grows stronger. If we don't kill him in time, the people in the Wuxia subterranean will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. One of the leaders from a quasi-third-rate force declared that he wanted to kill Zhu Luqi. The other leaders from the quasi-third-rate forces also ordered their powerhouses to head to a remote place in the west. The fourth-rate forces began to cooperate. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique wreaked havoc in the Wuxia subterranean, the current powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean did not experience it personally. However, they still learned about the devouring dark devil technique and how terrifying the devil cultivator who cultivated it was from the letters passed down by their ancestors. At that time, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique relied on his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to kill several powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage and more than 10 powerhouses at the mastery exemplary saint stage. In the end, he managed to escape. Even the mystical sky mansion had sent out 2 of their guardians. As for the mansion master, Meng Qing, he did not leave since he had to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Not long after the 2 mystical sky mansion's guardians left, Meng Qing, who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard with a frown, felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Following that, an old figure appeared before his eyes. This old man was a one-armed old man. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize this one-armed old man with just a glance. He was none other than the old man who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He was also the master of guardian Gu Xiayun and the grand ancestor of his senior brother Gu Li, senior uncle. Although Meng Qing was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he did not dare to be disrespectful when facing this old man. He immediately bowed and greeted him. The old man in front of him was his master's senior brother. He was also the person with the highest seniority in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Mansion master, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm only here for one thing. Please allow me to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for Zhu Luqi. I want to personally kill him. When the seemingly amiable old man reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a chilling aura as his eyes gleamed coldly. Senior uncle, the 2 guardians have already left. There's no need for you to go, right? Meng Qing said bitterly. It was not that he doubted the old man's strength, but he could not bear to see this old man running around for the Mystical Sky Mansion at such an age. Mansion master, that brat Zhu Luqi has cultivated with me for a period of time. Although we're not master and disciple in name, we're master and disciple in reality. It's my duty to clean up the mess. The old man insisted. Since you insist, senior uncle, I have no objections. However, please act according to your strength. It has been almost 2 years since Zhu Luqi started cultivating the devouring dark devil technique so recklessly. It's very likely that his cultivation base has already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Meng Qing could not help but remind him when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Sect leader, are you suspecting that my old bones are inferior to that brat Zhu Luqi? As the old man spoke, a powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Meng Qing's body. Meng Qing's expression changed immediately as joy filled his eyes. Senior uncle, why have you broken through? Swoosh. However, faced with Meng Qing's joyful question, the old man only replied to him with a disappearing silhouette. In the Heaven Palace of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Swoosh. A swift figure came from the direction of the main mansion. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at a platform halfway up the mountain of the Heaven Palace and stood in front of an independent courtyard. The person who had arrived was none other than Gu Li. Why are all of you sneaking around my junior brother Ling Tian's place? Gu Li said in a low voice as he raised his hand. The air trembled as a few invisible forces surged out. In just a blink of an eye, the few people who were hiding at the side were dragged out and thrown to the ground. Barf. Barf. The few people who were thrown out were the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. All of them were suppressed by the invisible force to the point they threw up blood. Divine Saint Stage. One of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had a higher cultivation base had a horrified expression. When he looked at Gu Li again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. Gu Li, why have you broken through to the Divine Saint Stage? Zhao Dong, looks like you're really worthy of being ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. You can actually tell I've broken through. Gu Li glanced at the mystical sky mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken indifferently. The mystical sky mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. He had broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage some time ago. Due to this reason, he was able to tell Gu Li's cultivation base had broken through to the life stage. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage not long ago, he was not someone who could easily be injured by someone at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above would have the ability to toy with him in the palm of his hand. Due to this reason, he did not even need to think about it to be certain Gu Li had broken through to the divine saint stage. Divine saint stage? When the other mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan heard Zhao Dong's words, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. A divine saint stage powerhouse was someone who could kill them with just a finger. Senior brother Gu Li, congratulations. At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard opened. Following that, a handsome young man dressed in white walked out slowly. The young man had a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathing in a spring breeze. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation as well? Gu Li was surprised. What a coincidence. I came out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, and I've been comprehending martial tactics recently. That's why I'm able to detect any commotion outside. The young man who walked out of the room was none other than Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had changed his appearance and identity, he no longer wore plain purple robes. He would change them frequently. Junior brother Ling Tian, how do you want to deal with these few fellows? Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Dong and the others, seeking Duan Lingtian's opinion. Don't act recklessly. Don't forget the mystical sky mansion's rule of not killing each other. Zhao Dong had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Gu Li looking at him. The other mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. It was obvious they wanted Duan Lingtian to show mercy. Chapter 1820. Just let them be. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan and said nonchalantly. Why aren't you scramming? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan still sitting there in a daze, Gu Li glared at them. After the few Zhao clan's disciples fled, Gu Li slowly walked into the courtyard and said with a displeased expression, Originally, I came out of closed-door cultivation today to give my old man a surprise. I didn't expect him to not be here. So, senior brother Gu Li, you came to share this surprise with me as soon as possible? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Gu Li nodded. Senior brother Gu Li, I'm afraid it won't take long for the news of you breaking through to the divine saint stage to spread throughout the mystical sky mansion. As far as I know, even the mansion master had yet to break through to the divine saint stage when he was your age. Duan Lingtian praised. Alright, stop praising me. It's fine if other people praise me, but I don't like it when you praise me. Gu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, Who dares to mention innate talent in front of a freak like you? Oh, right, I noticed the atmosphere in the mansion is a little strange. Do you know what's going on? The devouring dark devil technique has appeared. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He had come out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, so he had heard about the things that had happened recently. Didn't the devouring dark devil technique appear a long time ago? Gu Li asked, puzzled. 2 years ago, the mystical sky mansion had attacked the rising sky mansion for the devouring dark devil technique. Naturally, they did not know the devil Dao cultivation method was the devouring dark devil technique. When they found out later, the key person, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had already been brought away by the former palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. The remote area in the west has become a dead zone. Almost everyone in that area is dead, especially the young ladies. Especially those young women, they were all sucked dry. Duan Lingtian said in a solemn tone, Now, the news has spread across half of the lower district. All the young women in the lower province, including our mystical sky mansion's young disciples, are in danger. Because the situation over there is similar to the situation where the devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique wreak havoc, we can almost conclude that it was done by someone who also cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Originally, Su Jing from the Rising Sky Mansion was the only one who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, after Su Jing was rescued, there was more than one person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Duan Lingtian said. You mean? Palace Master Zhu has already begun to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, and he was the one who did all the things that happened in this remote area in the west? Gu Li gasped. He did not expect such a huge matter would happen while he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Jing's body might be in a coma now, but it's not difficult for his soul remnant that hasn't fully recovered to communicate with others. For this reason, it's very easy for him to pass the devouring dark devil technique to Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian speculated, perhaps, Palace Master Zhu had negotiated with Su Jing and reached an agreement with him in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique in exchange for saving Su Jing. I can't believe a person can change so quickly. In the past, Palace Master Zhu's temper was quite good. However, now... Gu Li sighed. Sometimes, hatred can destroy a person. Duan Lingtian said solemnly as his eyes flashed. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Although he was not familiar with him, he had interacted with him before. His first impression of him was that he was a kind elder. However, it was precisely this kind elder who had been humiliated by Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, that the seed of hatred had been planted in his heart. After the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique, this seed could no longer be suppressed and completely broke out of the ground. The seed of hatred had already sprouted. What Zhu Luqi had to do next was to desperately devour the vital blood and vital essence of the young woman to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his cultivation base at the fastest speed possible. Until he went to seek revenge from the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi. However, it's true that deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi, has gone too far. If I were Palace Master Zhu, I wouldn't be able to stand being humiliated like that as well. Previously, when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by Feng Buyi, Gu Li was present as well. Every time he thought about it, he could not help but feel indignant for Zhu Luqi. If you were Palace Master Zhu, senior brother Gu Li, and you knew you would never be able to seek revenge by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique normally, what would you do when faced with the temptation of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked. Perhaps, I would make the same choice as Palace Master Zhu. Gu Li sighed. To me, that kind of humiliation is even worse than killing me. Junior brother Lingtian, what if you were in my shoes? What would you do? If your innate talent is not that high and you completely put yourself in Palace Master Zhu's shoes. If I were Palace Master Zhu, I would want nothing more than to turn Feng Buyi into ashes as well. However, I don't think I would cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. After all, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Those young women are innocent after all. Duan Lingtian sighed. If he was in his previous life on Earth, he would have made the same choice as Gu Li. However, in this life, he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was unwilling to destroy those young women for a personal grudge. You'd rather not seek revenge than cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Gu Li asked again. Of course not. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as a hint of loftiness appeared in his eyes. How can I not seek revenge after being humiliated so wantonly and trampled on my dignity? However, even if I can't seek revenge personally by cultivating normally, I'll still seek revenge through other methods. For example, I'll think of ways to get someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian replied. Get someone else to do it? Gu Li was stunned. How will you get someone else to do it? For example, I'll think of ways to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I'll use their family as a hostage to force them to kill Feng Buyi. Once Feng Buyi dies, I'll release their family. Duan Lingtian said, if that's the case, I'll accept it even if I'm killed by them in the end. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was filled with respect. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. If only Palace Master Zhu had heard your words before he rescued Su Jing. How wonderful would that be? Senior brother Guli, I'm just casually speaking. Just think about it and you'll know how difficult it is to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, for this reason, even if Palace Master Zhu heard my words, he might not be able to seek revenge through this method. Perhaps, he might not have been able to do it in the past. However, as far as I know, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a sentimental person. Not only that, but I've also heard that he brought many family members from his hometown back to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few years ago. Guli said, since he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, it's impossible for him to send powerhouses at the peak of the Divine Saint stage to protect all of them. With Palace Master Zhu's strength at the peak of the Saint stage, it won't be difficult for him to kidnap one of the family members of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A few years ago, he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion from his hometown. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he asked again, Senior brother Gu Li, I heard that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is very young. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the Debussy Subterranean, and he has already led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the lower province and is on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market? That's right. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a legendary figure in the Debussy Subterranean. He's also the person that I admire the most. Gu Li nodded. Perhaps, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market is not inferior to him in terms of innate talent and strength. However, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market has been fully nurtured by the Mountain Shade Black Market since he was young. On the other hand, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is only from the mortal continent. For someone who came from the mortal continent to achieve such a result, he's already worthy of being a legend in the Debussy Subterranean. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Mortal continent? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is from the mortal continent? At this moment, other information about the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion began to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's mind. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the Debussy Subterranean. A few years ago, he brought many family members back from his hometown in the mortal continent. Dugu in the north and Ru Feng in the south. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Ru Feng. Back then, little Fei, was brought away by father's subordinate. To be able to bring little Fei, away from the fifth-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion, father's subordinate must be quite powerful. Don't tell me, a shocking thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Naturally, this was only his guess. He could not confirm it yet. Junior brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you? When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian's eyes widened and his body began to tremble, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why his junior brother Lingtian would suddenly become like this. He was still fine earlier. As senior brother Gu Li, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his agitated emotions. He looked at Gu Li and asked solemnly, do you know the name of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Initially, Gu Li thought Duan Lingtian was going to talk about something serious since he was so serious. It did not cross his mind that he would ask such a question. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. What? Junior brother Lingtian, you still don't know the name of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Senior brother Gu Li, please tell me. Duan Lingtian took another deep breath as his body began to tremble even more violently. At this moment, Gu Li also noticed that something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know the reason, he no longer joked around and directly replied, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Ruffing. Perhaps you haven't heard of his name before, but I'm sure you've heard of the saying, Dugu in the north, Ru Feng in the south, standing at the top of the lower province. Chapter 1821. South like the wind. Like the wind. Duan roughing. I should have thought of this earlier. After obtaining Gu Li's confirmation, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again. After a long while, he finally calmed down. As it turned out, his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This is just too unbelievable. Although Duan Lingtian had already confirmed it, he still found it surreal. His cheapskate father was actually the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What was the Azure Cloud Mansion? It was one of the top 2 forces in the Wuxia subterranean. As a quasi-third-rate force, it was superior to most quasi-third-rate forces. It was comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market, the old overlord of the Wuxia subterranean. It was said that the reason the Azure Cloud Mansion was comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market was all thanks to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Roughing. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Roughing, was his cheapskate father. If there were no other conditions, Duan Lingtian would not have connected the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to his cheapskate father just by hearing his name was Duan Roughing. After all, there were many people with the same name in this world. It was normal for coincidences to occur. However, the situation was different now. Apart from having the same name as his cheapskate father, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had many similarities with his cheapskate father as well. Both of them were from the mortal continent. A few years ago, both of them had brought their families from the mortal continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land. They had risen in the Wuxia subterranean for less than 20 years. If one of the similarities between the two names was a coincidence, then what about the second similarity and the third similarity? How could they be coincidences? Due to this reason, after learning about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and his name from Gu Li, Duan Lingtian was 100% certain Duan Roughing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was his cheapskate father. As it turns out, father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, everything makes sense now. After confirming his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian recalled all the things related to his father in the past and felt enlightened. In this case, the message in the voice transmission jade slip that father left for me in the exquisite jade box was to ask me to look for his subordinates and ask them to bring me to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian still remembered that it was precisely because the voice transmission jade slip was damaged that he missed the opportunity to reunite with his family. Due to this reason, he had come to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land alone without anyone to rely on. He had to rely on himself. Back then, Duan Celestial Land Mansion Master, Azure Cloud Mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he recalled what Han Xuanai had said to him. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. One of the 2 powerhouses who stood at the peak of the Wuxia subterranean. In the Wuxia subterranean, apart from the watchers sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the most powerful people on the surface were undoubtedly leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Roughing. If the voice transmission jade slip father left for me wasn't damaged, I would have gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion and become the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh at how God made fools of people. As it turned out, the cheapskate father he had been looking for ever since he arrived in the Wuxia subterranean was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If he had known this earlier, he would not have taken so many detours. However, although this journey is arduous, it's not without rewards. At the very least, I managed to get to know senior brother Gu Li and senior brother Gu Li. If I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have gotten to know them. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt that although this journey was tiring, it was worth it. Also, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have come to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I didn't come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, I wouldn't have entered the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone. Since I didn't enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone, it's only natural that I wouldn't have obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 high-grade divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone. The otherworldly celestial was still acceptable since he might have obtained it in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone as well. However, the elementary devouring tactic was one of a kind. It was almost impossible for him to obtain it even in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Marshall's secret zone. All in all, the damage to the voice transmission jade slip was both a loss and a gain for Duan Lingtian. What he lost was the opportunity to reunite with his family earlier. What he gained was his 2 senior brothers and the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier and became the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I would have brought Kerr and little Fei, to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, they wouldn't have to face the revenge of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju. Even if Kerr's twin sister came, she might not have been able to bring Kerr away with the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouses. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a little dejected again. Junior brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you? When Gu Li saw the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, he could not help but ask. I'm fine. Upon hearing Gu Li's voice, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and sighed in relief. He knew very well that the past could no longer be changed. It was useless for him to think about it now. Wasn't life supposed to be like this where there were gains and losses? Junior brother Lingtian, you don't look like you're fine. After you heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you seemed unusually agitated. Can you tell me why? Gu Li asked. After he finished asking, he added, of course, if it's not convenient for you to tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Senior brother Gu Li, although we haven't known each other for long, it's important to be friends. I trust you, so there's nothing that's inconvenient for me to tell you. Duan Lingtian said, the reason I became agitated when I heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is because his name is exactly the same as my father's name. Your father's name is exactly the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Li interrupted Duan Lingtian in shock. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. However, although your father's name is the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, junior brother Lingtian, there's no need for you to be so agitated, right? When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he was slightly puzzled. He felt Duan Lingtian's reaction was a little too exaggerated. Same name? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head before he continued to say, my father and I are also from the mortal continent. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li's eyes widened immediately as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Lingtian, you're actually from the mortal continent as well? Are all the people from the mortal continent so monstrous? First, it's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and now, it's you. Also, your father. Since your innate talent is so high, your father must not be too weak as well. Based on Gu Li's words, up until now, he still did not connect Duan Lingtian's father to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Duan Lingtian only said he and his father were from the mortal continent to emphasize his origin. Senior brother Gu Li, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father. When Duan Lingtian saw how slow Gu Li's reaction was, he felt helpless as well. Boom! When Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered Gu Li's ears, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. It caused Gu Li to be completely dumbstruck. Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was junior brother Lingtian's father? How's this possible? When Gu Li finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in disbelief, if you're the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, then you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why would the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion come to our mystical sky mansion? Moreover, no. Your name is Lingtian, and the surname of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. You wouldn't be that fellow who obtained the Devil Seal tablet that was spread like wildfire back then, right? No. I've seen the portrait of the fella who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You look different from that fella. Wait, no. You know the disguising secret tactic. That Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district was you in disguise. You. Don't tell me you're really Duan Lingtian. When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little confused. That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm also the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian said this, the muscles on his face changed before his face returned to normal. It was a completely different and handsome face. It's really you. When Guli saw Duan Lingtian's real face, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. The appearance of the person standing in front of him was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen previously. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian. He was the lucky fella who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. When the news of you obtaining the Devil Seal Tablet spread out, you seemed to have vanished completely. I thought you were killed by someone. I didn't expect you to disguise yourself as Li Feng and cause so much trouble in the Rising Sky Mansion's district before disguising yourself as Ling Tian and coming to our mystical Sky Mansion. Guli smiled wryly as he sighed emotionally. It did not cross his mind that his junior brother Ling Tian was the lucky fella who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. However, aren't you afraid I'll expose your true identity if you reveal your identity in front of me? You should know that once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to leave the mystical Sky Mansion alive. Guli's expression suddenly turned solemn. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Guli's words. It was as though he was not worried at all. I won't. When Guli replied to Duan Lingtian, he smiled as well. Naturally, he was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian only had one Super Saint weapon, even if he had 1,000 or 100 Super Saint weapons, he would not betray Duan Lingtian. However, junior brother Ling Tian, are you really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? As the smile on Guli's face faded, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and asked. Yes. Chapter 1822. Junior brother Ling Tian, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, with your identity, why would you disguise yourself as Li Feng to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle to save Sister Xuanai? With just a word from you, do you think the Rising Sky Mansion would dare to disobey you? After Guli learned that Duan Lingtian was really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he was puzzled. Duan Lingtian had told him about this before. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's identity, the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey him at all. Even the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey the young mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force, let alone a top quasi-third-rate force like the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would you come to the mystical Sky Mansion? You'll be able to obtain better cultivation resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli was puzzled. Senior brother Guli, it's normal for you to have such questions. However, you have to know that before today, I didn't even know the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father. Naturally, I didn't know I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that I have to do everything by myself. Duan Lingtian sighed. How's that possible? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was shocked. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's reaction when he asked for the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he felt that Duan Lingtian must be telling the truth. Junior brother Ling Tian, didn't your father tell you he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? A few years ago, he went to the mortal continent to bring many of his family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why didn't he bring you back with him? Guli was puzzled. The reason my father left me in the mortal continent was to train me. However, he still left me a clue so I could go to the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him when I'm strong enough to stand at the peak of the mortal continent. Unfortunately, due to my own problems, some unforeseen events occurred with the clues he left for me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he thought of the damaged voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box. Destiny was making fools of people. Following Duan Lingtian's explanation, Guli came to a realization. So that's how it is. But luckily, there was an unforeseen event. If junior brother Ling Tian had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as you arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land, we might not have gotten to know each other. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and sighed in his heart. Junior brother Ling Tian, since you've already confirmed that Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is your father, do you have any plans to look for him? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded without any hesitation. Before I went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, my biggest wish was to reunite with my family. Now that I've received news about my family, it's only natural that I want to look for them. After Duan Ling Tian found out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he wished he could grow a pair of wings so he could fly to the Azure Cloud Mansion as fast as he could. Not only were his parents there, but his fiancée and his child were there as well. Based on the time. My child with little Fei should be a few years old now, right? When Duan Ling Tian thought of Li Fei and his child with Li Fei, his eyes were filled with tenderness. When Gu Li saw Duan Ling Tian standing there with a silly smile on his face, he knew Duan Ling Tian must have thought of his family whom he had not seen for a long time. He was sensible and did not disturb him. It was as though it would be a crime to disturb him at this moment. Just as Duan Ling Tian had said, not long after the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan left, the news of Gu Li breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread through the entire mystical Sky Mansion. It caused an uproar in the mystical Sky Mansion. The atmosphere that was originally oppressive due to the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique had also lifted. Senior brother Gu Li has actually broken through to the Divine Saint stage. As expected of Lord Guardian's son. Like father, like son. Even Lord Mansion Master wasn't as young as Gu Li when he broke through to the Divine Saint stage, right? If senior brother Gu Li becomes the next Mansion Master of our mystical Sky Mansion, our mystical Sky Mansion will definitely have a chance to become as powerful as the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. Unfortunately, he once said he'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land once he has broken through to the Divine Saint stage. First, it's Ling Tian, then it's Gu Li. Both of them have the potential to lead the mystical Sky Mansion to greater heights. Unfortunately, both of them have set their sights on the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the news of Gu Li breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples were shocked. However, they also felt that it was a pity. This was because they knew Gu Li would not be able to stay in the mystical Sky Mansion for long now that he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Gu Li has broken through. In the mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion, Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng had also received the news. At the same time, his expression turned grave when he heard people saying he was not as good as Gu Li. He and Gu Li were the sons of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he was Gu Li's age, he was only a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Comparisons were the worst. His innate talent was already quite good, but compared to Gu Li, it was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Most importantly, both of them had a guardian for a father. All in all, he had embarrassed his father this time. Father. While Zhao Deng was feeling humiliated by the rumors, a familiar voice resonated in the air, causing his expression to change drastically. His face that seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds earlier seemed to be illuminated by the sun in just a blink of an eye. This was because he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than his son whom he had not heard from for 2 years. After the death duel between Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan in the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, he had never seen his son again. However, since his son's soul pearl was still intact, he was not worried at all. Humph. Where have you been for the past 2 years? I thought you'd forgotten that you have a father like me. Zhao Deng snorted coldly as he purposely pulled a long face when Zhao Ji entered the room. Zhao Deng looked solemn, but if one looked closely, one could see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. He was surprised that his son had returned. Father, I only left the mystical Sky Mansion because I saw how strong Duan Ling Tian was at that time. I felt a little depressed and went out to take a look. After taking a look around, I've gained quite a lot. Zhao Ji smiled. Gained quite a lot. Humph. Did you get to know a bunch of bad friends again? Zhao Deng continued to sneer with a long face. Father, I didn't make any friends this time. However, I discovered a relic in the east that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. At the end of his sentence, Zhao Ji's face was filled with excitement. A relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He asked in shock, "Are you sure it's a relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage?" "Yes." Zhao Ji nodded and told him the story he had prepared. According to the message left behind by the powerhouse who left behind the divine ability relic, he was a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, the Dao martial saint land was not divided into the upper province and lower province during that era. Zhao Deng's breathing quickened when he heard Zhao Ji's words. The era when the Dao martial saint land was not divided into the upper province and lower province was the primordial era. The relic left behind by the powerhouse of that era was called an ancient relic. In the history of the Wuxia subterranean, there were many legends about the ancient relic. Those who managed to obtain the ancient relic eventually became a top powerhouse in the Wuxia subterranean. Even after they arrived in the upper province, they still managed to carve out a place for themselves with their strength. Currently, he found out his son had come across an ancient relic. Usually, there's a powerhouse's inheritance in an ancient relic. Is there any inheritance in the ancient relic you came across? Zhao Deng asked in a hurry. Yes. As soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking, Zhao Ji nodded. I've already obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up. His son had obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic? For a moment, Zhao Deng's breathing quickened. At the same time, Zhao Ji sighed and continued to say, "Unfortunately, the ancient relic collapsed after I obtained the inheritance. Initially, I wanted father and grandfather to go in and see if they could obtain the inheritance as well. However, it seems like there's no chance for us to do so now." Silly boy. Zhao Deng was, naturally, happy when he heard Zhao Ji's filial words. The inheritance in the ancient relic is usually passed down to only one person. That's how precious it is. Grandfather and I are happy for you since you managed to obtain the inheritance. What kind of inheritance did you obtain? Zhao Deng asked again. It's a devil cultivator's inheritance. To be more precise, it's a devil beast's inheritance, Zhao Ji replied. Zhao Ji nodded. Devil beast. In the Dao martial saint land, apart from humans, saint beasts could also cultivate the devil Dao. Human devil cultivators were called human devils. Saint beast devil cultivators were called devil beasts. Devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up again. The devil cultivator's inheritance is usually one of the better inheritances in the ancient relic. Did anything change after you obtained the inheritance? Almost as soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking, a majestic, vast, and eerie aura suddenly surged out from Zhao Ji's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a little. The divine saint stage? Zhao Deng, who sensed this aura, was so frightened that his eyes opened wide. He revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Although he knew the ancient devil beast's inheritance was not simple, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It allowed an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage to break through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. However, it did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that his son was lying to him. The so-called ancient devil beast's inheritance was fake. Chapter 1823. After leaving the secluded place in the west of the Wuxia subterranean, Zhao Ji had already come up with an excuse for his current cultivation base while he was on his way back to the mystical sky mansion. The ancient devil beast's inheritance. This way, it would be logical for him to cultivate as a devil cultivator and would not be suspected. Nobody would have thought it was because he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique that he was able to make a breakthrough from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years. When did you obtain the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn. It was not that he had not heard of ancient legacies before. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were also some records about ancient legacies and the transformation of those who had obtained the ancient legacies. However, none of them were as exaggerated as his son. In less than 2 years, he had broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage. This cultivation speed was heaven-defying. A month after I left the mystical sky mansion, I came across an ancient ruin. Father, do you think my cultivation base has risen too quickly? Zhao Ji asked as he reached the end of his explanation. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Your cultivation speed is comparable to devil cultivators who have cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. The devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji felt slightly uneasy. However, he did not show it. Although the person in front of him was his father, he did not dare to tell him that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. This was because he knew his father would force him to disperse his cultivation if he found out that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Not to mention in the lower province, even in the upper province, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. As the only son of the Zhao clan, whether it was his father or his grandfather, they would not allow him to take such a risk. For some reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn as he stared at Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji's heart jolted when he saw the sudden change in Zhao Deng's expression. Don't tell me father suspects I've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and not the ancient devil beast's inheritance. After all, he had a guilty conscience. It was no wonder that Zhao Ji would think that way. However, Zhao Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhao Deng's words. As it turned out, his father did not suspect him of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Tell me the truth. Since the inheritance that the ancient devil beast left for you improved your cultivation base so quickly, it must have taken a shortcut as well. Don't tell me it's a heartless cultivation method like the devouring dark devil technique? These were Zhao Deng's exact words. If so, father hopes that you can disperse the demonic technique that the demonic beast passed down to you. Father only has one son, you are our Zhao family's only heir, you cannot take the risk. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's words, he secretly rejoiced that he did not reveal the truth. Father, don't worry. Although the cultivation method that the ancient devil beast passed down to me is a little bloody, it's not targeted at humans. It's targeted at savage beasts. The more savage beasts I kill, the more hearts I obtain, and the faster my cultivation speed will be. That's good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deng sighed in relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Father, where's grandfather? Zhao Ji wanted to look for his grandfather, Zhao Jin, but he discovered Zhao Jin was not around. Your grandfather and guardian Gu left the mystical sky mansion and went to the west to look for Zhu Luqi, Zhao Deng replied. Father. Palace Master Zhu? Why are they looking for him? Zhao Ji pretended to be surprised and asked. Zhu Luqi must have obtained the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated, and he has already begun to cultivate it. In the past 2 years, many people have died in the West. Those young women had their vital energy and blood devoured and turned into dried corpses, Zhao Deng said. Currently, Zhu Luqi has become the public enemy in the lower province. All the quasi-third-rate forces, including our mystical sky mansion, have sent out powerhouses to search for him. Everyone is worried that if he continues to cultivate, he'll become like the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression was extremely solemn. However, if Zhu Luqi intends to hide, your grandfather and the others might not be able to find him. Palace Master Zhu has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji was shocked. It seems like he really doesn't care about anything in order to seek revenge. I wonder if Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, will be able to survive after being killed by him. If Zhu Luqi knows how to conceal himself and doesn't show himself before he raises his cultivation base, it'll be easier for him to kill Feng Buyi in a few years. Zhao Deng said confidently, after all, he's cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Based on Zhao Deng's words, it was obvious he held the devouring dark devil technique in high regard. Of course, while he was praising the devouring dark devil technique, his eyes were filled with fear. A few days later, a piece of news entered the ears of Zhao Deng and his son. Ling Tian is leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own. Father, is this news true? Zhao Ji asked excitedly as he looked at Zhao Deng. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Although I don't know where he's going, it's true that he's leaving. It's said that when he was chatting with Wang Fei Xian, a disciple from our Zhao clan overheard it. Ha. Good, good. Zhao Ji's eyes lit up when he learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own. He was extremely excited. In the past, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian and could only resign himself to it. However, he was no longer the same as before. His cultivation base was at the divine saint stage, and his strength was not inferior to Gu Li, who was once the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. In his opinion, with his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Ling Tian. However, that brat from the Gu clan has been contacting the vice mansion masters who have a close relationship with his father and some elders. He's trying to monitor all the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above in our Zhao clan to prevent them from leaving the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that Ling Tian would be able to make Gu Li put in so much effort and use all of his father's connections. He's trying to stop all the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above in our Zhao clan from attacking Ling Tian after he leaves the mystical sky mansion. Monitoring all the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above in our Zhao clan? Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Father, does that include you? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. His expression was grave as he said, his actions have undoubtedly conveyed a message. After 2 years, Ling Tian's strength has improved a lot. He's most likely not afraid of powerhouses below the divine saint stage. Unfortunately, your grandfather isn't here. Otherwise, old man Gu's connections wouldn't be able to stop him from mobilizing powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above. Currently, with Gu Li's actions, the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above in our Zhao clan won't even be able to leave the mystical sky mansion, let alone attack Ling Tian. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned even more grave. It was so grave that it seemed as though it could drip water at any moment. Father, up until now, I've only revealed the news of me breaking through to the divine saint stage to you. You didn't tell anyone else, right? Zhao Ji asked as his eyes flashed fiercely. No, I didn't. Zhao Deng instinctively shook his head in response. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. How could I have forgotten about you? You're currently at the early divine saint stage. Won't it be easy for you to kill Ling Tian? Father, you finally remembered me. Zhao Ji smiled. Ha. That Gu Li, I'm afraid even in his dreams that there would be such a variable like you. The powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above in our Zhao clan that he has his eyes on aren't all of the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above when your grandfather isn't here. The smile on Zhao Deng's face turned even more radiant. Perhaps, in Gu Li's eyes, I'm still that insignificant refined saint stage martial cultivator from 2 years ago, right? Zhao Ji said with a mocking smile. Isn't it better this way? Not only can we hide from him, but we can also catch him off guard. I'll leave Ling Tian to you this time. Haven't you always wanted to kill him to avenge yourself? Zhao Ji asked. Don't worry, father. This time, Ling Tian will definitely die. Zhao Ji said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. I believe in you. I'll wait for your good news. Zhao Ji nodded. A few days went by. In the sky outside the mystical sky mansion's estate, 3 figures stood on 2 sides. On one side was a handsome young man. On the other side, there was a muscular young man and a young woman with peerless beauty. The former was Duan Lingtian. The latter was Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Are you really going to leave on your own? Wang Fei Xian said with a worried expression on her face, the people from the Zhao clan are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid they'll chase after you and make a move on you as soon as you leave. It's not convenient for them to make a move on you in the mystical sky mansion, but they won't have any qualms outside. Don't worry. Senior brother Gu Li has already made the arrangements. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. During the 3 days you're gone, those who are at the Divine Saint stage or above from the Zhao clan won't be able to leave the mystical sky mansion at all. Gu Li said confidently. Originally, he planned to leave with Duan Ling Tian and head to the Azure Cloud Mansion before heading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. However, Duan Ling Tian rejected him. According to Duan Ling Tian, even if Gu Li wanted to leave, he should inform his father, Gu Xiaoyun, first. Moreover, he would stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a while before heading to the upper province. Chapter 1824. Those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan won't be able to leave the mystical sky mansion. Wang Fei Xian did not doubt Gu Li's words at all. No matter what, Gu Li was the son of guardian Gu Xiaoyun. He could get many powerhouses to help him stop those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. However, to her surprise, Gu Li only stopped those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan from leaving the mystical sky mansion. Gu Li's actions undoubtedly conveyed another message. Ling Tian was not afraid of those below the Divine Saint stage. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Wang Fei Xian asked in surprise as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Wang Fei Xian asked this because she already knew Duan Ling Tian's true origin was extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was able to cast true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. His strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. So fast. Wang Fei Xian was deeply affected. 2 years ago, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was the same as hers. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but she was only at the threshold of the mastery refined saint stage. Her cultivation base was still at the intermediate refined saint stage. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This was how Wang Fei Xian felt at this moment. Fast. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian was non-committal. Although only 2 years had passed in the outside world, 7 to 8 years had passed in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Using 7 to 8 years to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage was considered slow in Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Naturally, it did not mean that his innate talent was not good enough. If he had cultivated at a normal speed, he would have already broken through to the early eminent saint stage. The reason he hadn't broken through was because Huolao had stopped him in time when he was about to break through. According to Huolao's words, he didn't need to rush to break through to the great sage realm. When he was at the peak of the refined saint stage, he could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and convert it into true origin before fusing it with the golden crow's wings hidden in his body to further temper them. After tempering for a period of time, the golden crow's wings would undergo a transformation and become the second form. When he broke through to the great saint realm in the future, the second form of the golden crow wings would be much faster than the first form. The best time to transform the golden crow's wings from the first form to the second form was at the peak of the great saint stage. This was because the true origin of the peak of the great saint stage would not burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. If it was at the divine saint stage, it would be much more difficult to transform the first form of the golden crow's wings. On top of that, it would be extremely risky. This was because the divine saint stage's energy would burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. It would only be a waste of effort when tempering it. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian believed Huolao's words without a doubt. For this reason, when he reached the critical point between the peak of the refined saint stage and the early eminent saint stage, he decisively stopped and did not complete the final breakthrough. At this time, the sun true origin in his body was comparable to the true origin at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It could perfectly temper the golden crow's wings and transform it into the second form. To put it simply, the the reason Duan Lingtian did not rush to break through to the eminent saint stage was because he wanted to temper the golden crow's wings and lay a good foundation for it. According to Huolao, if I temper the golden crow's wings to the second form, I'll break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, my speed will be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse when I cast the golden crow's wings. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. In fact, when he had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, his Sun true origin was only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. If he did not rely on external forces, his strength would only be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. However, once he cast the second form of the golden crow's wings, his speed would be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. This meant that at that time, even an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse would not be able to stop him. The tempering of the golden crow's wings has already reached the final stage. It won't take long before it transforms to the second form. At that time, I won't have to suppress my cultivation base anymore, and I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt excited again. The golden crow's wings was a divine ability that Huolao had directly passed down to him. He did not even need to spend any effort to comprehend and cultivate it. This was because Huolao had already planted the golden crow's wings in his body. All he needed to do was to transform the golden crow's wings into different forms. Naturally, strictly speaking, this was also considered as cultivation. However, it was different from the cultivation method of ordinary divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the golden crow's wings. Are you really confident about defeating those below the divine saint stage? Wang Fei Xian was still worried. Of course. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Currently, the Sun true origin in his body was no weaker than the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Coupled with his powerful body and many other trump cards, he was not afraid of anyone below the divine saint stage. Naturally, if he used the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he might even be able to kill an ordinary divine saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian left under the watchful eyes of Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Both of them only shifted their gazes away when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. Senior brother Gu Li, do you know where he's going to look for his family? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Gu Li. She only knew Duan Lingtian was going to reunite with his family. She knew nothing else. Not only did she not know Lingtian's real name was Duan Lingtian, but she also did not know Duan Lingtian's family was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. She did not know Duan Lingtian's father was the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. I'm not too sure as well. Gu Li shook his head. Before obtaining permission from his junior brother, Lingtian, he would not reveal any information about his junior brother, Lingtian, including his true identity and background. After the two of them parted ways, Gu Li returned to the main mansion while Wang Fei Xian returned to the Heaven Palace. When the two of them returned, the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan were eager to make a move. However, the elders from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above discovered they could not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate at all since they were being watched and blocked by someone. Kong Xiu, why are you blocking my way? One of the mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan glared at another mystical Sky Mansion's elder and shouted. Zhao Wei, I've been asked by someone not to let you leave the mystical Sky Mansion for the next 3 days. If you insist on leaving, you'll have to defeat me first. Kong Xiu said nonchalantly when faced with Zhao Wei's question. Although Kong Xiu was not a disciple of the Gu clan, he had received the favor of guardian Gu Xiayun when he was young. He had always been grateful to Gu Xiayun. For this reason, he was duty-bound to fulfill the request of Gu Li, Gu Xiayun's son. You. Zhao Wei's expression was extremely grave. He knew he was not a match for Kong Xiu. Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The powerhouses who were watching the elders from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above were slightly stronger than the person they were watching. They had completely suppressed the other party. Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng was stopped by a person when he tried to leave. The person who stopped him was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qian Pingsheng. Palace Master Qian, that Guli managed to get you to help him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw the person who stopped him was Qian Pingsheng. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. This was because he did not expect the person who would stop him from leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate would be Qian Pingsheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace. In fact, in the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the 4 palaces were in charge of their own affairs. They did not belong to the Zhao clan or the Gu clan. I owe Guardian Gu a favor. Qian Pingsheng's reply was simple. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I don't want to fight with you. 3 days later, no matter where you want to go, I won't stop you. Humph. Zhao Deng snorted and decisively returned to his residence. He knew very well that with Qian Pingsheng stopping him, it was impossible for him to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Guli, I'm afraid you didn't expect that my son has already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Deng's face when he returned to his residence. He mocked Guli for being too naive. Did he think he would be fine just because he stopped the Divine Saint stage powerhouses from the Zhao clan? Who knew the Zhao clan still had a trump card up their sleeves? At this time, Ji should have left the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian, right? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. Ling Tian, your good days are over. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, Guli would not expect Zhao Ji, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage 2 years ago, to have broken through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. If he knew about this, he would have personally watched Zhao Ji. It was precisely because nobody knew Zhao Ji was already a divine saint stage powerhouse that he was able to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion without any obstructions. In front of Zhao Ji, many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were ranked on the Mystical Sky ranking had already set off to chase after Duan Lingtian. These people were all confident in their own strength. Moreover, they were all at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above. 2 years ago, outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Kun with his strength at the intermediate eminent saint stage. This caused those Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan whose strength was not at the intermediate eminent saint stage to give up on the idea of making a move against him. What a joke! An intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse was not someone they could fight against. Among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were chasing after Duan Lingtian, Zhao Dong, who was ranked 5th on the Mystical Sky ranking, was among them. Zhao Dong was the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan whom Guli had taught a lesson to when Guli came to look for Duan Lingtian a few days ago. Chapter 1825. Ling Tian. Zhao Dong took the lead and was the first to catch up to Duan Lingtian. He blocked Duan Lingtian's path. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the Mystical Sky Mansion, he noticed a long tail following behind him. If he used his true speed and traveled at full speed, these tails would not be able to catch up to him. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do that. He knew very well what the purpose of the group of people behind him was. They wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he would grant them their wish and give them a chance. Due to this reason, he intentionally slowed down after leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion. The powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage or above from the Zhao clan were restricted by the people Guli. Due to this reason, he was not worried about encountering any troublesome people. I recognize you. You're Zhao Dong, ranked 5th on the Mystical Sky ranking. However, didn't you feel good after being thrown to the ground previously? Haven't you learned your lesson? Duan Lingtian recognized Zhao Dong immediately when he was blocked by him. A few days ago, at the entrance of his courtyard, Guli had easily defeated the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were monitoring him. Zhao Dong was one of them as well. In the end, it was only because he did not pursue the matter that Guli did not make any further moves. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhao Dong would come and stop him again in just a few days. It was obvious he did not take what had happened that day to heart. He did not learn his lesson. Ling Tian, what are you so smug about? Guli isn't by your side today. Faced with Duan Lingtian's mocking smile, Zhao Dong recalled how he was humiliated by Guli a few days ago. He was instantly enraged. What? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because senior brother Guli isn't by my side? The mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not disappear. Instead, it became even more intense. His eyes were filled with disdain. You are courting death. Zhao Dong couldn't restrain himself any longer when faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, and he shouted angrily before his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. He was like a cannonball that left the barrel as he swiftly blasted towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Zhao Dong's speed was as fast as the wind and thunder. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rang out one after another. Circles of ripples also appeared in the void and spread outwards. The ripples spread out, setting off waves of rolling airwaves. The airwaves spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that blew against the robes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had just arrived. Go! I can't let Zhao Dong beat me to it. Kill Ling Tian. As long as I kill him, I can become the adopted son of Lord Protector, and become an existence on equal footing with the Vice Palace Master. Kill. When the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had just arrived saw Zhao Dong attacking Duan Lingtian without any warning, horror dawned on them. In the next instant, amidst a series of sharp cries, they also charged forward like a swarm of bees. It was as though they were afraid they would not even be able to drink the soup if they were too slow. Naturally, there were also some mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were slower to react and followed behind. These people, without exception, were all weaker existences at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Before they could catch up with the others, they came to a halt again. All of them stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. It was as though their bodies were filled with lead, and they could no longer move at all. What a bunch of mobs! Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, spat out indifferently. The moment his words left his mouth, a dazzling true origin surged out of his body. The true origin was as dazzling as the sun. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into hundreds of golden sword rays that swept out in all directions, attacking indiscriminately. Apart from Zhao Dong, who managed to dodge the attack in a wretched manner, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage from the Zhao clan could not dodge the attack at all. All of them were pierced by the golden sword ray that was as bright as the sun and turned into a beehive. He has also broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Although Zhao Dong managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, horror dawned on his face. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Sage stage, although he had just broken through a few days ago, he could still clearly sense that Ling Tian's true origin was of the same level as his true origin. They were both at the peak of the Eminent Sage stage. Although both of them had true origins at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, the speed and control of Ling Tian's true origin was not something he could compare to. Apart from that, the hundreds of sword rays that shot out from Ling Tian's body seemed chaotic, but in truth, they were all brilliant sword techniques. At the very least, the martial techniques he mastered were not as brilliant as this. At this moment, Zhao Dong also realized that although he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage like Ling Tian, he was far from being a match for Ling Tian. With Ling Tian's strength, he could be considered one of the best among all the powerhouses at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage in the Debussy subterranean. This, in the distance, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who did not make it in time were so frightened that their faces turned pale. At this moment, they felt a little relieved. Fortunately, they had not broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint stage yet. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the group of people who were pierced like a hornet's nest. Boom! 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 As the corpses of the group of Mastery Eminent Saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan fell to the ground, the remaining mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan regained their senses one after another. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. It was the same even for Zhao Dong. At this moment, Zhao Dong no longer had the arrogance he had before. His eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the strength Duan Lingtian displayed made him lose all will to fight. This was because he was no match for Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Even if he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. If Duan Lingtian was at the 3rd grade, then he was at the 9th grade. He could not be compared to him at all. Zhao Dong, didn't you say I was seeking death? Why aren't you moving? After a long while, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Dong indifferently and took the initiative to break the silence. Hearing this, Zhao Dong was reminded of his previous arrogance, and his face immediately turned red. He felt that his previous actions were so laughable, to actually think that Ling Tian was an existence that he could trample on. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Dong had no reaction, his eyes gleamed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. When Zhao Dong saw the killing intent that flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, horror dawned on his face as he said in a panic, "Ling Tian, I was blind to not recognize you. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I promise I won't make an enemy out of you in the future. I promise. Really. I promise." When Zhao Dong reached the end of his sentence, he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not seem to be going away. He lowered his body and actually knelt in the air as he begged for mercy in a panic, "Ling Tian, please let me go this time. I beg you. I beg you." Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Zhao Dong with disdain when they saw how cowardly he was. Naturally, there were also a small number of people who understood Zhao Dong's actions. They felt it was understandable for him to do this in order to survive. Humph. Faced with Zhao Dong, who seemed like a completely different person, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with hatred. With a raise of his hand, a dazzling golden sword ray shot out like a blazing sun as it swept toward Zhao Dong. Although Zhao Dong was kneeling on the ground, he remained vigilant. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, he noticed it and made his move in time to block it. However, Zhao Dong, who had just broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage a few days ago, could not even control his true origin perfectly. How could he block Duan Lingtian's attack? The sword light that was like a scorching sun swept past, first shattering Zhao Dong's attack, then fusing into Zhao Dong's body without losing any momentum. With a xiao sound, the sword light pierced through Zhao Dong's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere, like red roses blooming in the air, dazzling and eye-catching. Zhao Dong's body trembled violently as blood spurted out from his chest. His face was pale as he extended his trembling hand to point at Duan Lingtian. However, before he could even straighten his hand, he breathed his last breath. Dead. Even Zhao Dong, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage, had died. The remaining mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were horrified. However, none of them ran away. None of them was willing to be the one who stood out. The one who stood out usually did not live long. None of them were hot-headed, so they naturally understood this. Just as they were looking at Duan Lingtian anxiously, waiting for Duan Lingtian's decision, Duan Lingtian, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils, merely glanced at them indifferently before continuing on his journey. He left just like that? A mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who was drenched in cold sweat muttered to himself when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. What else can he do? Don't tell me you hope he'll make a move on us? Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan asked with a pale expression. It's a good thing our cultivation base is lower, so our speed is slower. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only ones lying on the ground. Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan said fearfully when he saw the corpses on the ground. Upon hearing his words, the others agreed with him fearfully as well. Is this Ling Tian's doing? At this moment, a voice resonated in the air, giving the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan a fright. Initially, they thought it was Ling Tian who had returned. However, when they turned their heads to look, they were certain it was not Ling Tian who had returned. It was their little junior brother. I'm asking all of you. When he saw the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not reply for a long time after hearing his question, his expression turned grave as he asked again. The moment he arrived, he saw the corpses on the ground. Those corpses were all familiar faces to him, because they were all members of the Zhao family. He's the one who did this. That Ling Tian is a freak. In less than 2 years, his strength has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Chapter 1826. The peak of the eminent saint stage. Upon hearing the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes. He was shocked, but at the same time, he rejoiced. It's a good thing I've already entered the divine saint stage. Otherwise, I might not have been able to kill Ling Tian today. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Zhao Ji's figure flashed and disappeared before their eyes. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was so fast that it seemed as though he had disappeared before their eyes. Little junior brother's speed, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Although those who were lucky enough to survive were only at the intermediate eminent saint stage, they were still at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Even if a powerhouse at the mastery eminent saint stage or the peak of the eminent saint stage unleashed his full speed, it was impossible for him to disappear before their eyes. Only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above would be able to appear and disappear before their eyes. Naturally, there was another possibility. He might have used a Dao talisman. Among the Dao talismans, there were some high-grade escape Dao talismans. Once they were used, it was not difficult for them to disappear before the eyes of a group of intermediate eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. I've long known that Lord Guardian and Lord Vice Mansion Master dote on little junior brother a lot. The escape Dao talisman little junior brother used earlier must have been given to him by Lord Guardian or Lord Vice Mansion Master. It must be an extremely high-grade Dao talisman to be able to make him disappear. He used such a high-grade escape Dao talisman so casually. Little junior brother is really rich. Comparisons are odious. Why is it that little junior brother is doted on the moment he was born? There's always someone who prepared everything for him. On the other hand, we can only rely on ourselves. From the beginning until the end, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not think Zhao Ji was a divine saint stage powerhouse at all. This was because as members of the Zhao clan, they knew Zhao Ji's background very well. Although Zhao Ji's innate talent was not bad, in their opinion, he had only broken through to the mastery refined saint stage at most. They did not even dare to think about breaking through to the eminent saint stage, let alone the divine saint stage. Because that was something that they subconsciously felt was impossible. If Zhao Ji did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, perhaps the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan would have thought the same. Unfortunately, Zhao Ji had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. After devouring a large amount of young women's vital essence and blood, his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. Far ahead, Duan Lingtian continued on his way. This time, he didn't deliberately suppress the sun true essence in his body and traveled at full speed. The speed that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage made him seem like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel. Wherever he passed, the clouds, mist, and airflow avoided him. Looking from afar, it was as if a heavenly road had been opened up to the south. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located in the south. When did I start to feel compassion for those who want to kill me? Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Previously, he could have waited for the intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan to get close to him before making his move to kill them. However, at the moment the Zhao clan's late eminent sage realm disciples pounced on him, even he did not know why he was suddenly compassionate. He took the initiative to kill the group of Zhao clan's late eminent sage realm disciples who pounced on him. As for the group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan, He merely used his aura as a warning and did not make a move on them. If it was in the past, he would not have spared those who wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm in a good mood because I'm going to be reunited with father and mother soon? That's why I feel compassion for them unknowingly. In the end, this was the only explanation Duan Lingtian could come up with. Swoosh. Without warning, a thunderous sound resonated from behind Duan Lingtian. Based on the sound, it was getting closer and closer to him. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian, who was traveling at full speed using his Sun True Origin, was horrified when he heard the sound that was getting closer and closer to him. In fact, his current speed could be considered as fast among all the powerhouses at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. However, the speed of the person who was chasing after him was a level faster than him. Divine Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed who was chasing after him. Only a powerhouse at the Divine Saint stage or above could have such a fast speed. Didn't senior brother Guli ask someone to restrict the powerhouses at the quintessential Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan? How come there's still a fish that slipped through the net? Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly grave, but he did not panic. This was because he discovered that although the speed of the person chasing after him was fast, it was not to the point where he could not accept it. If I'm not mistaken, the person who's chasing after me is most likely an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he calmed down. If he did not have the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might be slightly fearful of an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. However, since he possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. Due to the fact that there was a huge gap between the Divine Saint stage and the Eminent Saint stage, he would need to mobilize at least 50% of the Sun True Origin in his body to kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. If there are more than 3 early Divine Saint stage powerhouses, it might be a little troublesome. But now... Devil Chi? This early Divine Saint stage powerhouse is a devil cultivator? As the person chasing after him got closer and closer to Duan Lingtian could clearly feel an oppressive aura surging from behind him. At the same time, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring began to tremble for no reason. He immediately regained his senses. The early Divine Saint stage powerhouse chasing after him was a devil cultivator. After confirming the person chasing after him was a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. If the person was not a devil cultivator, he would need to exhaust 50% of the Sun True Origin in his body and use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill him. However, now that he had confirmed the person was a devil cultivator, he did not even need to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. With the Sun True Origin in his body that was comparable to the True Origin at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, he could kill any devil cultivator below the Refined Saint stage by activating the Devil Seal tablet. I'd like to see who this unlucky person is. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he came to a halt and turned around to look into the distance. In the distance, a figure that was shrouded in vast devil chi was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could only see an afterimage. Strange pupil. After activating the strange pupil, the figure of the person became clearer. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the person's face. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Lingtian. It seems like you already know you can't escape. An early Divine Saint stage powerhouse said coldly as he stood near Duan Lingtian. It's you. Duan Lingtian was stunned because he recognized the early Divine Saint stage powerhouse who had caught up to him. He was familiar with the person. Before this, he did not expect the early Divine Saint stage powerhouse who was chasing after him would be this person. Zhao Ji. He was the grandson of Zhao Jin, one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian still remembered Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator 2 years ago. However, in less than 2 years, his cultivation base had already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage, and he had even become a devil cultivator. Even though Duan Lingtian had seen a lot, he could not help but feel shocked by such a ridiculous cultivation speed. Ling Tian, you didn't expect it to be me, right? When Zhao Ji saw the astonished expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He could not help but feel elated. It's only been less than 2 years, but you've already broken through to the early divine saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems like you must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. The shocked expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. Ling Tian, I, Zhao Ji, have been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, I'll settle the score with you. Zhao Ji's eyes were red as he spoke. He sounded a little hysterical when he reached the end of his sentence. He remembered how Duan Lingtian had humiliated him by slapping him twice in public at the peak of the Heaven Palace. He remembered how he had only stayed in the Saint Martial's secret zone for 3 days before he was kicked out by Duan Lingtian. Rage filled Zhao Ji's chest. He was on the verge of exploding. Settle the score? Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Zhao Ji's hysteria. How do you want to settle the score? What else? Naturally, I want you to die. However, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll slowly torture you and cut you into pieces until you bleed to the last drop of blood. Zhao Ji's eyes were red. He was crazy and paranoid. You want me to die? Don't say I'm looking down on you. Do you even have the ability to do that? Duan Lingtian sneered. He did not regret what he had done to Zhao Ji in the past. If Zhao Ji did not act so overbearing and bully him, he would not have bothered to lower himself to Zhao Ji's level. There were so many people in the mystical sky mansion. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to target Zhao Ji alone, right? Due to this reason, he did not regret what he had done in the past. Ling Tian, you're still as arrogant as before. You've also said that I'm currently at the early divine saint stage. Early divine saint stage. Isn't it easy for an early divine saint stage powerhouse like me to kill a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage like you? Chapter 1827. In less than 2 years, you've broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage and even became a devil cultivator. Zhao Ji, don't tell me you've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhao Ji with a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the soaring devil qi on Zhao Ji's body paused for a moment. Then, as though he had no intention of hiding his identity, he said frankly, so what if I did? You're right. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhao Ji's confirmation. In fact, he had only asked casually. After all, the Debussy subterranean was so big that it was filled with all sorts of strange things. It was normal for one to have a fortuitous encounter. However, Zhao Ji's words had undoubtedly admitted that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in our mystical sky mansion, are my connections. Not only did Zhu Luqi obtain the devouring dark devil technique, but so did I. In Zhao Ji's opinion, there was no way Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Due to this reason, he was not afraid Duan Lingtian would spread the news. I see. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, does this mean that the commotion in the remote area in the west in the past 2 years and the young women who were turned into dried corpses were not Palace Master Zhu's doing? That's right. It was me and Zhu Luqi who turned those young women into dried corpses. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he never touched those virgins while I like virgins the most. Because devouring the vital blood and essence of virgins would allow my cultivation to advance even more swiftly. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he licked his dry lips as though he had not had enough. His eyes shone like a hungry wolf. Bastard. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Aren't you afraid you'll become the public enemy for cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The public enemy is Zhu Luqi. As for me, in the eyes of others, I'm just a lucky person who obtained the inheritance of an ancient devil beast. Zhao Ji smiled smugly. Aren't you afraid I'll spread the news? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked. Spread the news? You'll have to survive today. Zhao Ji sneered disdainfully. Ling Tian, your innate talent is indeed very strong. If you continue to grow, you'll definitely become a prodigy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. You're the one who ruined yourself. Zhao Ji's words were filled with confidence. It was as though he was certain Duanling Tian would win. If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Duanling Tian said coldly. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhao Ji boasting so shamelessly. Don't worry. I've said before that I won't kill you in a hurry. I'll slowly toy with you until you're dead. Zhao Ji's tone turned colder as the devil qi on his body rose. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated in the air. Zhao Ji, who was shrouded in devil qi, seemed to have transformed into a peerless devil god. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Boom! He threw a punch at Duanling Tian. It was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. The attack that was as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Duanling Tian. Naturally, it gave Duanling Tian a lot of pressure. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air, a layer of golden sword rays appeared on Duanling Tian's body. It was none other than the colossal sword bell. Apart from that, most of the sword rays swept toward Zhao Ji's punch that was shrouded in devil qi. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Break! Zhao Ji shouted loudly. The energy in his fist rose again. It easily suppressed Duanling Tian's attack and continued to sweep toward Duanling Tian. What a powerful force! At this moment, Duanling Tian could deeply feel the strength of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. It was not something he could fight against at this moment. At the very least, he was no match for Zhao Ji if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duanling Tian chose to dodge Zhao Ji's punch after probing his strength. However, no matter how fast he was, Zhao Ji's punch was even faster. Bang! Although Zhao Ji's punch did not land accurately on Duanling Tian's body, it still made contact with the colossal sword bell that rose from the surface of his body. In just an instant, the colossal sword bell was crushed into pieces. It did not even have time to react. Since the colossal sword bell was crushed, it was only natural that Duanling Tian suffered a backlash. Coupled with the force of Zhao Ji's punch that landed on his body, he was sent flying. Duanling Tian was sent flying like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize his body after he was sent flying 100 meters away. However, the vital energy and blood in his body were still in turmoil. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were more or less injured. This was due to his powerful physical body. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries when faced with Zhao Ji's thunderous punch. Huh! Zhao Ji was slightly surprised when he discovered Duanling Tian was only slightly injured. Although his punch earlier did not hit Duanling Tian's body, the force that swept toward Duanling Tian was definitely not weak. Logically speaking, even if Duanling Tian did not die, he should be severely injured. However, based on the current situation, his punch had only caused Duanling Tian to suffer a minor injury. That's good as well. I can play for a little longer. Zhao Ji grinned smugly. It was obvious that he had already regarded Duanling Tian as a piece of meat on his chopping board. Ling Tian, is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. At the same time, Zhao Ji did not forget to provoke Duanling Tian with a disdainful expression on his face. A haughty expression appeared between his brows. Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's provocation, Duanling Tian, who had finally caught his breath, was not provoked at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Since you've been so honest with me and told me everything, I feel that I shouldn't hide too much from you because that would be unfair to you." At this point, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stone tablet under Zhao Ji's watchful eyes. That stele was missing a corner. However, there were many densely carved characters on it. These words were cryptic and difficult to understand. In any case, Duan Lingtian did not recognize a single one of them. At this moment, the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand trembled violently as if it wanted to break free from Duan Lingtian's control. Zhao Ji did not know why, but when Duan Lingtian took out the stone tablet with a missing corner, a sense of panic rose in his heart. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he could not show it in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after that, Zhao Ji's attention shifted to something else. He could clearly see Ling Tian's face that he hated to the core suddenly contorted before it transformed into another handsome face. It looks familiar. When Zhao Ji saw this handsome face, this thought appeared in his mind for no reason. In his memory, he seemed to have seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Actually, Ling Tian is just my name. My surname isn't Ling, it's Duan. Then, Duan Lingtian's words resonated in Zhao Ji's ears. Ling Tian is just a name? Not Ling? Duan? Why are you telling me all this? When Zhao Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively opened his mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened abruptly, and he had a shocked expression on his face as he muttered, "Duan. Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he the person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the rumors? I remember now." At the same time, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, he also recognized Duan Lingtian's face. This face is exactly the same as the face of the person in the portrait that was circulated in the lower province. The person in the portrait is none other than Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You're Duan Lingtian? When Zhao Ji finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, his gaze landed on the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He could not help but have a horrifying thought in his mind. He's Duan Lingtian. Then, don't tell me this chipped stone tablet that makes my heart palpitate is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal tablet? The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great divine weapons ranking. Anyone who obtained it would be able to kill a devil cultivator who was a stage higher than them. He's at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Then, he can kill all devil cultivators below the refined saint stage with the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, his eyes widened. He was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He felt as though God was playing a joke on him. He cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and his cultivation base had finally entered the divine saint stage after much difficulty. He had even surpassed Ling Tian, who hated him to the core. However, now that he was about to get his revenge, Duan Lingtian actually took out a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal tablet. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian was sent by God to restrain me? Zhao Ji's heart was filled with shame and indignation. At this moment, he felt as though there was a saying in his heart, since there's a jade tablet, why is there a jade tablet? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Ji's expression changing drastically when his gaze landed on the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, his expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also guessed Zhao Ji had recognized the Devil Seal tablet. He could not help but ask mockingly, "What? You recognize it? Why aren't you saying anything? Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me to death slowly? Didn't you say you're going to cut me into 1,000 pieces?" Duan Lingtian sneered. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the Devil Seal tablet and exposed his identity, the situation at the scene had undergone a tremendous change. Zhao Ji, who originally had the upper hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 1828. No. Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? How could this Ling Tian be that Duan Ling Tian? Zhao Ji found it difficult to accept this. If this Ling Tian was really that Duan Ling Tian, then the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand would be one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal Tablet. With Ling Tian's strength, he could even suppress a Devil Cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the help of the Devil Seal Tablet. However, he was only an early Divine Saint stage Devil Cultivator. At this moment, Zhao Ji wished Ling Tian was lying to him. However, the fear he felt from the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was real. It was not a psychological effect. It's over. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Ji nonchalantly. He did not intend to waste his breath on Zhao Ji any longer. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and raised the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand. The Sun True Origin in his body surged out and merged with the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet began to tremble even more violently. Waves of black mist also surged out of the demon sealing tombstone and swirled around it. In the end, it solidified into bolts of black lightning that sent chills down one's spine. When the Devil Seal Tablet's aura surged out, even if one was not a Devil Cultivator, one would feel chills down one's spine, let alone a Devil Cultivator who was restrained by the Devil Seal Tablet. When Duan Ling Tian merged his true origin with the Devil Seal Tablet, Zhao Ji discovered he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. He could not even muster the will to resist in the face of this aura. Apart from that, he discovered the energy in his body had stagnated. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. No. Zhao Ji was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was 100% certain the inconspicuous stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was the Devil Seal Tablet. If it was not the Devil Seal Tablet, it would not be able to restrain him like this. Ling Tian's true identity was indeed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I shouldn't have bullied you. You should have hit me, you should have. You should have kicked me out of the St. Martial's secret zone. I should have kicked you, I should have kicked you. As long as you don't kill me, I won't expose your identity. I won't hold a grudge against you in the future, and I won't seek revenge against you. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. I swear by the lightning penalty oath. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. Faced with Duan Ling Tian who was about to throw the Devil Seal Tablet at him, Zhao Ji had no choice but to admit defeat no matter how much he hated Duan Ling Tian. If he did not submit and the Devil Seal Tablet came crashing down on him, he would definitely die. In the face of death, Zhao Ji, who valued his life more than anything else, only had one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to survive. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. At this moment, even if Zhao Ji was asked to kill his father and grandfather, as long as he could survive, he would do it. Under the suppression of the Devil Seal Tablet, it was useless even if the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated had the soul congregation technique recorded in it. This was because the Devil Seal Tablet mainly targeted the soul. Once it attacked a devil cultivator, it would immediately crush the devil cultivator's soul. In the face of the Devil Seal Tablet's attack, the soul congregation technique was useless. However, in the face of Zhao Ji's begging and submission, Duan Ling Tian completely ignored him. Without saying a word, he lifted the Devil Seal Tablet and threw it at Zhao Ji. Boom! The moment the demon sealing tombstone made its move, space shook and ripples spread out like ripples. A vast wave of energy also surged out and the surrounding clouds were all dispersed. It was as though something had exploded. Whoosh! The sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air wherever the Devil Seal Tablet passed. In just a blink of an eye, it was already close to Zhao Ji. No! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian who had a look of despair on his face could only let out a silent cry in his heart. After he lifted the Devil Seal Tablet and threw it out, Duan Ling Tian looked on coldly from the side. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to kill Zhao Ji with the Devil Seal Tablet that was powered by his Sun True Origin. There was no doubt that Zhao Ji would die. Rumble. However, when the Devil Seal tablet was close to Zhao Ji and was about to kill him, a loud noise resonated in the air again. Along with the noise, a wave of devil chi that was even more majestic surged into the sky. Who's there? When Duan Lingtian heard the loud noise and sensed the powerful devil chi, he immediately took out the jasper celestial sword and looked at the sky warily. The loud noise was caused by a wave of energy that tore through the sky. The wave of energy was extremely powerful and contained a shocking amount of devil chi. It was obvious that a powerful devil cultivator who was hiding in the dark had made his move. Whoosh! At the same time, the devil seal tablet that was just a foot away from Zhao Ji and was about to kill him seemed to have sensed something. It paused in the air for a moment as though inertia did not exist to it. However, after pausing for a moment, it did not change its target. It continued to charge toward Zhao Ji. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a graceful figure appeared in his field of vision like a bolt of lightning. As soon as the figure appeared, it charged toward Duan Lingtian as fast as it could. It's her. The graceful figure grew larger and larger in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. At the same time, the person's face was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that he would see this woman here. Although the woman's appearance had changed slightly after so many years, he still recognized her with just a glance. This woman was none other than the uneducated eldest young miss he had met in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, Ouyang Roa, the eldest young miss of the Ouyang clan in Han River City. Because of Ouyang Roa, he had a huge conflict with the Ouyang clan. However, he heard that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated. Initially, he thought Ouyang Roa was done for. He did not expect her to be alive and standing in front of him. Moreover, after so many years, Ouyang Roa's strength seemed to be even more powerful than his. No. Not only was she more powerful than him, but even Zhao Ji was no match for her. In fact, Ouyang Roa was far weaker than him back then. This Ouyang Roa. What kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? A few years ago, she was no match for me, but today, her cultivation base is even stronger than the intermediate divine saint stage. At this moment, many thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian, you've caused the annihilation of my Ouyang clan and my brother's tragic death. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother and the Ouyang clan. At the same time, a cold woman's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Ouyang Roa's voice. In just a blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could react, Ouyang Roa had already arrived in front of him. She was only a foot away from him as she stared at him with bloodshot eyes. A vast energy rose from her body along with the monstrous devil chi, pressuring Duan Lingtian. She's a devil cultivator as well. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt the danger, he secretly gasped. Whoosh! As though it had sensed the danger its master, Duan Lingtian, was in, the devil seal tablet that was supposed to continue killing Zhao Ji suddenly turned around and charged at Ouyang Roa when it was only a finger's distance away from Zhao Ji. Die! At the moment before the devil seal tablet turned around and charged toward Ouyang Roa, a narrow saber appeared in Ouyang Roa's hand out of thin air. The narrow saber contained a monstrous devil chi and a powerful force as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Ouyang Roa's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, she only had eyes for Duan Lingtian. She even ignored the devil seal tablet that was charging at her. It was obvious she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian even if she had to risk her life. In her opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, her Ouyang clan would not have been annihilated, and her brother would not have been sent to that damned place to die. She would not have been tortured in that damned place and barely escaped death before she managed to obtain the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator. It was precisely because she had obtained the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator hidden in the nether ridge that Wang Fei Xian's cultivation base had soared in just a few years. Currently, she had already entered the mastery divine saint stage. She was 2 levels stronger than Zhao Ji. As Ouyang Roa's saber charged at him, Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure. This pressure caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. After all, he had made the first move. Even though the Devil Seal tablet was fast, it would be difficult for it to suppress Ouyang Ruo before her saber touched Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the Devil Seal tablet could not save Duan Lingtian. At the very least, it could not save him at this moment. Jasper Celestial Sword, it's all up to you now. When Ouyang Ruo had appeared and revealed her strength at the intermediate Divine Saint stage, Duan Lingtian had already raised his guard. The 99 saint veins in his body had also circulated the Sun True Origin in his hand and was ready to attack. When Duan Lingtian saw Ouyang Ruo's saber charging at him, he immediately circulated the Sun True Origin that he had been accumulating and channeled it into the Jasper Celestial Sword without any reservation. This was because his life was at stake. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. For this reason, Duan Lingtian circulated the Sun True Origin that was channeled into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was almost all of the Sun True Origin in his body. Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin had completely merged with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was as though a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage had channeled all of his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It caused the Jasper Celestial Sword to shine brightly and emit a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of solid golden sword energy appeared around the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1829. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Ouyang Ruo noticed the unusual sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, she did not think much of Duan Lingtian's sword. In her opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Even if he had the famous Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud Sword, on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it would be impossible for him to block her attack. This was the confidence she had as a Mastery Divine Saint stage Devil cultivator. If it was not for the fact that she was afraid of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, she would not have hidden in the dark and waited for an opportunity to make her move. It was only when Zhao Ji appeared and attracted the Devil Seal tablet's attention that she realized this was the best opportunity for her to make her move. Due to this reason, when she saw the Devil Seal tablet did not abandon Zhao Ji after she had tested its reaction with her attack, she seized the opportunity to make her move. She was prepared to perish together with Duan Lingtian. Wang! The saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand slashed across the sky like a silver moon before it collided with the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Both of them collided violently. Boom! 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 As the energy from the saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand collided with the energy from the Jasper Celestial Sword, the air trembled as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out and set off violent winds. Impossible. When Ouyang Ruo discovered the energy from Duan Lingtian's sword was slightly stronger than the energy from the saber in her hand, horror dawned on her immediately. This was because she had never thought something like this would happen. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage? Since when was the strength of a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage strong enough to fight a Mastery Divine Saint stage Devil cultivator? At this moment, Ouyang Ruo did not even think about the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, Zhao Ji, who was abandoned by the Devil Seal tablet in the distance, did not even have the time to think or see what was going on. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the distance like a ghost, far away from the place where Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Ruo were fighting. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword had broken the saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand. Then, like a venomous snake, it viciously bit towards Ouyang Ruo. After all, Ouyang Ruo was a Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword was running out of energy, she managed to dodge the fatal attack from the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even though she managed to dodge the Jasper Celestial Sword's fatal attack, the Devil Seal Tombstone had also arrived. Boom! The Devil Seal Tombstone shot through the air like a mountain and crashed down on Ouyang Ruo. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress her. No! Ouyang Ruo's eyes were filled with unwillingness when she saw the Devil Seal tablet that was charging at her and Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with a pale face and tottering body. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. She exerted all her strength to activate the broken saber in her hand. She wanted to throw the saber out and kill Duan Lingtian before the Devil Seal tombstone could suppress her. She was confident that once the broken saber in her hand was thrown out, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. This was her last chance. Unfortunately, just as Ouyang Ruo was about to activate the energy in her body and send it into the broken saber, the energy in her hand suddenly surged out. At this moment, the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal tombstone had already enveloped her body. The raging energy surged into her mind as though it was free of charge, directly destroying her soul. With her soul destroyed, Ouyang Ruo's body was, naturally, a walking corpse. The broken saber in her hand that was about to be thrown out fell from her hand. Huff, 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 in the distance, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves immediately relaxed when he saw Ouyang Ruo being killed by the Devil Seal tombstone. He panted heavily. Oh no! That Zhao Ji ran away. After taking a few deep breaths and recovering slightly, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced into the distance. When he saw that there was no one there, his expression changed drastically. The Devil Seal tombstone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tombstone seemed to be able to sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. The flashing black lightning around its body became even more intense and raging. Then, it started to spin in the air as if it was searching for something or confirming the direction. Whoosh! After a short moment, under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the Devil Seal tablet suddenly shook before it seemed to have transformed into a meteor that soared through the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The Devil Seal tombstone was chasing in the direction that Zhao Ji had escaped. Zhao Ji. After putting away Ouyang Ruo's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian hurried on with his remaining son True Origin. Although his speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, it was not slow either. However, as his son True Origin continued to deplete, his speed began to slow down. I hope the Devil Seal tombstone can catch up to Zhao Ji and kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only pray in his heart. In the distance, after Zhao Ji saw the Devil Seal tombstone had abandoned him, he fled as fast as he could. He did not dare to hold back at all. In the beginning, although he was running, he did not hear anything behind him. For this reason, he had a relieved expression on his face. However, when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, horror dawned on him. The Devil Seal tombstone has caught up to me? While he was fleeing, Zhao Ji turned his head to look behind him. With just a glance, he saw something that looked like a black bolt of lightning charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was even faster than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. When Zhao Ji turned his head and saw the black bolt of lightning, a thought appeared in his mind. However, the black bolt of lightning had already arrived in front of him and was heading straight for his head. No! Zhao Ji only managed to cry out in grief before his body jolted and fell from the sky. Looking at his widened eyes, the spiritual light was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a dull and lifeless gaze. It was apparent Zhao Ji's soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally arrived. When he saw the Devil Seal tombstone hovering in the air and Zhao Ji who was lying on the ground, he sighed in relief. It's a good thing I didn't let Zhao Ji escape. Otherwise, wouldn't the news of me being Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire? The Devil Seal tombstone is one of the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint land. Even in the upper province, it's an extraordinary existence. If news of this spread out, even if I have the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody from the lower province would dare to snatch the Devil Seal tombstone from me. However, what about the upper province? Although the people from the lower province fear the Azure Cloud Mansion, the powerhouses from the upper province don't care about the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with Zhao Ji's death, everything had come to an end. The news of him being Duan Lingtian would not spread. At the very least, it would not spread for now. After killing Zhao Ji, Duan Lingtian rested for a while before continuing on his journey to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. At this time, Ji should have killed Ling Tian by now, right? Since Zhao Deng was restrained by Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, he could not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. He could only wait at home for news. Smack! All of a sudden, a clear sound resonated from nearby and attracted Zhao Deng's attention. Zhao Deng looked over and saw the 3 pearls enshrined on the table in the distance. The one on the right had shattered into pieces. Seeing this bead shatter, Zhao Deng's eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he finally roared out loud. His voice was filled with anger and sorrow. That pearl belonged to his son, Zhao Ji, the Soul Pearl. The shattering of the Soul Pearl meant that Zhao Ji was killed and his soul was destroyed. Whoosh! Zhao Deng, who was filled with anger and sorrow, had completely forgotten about Qian Pingsheng. He immediately flew out of the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian. He wanted to know how his son had died. However, Qian Pingsheng did not know what Zhao Deng had gone through, so he directly stopped him. Palace Master Qian, my son has been killed. Don't tell me you're going to stop me from finding the murderer. Perhaps, you're one of the accomplices in killing my son? Zhao Deng stared at Qian Pingsheng with bloodshot eyes, causing Qian Pingsheng to feel chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji has been killed? Qian Pingsheng frowned. Do you think I'll lie to you about this? Palace Master Qian, you better think this through. If I lose the best time to find the murderer because of your obstruction, you'll become an accomplice as well. At that time, you'll have to answer to my father yourself. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he even mentioned his father, Zhao Jin. His tone was filled with anger and impatience. When Qian Pingsheng heard this, he gasped. He could tell Zhao Deng did not seem to be lying. Due to this reason, he obediently moved aside. Since almost half of the 3 days had passed, Ling Tian must have left the Mystical Sky Mansion. Even if Zhao Deng went after him, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. When Zhao Ji left the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he asked some of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. When he found out the direction Duan Lingtian and the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples at the Intermediate Refined Saint stage and above had left, he immediately rushed over. He knew his son must have gone in that direction as well. Soon after, Zhao Deng encountered the group of Intermediate Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan who were returning to the Mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately stopped them and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see Lord Vice Mansion Master?" The group of Zhao clan's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Zhao Deng. They nodded in response to his question. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, we met little junior brother earlier. However, little junior brother seemed to have used an escaped Dao talisman and disappeared before our eyes." Many people said in unison. Escaped Dao talisman? Zhao Deng frowned. However, when he extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation base of the group of Zhao clan's disciples, realization dawned on him. Chapter 1830. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to think his son had used an escape technique Dao talisman. Zhao Ji thought to himself. As far as I know, all the powerhouses at the Intermediate Eminent Saint stage or above from our Zhao clan who are not in closed-door cultivation in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate have gone after Ling Tian. Why are all of you the only ones here? Where's Zhao Dong and the others? Zhao Deng looked at the group of Intermediate Eminent Saint stage Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Dong and the other senior brothers at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage were killed by Ling Tian. Soon after, someone replied to Zhao Deng's question. What? Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as though he was struck by lightning. Zhao Dong was killed. Zhao Dong was a disciple from the Zhao clan who was ranked at the top of the Mystical Sky ranking. Not long ago, he had even entered the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. However, he was killed by Ling Tian today. Ling Tian. Zhao Dang's eyes were burning with rage as though it could burn everything. Ling Tian had actually killed Zhao Dong and the other mastery eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan. This was undoubtedly destroying the foundation of the Zhao clan. Perhaps Zhao Dang and the others were still unable to shoulder the burden of the Zhao clan. However, after a few decades or even 100 years, the Zhao clan would have to rely on them. But now, Zhao Dang and the others had died before they even had the chance to grow. They had died in Ling Tian's hands. How could Zhao Dang not be furious? At this moment, Zhao Dang seemed to have forgotten something. If Zhao Dong and the others did not go after Ling Tian would not have been so ruthless. Of course, not to mention that Zhao Dang had forgotten about this matter. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't think so. In his opinion, it was only right for the people from the Zhao clan to kill others, but it was wrong for others to kill the people from the Zhao clan. When did all of you meet Zhao Dang took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart as he looked at the disciples from the Zhao clan. He asked the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. After Ling Tian killed Zhao Dang and the others and left, little junior brother arrived. Someone was the first to respond. You were there too. Zhao Dang's face darkened. Why didn't Ling Tian kill you? Maybe it's because we were too slow and didn't get close to him in time, so we didn't provoke him. Or maybe it's because he disdained to kill us. Many people smiled bitterly. Must have gone after Ling Tian. Could it be that he was killed by Ling Tian? Impossible. That Ling Tian is merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It's impossible for him to kill Zhao Dang had thousands of thoughts in his mind. At the same time, he moved in the direction that Duan Ling Tian had left. He was certain that his son had gone after that Ling Tian. Therefore, if he wanted to find clues about his son's murder, he had to take this route. Vice Mansion Master's expression doesn't look too good. The group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other when they saw Zhao Dang leaving in such a hurry. They could see that Zhao Dang's expression was grave and he seemed to have encountered something urgent. Don't tell me something happened to little junior brother? It was unknown who said this, but the entire crowd fell silent again. That's possible. Many people agreed after a few moments. However, no matter what, this was only their speculation. For this reason, they quickly stopped discussing this matter. If news of their speculation spread out and reached the ears of the Vice Mansion Master or the Guardian, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Zhao Dang carefully searched everywhere he passed by. Soon after, he discovered the bodies of Zhao Dong and the others. Although he had heard that Zhao Dong and the others had been killed by Ling Tian, when he saw the corpses of Zhao Dong and the others, Zhao Dang was filled with anger again. Ling Tian, our Zhao family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. I, Zhao Dang, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was bound to not be able to hear his hysteria. Even if he heard it, Duan Ling Tian would only snort in disdain. Irreconcilable? Could it be that the Zhao clan was not irreconcilable with him before this? If that was not the case, why would so many people from the Zhao clan try so hard to kill him? Since he was in a hurry to find out the cause of his son's death and the culprit who killed his son, he took a few more glances at Zhao Dong and the others' bodies before he stepped into the air again and continued to move forward. Not long after, he found a corpse. Who's this woman? The body Zhao Dang discovered belonged to Ouyang Ruo. To be more precise, it was Ouyang Ruo who was killed by the Devil Seal Tablet. However, Zhao Dang did not recognize her. Although Zhao Dang did not know Ouyang Ruo, he still checked her body. After checking her body, he could not help but gasp. There's no external injury on her body at all. It seems like she was killed by a soul attack. The person who killed her must be a powerhouse who mainly cultivates divine consciousness attacks. In the Dao martial saint land, whether it was martial or Dao cultivators, there were a small number of people who mainly cultivated divine consciousness attacks. When these people attacked with their divine consciousness, they would usually be able to catch their opponents off guard and kill them without leaving a trace. After all, it was the body of a woman he did not know. Zhao Deng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. In the end, he really found some traces. Traces of Zhao Ji running for his life. Naturally, Zhao Deng only found some traces. He did not know they were traces of his son running for his life. However, he still followed the traces. An hour later, Zhao Deng found Zhao Ji's body. Although he had killed many people before, his eyes still turned red when he saw his son's body. Ji, who's that? Who killed you? At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost his mind. As time passed by, Zhao Deng seemed to know it was useless for him to continue acting like this. He began to calm down and observe his son's body. As soon as he began to observe, he found some clues. He discovered there were no external injuries on Zhao Ji's body at all. There were not even any bruises on his body. Ji doesn't have any external injuries as well. He must have died from his soul being destroyed. Don't tell me he was killed by the same person as the woman I saw who died a long time ago. Who's the person who killed my son? Zhao Deng was about to go crazy when he realized the clues stopped here. He tried his best to search for traces in his surroundings, but he did not find anything. With Ji's speed, he must have caught up with Ling Tian before he came here. However, up until now, I still haven't found Ling Tian's body. I'll head in the direction Ling Tian went after he left the mystical sky mansion. Perhaps, I'll be able to find some clues. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he decided to continue chasing after Ling Tian. Naturally, he had also stored Zhao Ji's body in his spatial ring for safekeeping. At this moment, apart from sadness, there was only anger on his face. It was an uncontrollable anger. Due to Zhao Ji's death, Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion. After he collected Zhao Ji's body, he continued to chase after Ling Tian in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was making his way to the Azure Cloud Mansion, was unaware of all this. Although he was unaware, he was still very careful. After he killed Zhao Ji, he changed into a set of grey robes. Not only that, but his appearance had also undergone a drastic change with the help of the disguising secret tactic. It was so ordinary that it could not be any more ordinary. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, was standing in front of him, she might not be able to recognize him, let alone other people. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling behind him. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. It was obvious it was a powerhouse who was traveling. What a fast speed. This person's cultivation base must be at the Mastery Divine Saint stage at least. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he did not turn around and continue to travel. Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a loud shout behind him. Then, he felt as though he was being targeted by someone. Zhao Deng? Duan Ling Tian instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not surprised by Zhao Deng's appearance. Since he had already killed Zhao Ji, as long as Zhao Ji left a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng would definitely find out about Zhao Ji's death and leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after him. As for the powerhouse whom Gu Li had hired to stop Zhao Deng, he might help Gu Li for the sake of Gu Li's father, Gu Xiaoyun. However, it was impossible for him to offend the other guardian, Zhao Jin. After learning that Zhao Jin's most beloved grandson, Zhao Ji, had been killed, how would he dare to stop Zhao Deng? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when Zhao Deng called out his name. Although he had disguised himself, his back remained the same. It was still the same as before. Just by looking at his back, he was still him. Senior, are you talking to me? Duan Ling Tian asked, feigning ignorance as he turned around and looked at Zhao Deng, who was staring at him with a burning gaze. He had a confused expression on his face. When Zhao Deng saw Duan Lingtian's ordinary face, he could not help but frown. How was this possible? How could this person who had the same back as Ling Tian have a different face? To be more precise, how could he not be Ling Tian? Zhao Deng extended his divine consciousness and discovered there were no traces of disguise on Zhao Deng's face. He was greatly disappointed. However, Zhao Deng completely ignored Duan Ling Tian, who had disguised himself and feigned ignorance. With just a flash, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His back was also drenched in sweat. It's a good thing I know the disguising secret tactic that can't be detected by divine consciousness. Otherwise, I would have died today. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. Let's continue on our journey. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion in a few days. Chapter 1831. Zhao Deng searched for a few days, but he did not find any clues about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts at all. In the end, he could only return helplessly. I hope father won't come back so soon. Otherwise, I don't know how to tell him about this. He dotes on Ji-er to the point of spoiling him. If he finds out Ji-er is dead, he won't be able to accept it. Zhao Deng prayed inwardly as he made his way back. However, this was only his wishful thinking. When he returned, he discovered his father was already back. I heard Ji-er is back. Where is he? This was the first thing Zhao Jin said when he saw Zhao Deng. Plop. Upon hearing Zhao Jin's words, Zhao Deng kneeled in front of Zhao Jin with a distressed expression on his face. He lowered his head and said, Father, Ji-er. Ji-er is dead. Boom. Zhao Deng's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Zhao Jin's ears. His eyes widened as horror dawned on him. Then, he looked at Zhao Deng and asked sternly, what happened? I've only left not long ago. How did this happen? Father, it's like this. Following that, Zhao Deng began to tell Zhao Jin everything that had happened. He told Zhao Jin about how he had obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and how his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. When Zhao Jin found out his grandson had entered the early divine saint stage before the age of 40, he should have been overjoyed. However, before he could rejoice, he found out his grandson who had such a great fortuitous encounter was dead. His soul was destroyed by a divine consciousness attack. At some point, Zhao Deng took out Zhao Ji's body. Tears streamed down Zhao Jin's face as he looked at Zhao Ji's body. He gently caressed Zhao Ji's face before his gaze turned cold. So, even if Ji-er wasn't killed by Ling Tian, he was indirectly killed by him? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded and said angrily, if it wasn't for Ling Tian leaving the mystical sky mansion, Ji-er wouldn't have chased after him. If Ji-er didn't chase after him, he wouldn't have died. For this reason, Ling Tian is an indirect accomplice in Ji-er's death. Is there a possibility that the Gu clan fellow also found an expert skilled in divine sense attacks to protect Ling Tian as he left? That person used a divine sense attack to kill Ji-er. Zhao Jin guessed with a sullen face. That's possible. If not for Zhao Jin's reminder, Zhao Deng wouldn't have thought of this. Go. Follow me to find Gu Li. After Zhao Jin finished speaking, he brought Zhao Ji along to look for Gu Li. Gu Li made use of Gu Xiaoyun's connections to find a group of powerhouses to restrict the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. This was done to protect his friend. Zhao Jin couldn't do anything to him because of this, because the Zhao clan was in the wrong. However, if the person Gu Li hired to protect Ling Tian killed his grandson, then, it would be a completely different matter. However, when they looked for Gu Li denied it. I only found someone to restrict the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. I didn't find a powerhouse skilled in divine sense attacks to protect junior brother Ling Tian. When junior brother Ling Tian left, he was alone. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. After Gu Li swore on the lightning penalty oath, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng finally realized they had guessed wrongly. Gu Li did not find anyone to protect Ling Tian. Then, who was the person who killed their grandson and son? After Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, Gu Xiaoyun could not help but sigh. I can't believe Zhao Ji actually died outside. However, what's a refined saint stage martial cultivator like him doing? Is he going to hunt little Tian down? Humph. With his strength, he's just seeking death if he chased after junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li snorted coldly and said disdainfully, in my opinion, Gu Li must have died in the hands of junior brother Ling Tian. I don't think it's little Tian. Earlier, they also said Gu Li was killed by a powerhouse skilled in divine sense attacks. There were no external injuries on his body at all. As far as I know, little Tian isn't skilled in divine sense attacks. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head. He had a different opinion. No matter what, Zhao Ji deserved to die. Now that he's dead, there's one less disaster in the mystical sky mansion. Gu Li said nonchalantly. Not only did he not sympathize with Zhao Ji's death, but he even took pleasure in his misfortune. Li, it's fine if you say these words here, but if word of this spreads out, I'm afraid Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng won't let this matter rest. To them, Zhao Ji is their lifeblood. Even if Zhao Deng finds another woman to give birth to a son, it'll take at least a few decades for him to become like Zhao Ji. Gu Xiaoyun understood Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's feelings very well. If something had happened to Gu Li, he would definitely have reacted the same way as Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. In fact, he might have even lost his composure. Yes, father. Gu Li knew Gu Xiaoyun was doing this for his own good, so he agreed without hesitation. Li, where did little Tian go? Didn't he say he would go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land with you after you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage? Don't tell me he abandoned you and went to the upper province? Gu Xiaoyun asked curiously. Currently, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng were not around. For this reason, Gu Li could tell his father everything he knew. However, he did not plan to reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian immediately. Instead, he decided to take things one step at a time. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's surname is not Ling, isn't his name Ling Tian? Why is his surname not Ling? Gu Xiaoyun was puzzled. Ling Tian is his name. As for his surname. Father, can you guess what his surname is? When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he purposely asked. The world is so big, and there are so many surnames. How would I know what his surname is? Gu Xiaoyun said snappily, all right. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, what's little Tian's surname? He has the same surname as the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li smiled. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ruffeng? Little Tian's surname is Duan? Gu Xiaoyun was a little surprised. In that case, his full name is not Ling Tian but Duan Ling Tian. Wait, no. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. However, I can't recall it at this moment. Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li reminded him in a timely manner. Devil Seal Tablet. Upon hearing Gu Li's reminder, the fog in Gu Xiaoyun's mind cleared up, and he was suddenly enlightened. I remember now. That lucky kid who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet that caused a commotion back then was called Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe little Tian has the same name as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. This name is rare. Gu Xiaoyun smiled. The reason he did not associate the Duan Ling Tian he was familiar with Duan Ling Tian was because he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not disguise himself. He had also seen the portrait of Duan Ling Tian before. Although both of them were very handsome, they were two completely different people. Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the Duan Ling Tian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li was speechless when he saw Gu Xiaoyun still had the wrong idea even after his reminder. What? Gu Xiaoyun was, naturally, taken aback by Gu Li's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. I've seen the portrait of Duan Ling Tian with my own eyes. He's not the same person as little Tian. I'm certain little Tian didn't disguise himself. Unless the portrait of Duan Ling Tian was drawn after little Tian disguised himself. Gu Li sighed. He knew his father would not be able to figure it out if he did not explain. As for what he was going to tell Gu Xiayun, he had already asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. If he only told Gu Xiayun this, Duan Lingtian would not have any objections. As Gu Li explained, Gu Xiayun was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Li Feng, the monstrous genius who appeared briefly in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, was not Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Instead, he was Duan Lingtian in disguise. As for Ling Tian, he was also Duan Lingtian in disguise. Duan Lingtian's real appearance was exactly the same as the portrait that was circulated that year. Not only had Gu Xiayun seen it before, but he also had a portrait of Duan Lingtian in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Xiayun opened the portrait and looked at the handsome young man in it. He sighed emotionally. So this is little Tian's true appearance. However, little Tian's luck is really good. He was actually able to obtain the renowned Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapon rankings, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet is a Super Saint weapon that's capable of restraining devil cultivators. Gu Xiayun's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Gu Li. You must remember not to tell anyone about little Tian's true identity. If news of this spreads out, he'll definitely become the target of everyone again. At that time, his enemy won't just be the Zhao clan, but the entire Debussy subterranean and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Gu Xiayun knew how tempting the Devil Seal Tablet was. If it was not for the fact that he already regarded Duan Lingtian as one of his own, he would have thought of killing him to snatch the treasure away. This was because the temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet was too great. I know. Gu Li nodded. I've only told you this after asking junior brother Ling Tian's opinion. As for the others, I won't tell them before I get junior brother Ling Tian's permission. That's good. Gu Xiayun nodded in satisfaction before he continued to ask, You haven't told me if little Tian left in a hurry and didn't wait for you. Did he go to the upper province first? No. Gu Li shook his head. He went to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for me, I stayed behind to inform you. In a few days, I'll also go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for junior brother Ling Tian and leave the lower province with him to the upper province. Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he go to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Chapter 1832. Father, junior brother Ling Tian has already decided to go to the upper province. Why is he joining the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? Gu Li was speechless when he heard Gu Xiayun's words. That's true. However, why is he going to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Xiayun nodded. Indeed, since he had already decided to head to the upper province, there was no need for that little fellow to join the Azure Cloud Mansion since it would not benefit him at all. The Azure Cloud Mansion is his home. What can he do when he returns? Of course, it's to reunite with his family. Gu Li sighed. What? Gu Xiayun's eyes widened. The Azure Cloud Mansion is little Tian's home? What do you mean by that? What's the relationship between little Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right either. If he's related to the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion for no reason? Moreover, if he's really from the Azure Cloud Mansion, with his innate talent, he's definitely not someone who has no achievements. I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Gu Xiayun shook his head as he spoke. Father, do you still remember Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Li asked. Although Gu Xiayun did not know why his son suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. Of course I remember. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's also the only person in the history of the Debussy subterranean who came from the mortal continent to control a peak force. Then what if I said? Junior brother Ling Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Li asked again. What? Little Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Xiayun was instantly petrified. After a long while, he muttered in astonishment. When did the martial cultivators from the mortal continent become so abnormal? Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li continued. His words were like a heavy bomb, and Gu Xiaoyun was dumbstruck. He only regained his senses after a while, and looked at Gu Li in shock. Li, is what you said true? Little Tian is the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion? Absolutely. Gu Li nodded. However, since he's the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion? Gu Xiaoyun could not figure it out. However, after Gu Li's explanation, he came to a realization. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Azure Cloud Mansion immediately after he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land because he had lost the clue his father had left for him. It was only recently when he heard about some of the deeds of Duan Ruffeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and his name, that he was certain of it. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his father. He immediately rushed to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with his family. It's fortunate that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng didn't know about little Tian's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on little Tian even if they were given 100 guts. Gu Xiaoyun said as his eyes gleamed. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's identity is special, and it's not good to expose it. Not only is he the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but he's also the one who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. If news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spreads out, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to protect him. Even the powerhouses from the upper province will be attracted by the Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li said with a worried expression on his face. That's right. The temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet is too great. Gu Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Gu Li and continued to say, for this reason, it's all the more reason we can't expose little Tian's background. Otherwise, what awaits him and the Azure Cloud Mansion is a disaster. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Understood. Gu Li said solemnly. On the other hand, after Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, they felt even more frustrated. Up until now, they still had no clue how their grandson and son had died. They had a lot of strength, but there was nothing they could do about it. If we want to find Jier's murderer, there's only one way to go now. Zhao Jin said in a deep voice. Father, are you referring to Ling Tian? Zhao Deng asked. That's right. Zhao Jin nodded before he continued to say, as far as I know, Ling Tian had made an appointment with that lad from Gu clan to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, he has left on his own. Although that lad from Gu clan has broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he still hasn't left with Ling Tian. I have a feeling that Ling Tian hasn't gone to the upper province yet. Moreover, based on what you said, he didn't leave in the direction of the upper province. Zhao Jin said in one breath. Father, where did Ling Tian go? Why don't we ask Gu Li about it? Zhao Deng said as his eyes flashed fiercely. Humph. Do you think Gu Li will tell you? Zhao Jin snorted coldly as he looked at Zhao Deng as though he was looking at an idiot. If it was someone else who looked at him like that, Zhao Deng would have long gone berserk. However, the person who looked at him like that was his father. Even if he was unhappy, he did not dare to show it. Father, what do you think we should do? Zhao Deng asked again. Keep an eye on that lad from Gu clan. He's the most important clue if we want to find Ling Tian. It's fine if he doesn't leave the mystical sky mansion. However, once he leaves, follow him and see if he's going to look for Ling Tian, Zhao Jin said. His eyes lit up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he secretly admired his father. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of what was happening in the mystical sky mansion. Currently, he had already arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located at the south of the Debussy subterranean. It was located above a vast and boundless lake. If one stood by the side of the lake, one would not be able to see the other side of the lake. It felt as though one was standing by the sea and looking at the endless ocean. This was the crouching dragon lake that surrounded the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The entire lake was like a divine dragon coiling around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. That was how the crouching dragon lake got its name. Azure Cloud Mansion. Mother, Tian, will be able to see you soon. Little Fei, I'm here. I'm here to see you and our child. Father, I'm here. Outside the crouching dragon lake, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the crouching dragon lake. His emotions were surging. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down before he stepped into the air and entered the crouching dragon lake. The instant Duan Lingtian entered the crouching dragon lake, the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake suddenly began to ripple. In the end, a loud bang reverberated in the air. Bang! 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 After the loud bang reverberated in the air, a series of loud bangs reverberated in the air. One after another, gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake, breaking the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake. Who's there? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate? At the same time, a thunderous voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the surface of the crouching dragon lake, 10 gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake. They rose into the air and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Wild beasts? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the 10 gigantic figures around him. He discovered they were 10 gigantic wild beasts. There was a black figure standing on the backs of these wild beasts. They were all soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions on their faces. These soldiers seemed to emit waves of coldness, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Black armored guards? During his journey here, Duan Lingtian had deliberately asked around about the Azure Cloud Mansion. He knew the black armored guards were the most elite guards in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The weakest black armored guards were at the early eminent saint stage. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only those who were at the early eminent saint stage and above were qualified to become a black armored guard. Due to the fact that the black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only 1,000 of them. They were collectively known as the Black Armored Army. It was said that the Black Armored Army of the Azure Cloud Mansion consisted of 1 Chiliarch, 10 Centurions, and 100 Decurions. The Chiliarch was also the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was one of the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The 10 Centurions below him were all at the Mastery Divine Saint stage or the peak of the Divine Saint stage. As for the 100 Decurions, the weakest one was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. No wonder people say the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market are much stronger than the other quasi-third-rate forces. Put aside the Mountain Shade Black Market, just the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion alone is far from what the Mystical Sky Mansion can compare to. Among the 1,000 black armored guards, there are 10 Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouses and even those at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. The commander of the Black Armored Army is even an exemplary saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. However, this force that shocked him was the force under his father's command. It has only been 20 years since my cheapskate father disappeared and reappeared on Cloud Continent. In just 20 years, not only did he make a name for himself in the Debussy subterranean, but he even became the new mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he also led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top force in the lower province that's comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how his cheapskate father managed to achieve this in such a short time. If it was him, he would not have been able to do it. Leave the crouching dragon lake in 10 breaths. Otherwise, die. One of the 10 black armored guards said coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring them. He was riding on a wild beast when he emerged from the crouching dragon lake. The one who spoke just now was also this person. He was clearly the leader of the dozen or so black armored guards. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye and instantly probed his cultivation base. It was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It seems like he's a Decurion. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Decurion, the reason I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion is to see Mansion Master Duan. Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity and say he was their young Mansion Master. He only said he wanted to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Who are you? Why do you want to see our Lord Mansion Master? Chapter 1833. As for the details, I'll have to meet Mansion Master Duan before I can tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to the Decurion. Even before they arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Lingtian was still very cautious. He was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Moreover, even if he did reveal his identity, he would need others to believe him. Before this, most of the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not know their Mansion Master had a son. If he said he was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the other party would most likely think he was a liar and throw him out. Duan Lingtian, who missed his family dearly, was, naturally, unwilling to create unnecessary trouble. Due to this reason, he was so cautious. If that's the case, I'll send someone to inform the Mansion Master of your arrival. However, you'll have to state your identity when you do so. Who are you? Which force are you from? The Decurion nodded before he asked again. When the Decurion saw Duan Lingtian remain silent for a long time, his expression turned grave immediately. What's wrong? Is it not convenient for you to state your identity? Decurion, I have a keepsake here. You can ask your man to bring it to the Mansion Master of your mansion. If the Mansion Master of your mansion is unwilling to see me, you can send me away. What do you think? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that his cheapskate father had given him. Naturally, the exquisite jade box was empty. He had already taken out the item inside. When the Decurion of the Black Armored Army and the other 9 Black Armored Guards saw Duan Lingtian taking out his keepsake, their cold faces could not help but tremble. A person who could take out a keepsake, as long as he was not joking with them, must have a close relationship with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. Please wait a moment, mister. When the Decurion spoke again, his tone was much more polite. In his opinion, based on this person's behavior, it did not seem like he was joking with them. Moreover, who was it that dared to make a joke out of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After receiving the exquisite jade box with both hands politely, the Decurion carefully passed the jade box to one of his Black Armored Guards. Bring this token to see Lord Mansion Master immediately. Tell him that this is a token brought by a guest from afar and that the guest wants to see him. Yes, Sir Decurion. The Black Armored Guard who received the jade box accepted the order respectfully. Then, he urged the savage beast under his feet to go deeper into the crouching dragon lake. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the 9 Black Armored Guards were left. Duan Lingtian stood where he was and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for the messenger to return. Meanwhile, the Decurion and the other 8 Black Armored Guards stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. Based on the calm expression on this person's face, they could see how mysterious he was. They were even more certain that this person had a close relationship with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they became even more cautious. In their eyes, their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the person they respected the most. He was also their faith. Someone who had a close relationship with their Lord Mansion Master was not someone they could neglect. On the other hand, the Black Armored Guard brought Duan Lingtian's exquisite jade box to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Everything went smoothly. Naturally, he did not see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he had never seen the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion before. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials had seen their Lord Mansion Master before. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, only 11 of them who were centurions or above were qualified to see their Lord Mansion Master. To the people below him, the Manor Lord was an elusive existence. For this reason, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was mysterious and lofty in the eyes of the people below the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. Elder Rome. At the entrance of the central main hall on the floating island, the black-armored guard bowed respectfully to an old man. This old man was the right-hand man of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His position in the Azure Cloud Mansion was only second to the mansion master. Even the captain of the Black Armored Army, the Lord Commander, would have to bow respectfully when he saw this old man. Someone wants to see Lord Mansion Master? Elder Rong was Rong Yuan. He looked at the black-armored guard and asked with a smile. Everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew that Elder Rong was a kind old man. No matter who he was facing, he would not put on airs. Even so, the black-armored guard was still flattered. Elder Rong, a young man, entered the Crouching Dragon Lake today. He happened to be in the area that our team was guarding. For this reason, our Lord Decurion led us to stop him. However, he said he knows Lord Mansion Master. Not only that, but he even took out a token and said he'd show it to Lord Mansion Master so Lord Mansion Master would summon him. As the black-armored guard spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that Duan Lingtian had given him. When Rong Yuan saw this ordinary-looking exquisite jade box, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. After taking the jade box, he studied it again and again, but he did not find anything special about it. Wait here for a moment. I'll bring this jade box to Lord Mansion Master. After informing the black-armored guard, Rong Yuan walked into the main hall with the jade box in his hand. The black-armored guard stood upright outside and waited quietly. Time continued to pass by quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Rong Yuan came out with an ugly expression on his face. When the black-armored guard saw Rong Yuan's grave expression, his heart jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Don't tell me that person is really toying with us and the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. Moreover, that person must be a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master's old friend. Inform your Decurion about this. He should know what to do. After Rong Yuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left in anger. That fellow. Not only did he toy with us, but he even dared to toy with Lord Mansion Master. Damn it. The black-armored guard's expression was extremely grave. When he returned, it was as though he was on steroids as he traveled at full speed. Soon after, he arrived at the edge of the Crouching Dragon Lake. I'm back. When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he immediately opened his eyes with a smile on his face. When he thought about how he would be able to see his mother, his fiancée, his child, and his cheapskate father, he was elated. However, when he saw the black-armored guard's grave expression and the anger in his eyes, he could not help but feel his heart jolt again. Something's not right. This doesn't make sense. That exquisite jade box was given to me by my cheapskate father on Cloud Continent. He must have recognized it with just a glance. At the same time, the Decurion also learned about how he had been deceived by the black-armored guard. His expression turned grave immediately. How dare you come to our Azure Cloud Mansion to deceive us? You're seeking death. When the Decurion looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold. There was no longer any trace of politeness in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Deceive? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. He had deceived them. What was going on? Decurion, is this a misunderstanding? I'm sure there's no problem with the token I gave you. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion must recognize it. I'd like to ask you if you're certain you personally handed the jade box I gave you to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked the black-armored guard who went to report to him as he explained to the Decurion. Humph. I was the one who personally handed that jade box to Elder Rong, and he passed it to Lord Mansion Master. Elder Rong has already said that Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. You're just a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master. The black-armored guard who went to report to Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Elder Rong? Duan Lingtian frowned before his expression eased up. That's right. There must be something wrong with Elder Rong. How about this? Bring me to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as I meet him, the truth will be revealed. What do you think? If there's something wrong with me, there's no need for all of you. Your mansion master will personally execute me. There's something wrong with Elder Rong? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 10 black armored guards, including the Decurion, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not know that Elder Rong was the mansion master's spokesperson. However, this person actually dared to say there was something wrong with Elder Rong? Was this something that someone who knew their mansion master would say? Kill. As the Decurion shouted coldly, the other 9 black armored guards who had been waiting for a long time made their move. They were like hungry wolves who had not eaten or drunk for 10 days. They pounced on their prey without any hesitation. 9 black figures charged out in unison. From afar, it looked like a black torrent that swept across the sky. Boom! 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 As the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, the 9 black armored guards left the wild beasts under their feet one after another and launched all kinds of attacks. The 5-colored energy blended together and swept toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Every attack was aimed at Duan Lingtian's vital points. It was as though all of them wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with just one strike. Duan Lingtian did not expect these black armored guards would be so barbaric. He had merely voiced out his speculation, but they pounced on him like mad dogs as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. He was rendered speechless. Was that Elder Rong their father? Could he not even say a word? One must admit that this 10-man squad of black armored guards was quite strong. Apart from the Decurion who did not make a move, the weakest among the 9 black armored guards was at the intermediate eminent saint stage. There were a total of 6 intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses and 3 mastery eminent saint stage powerhouses. However, such a combination was not a threat to him at all. Due to this reason, he easily dodged their joint attacks. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He did not feel any pressure at all. The peak of the eminent saint stage. Chapter 1834. One must admit that as a member of the black armored guards, none of them were afraid of death. Although they knew the person in front of them was much stronger than them, they had no intention of retreating. Instead, they continued to surround him. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of respect in his eyes when he saw this. If it was someone else, they would have fled or begged for mercy when they saw how much stronger he was. However, the 9 black armored guards before him still charged forward and surrounded him even though they knew they were no match for him. It was as though they were not afraid of death. This ruthless scene caused the blood in Duan Lingtian's body to boil. It was as though he had returned to the days when he was in the underground world in his past life. The 9 black armored guards had obtained his respect. As expected of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. They really live up to their reputation. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise them. You're quite strong, sir. However, you've deceived us and even our Lord Mansion Master. In the end, you even suspected Elder Rong. Your crimes are unforgivable. If we let you leave the Azure Cloud Mansion alive today, it'll be because the black armored army is useless. Finally, the Decurion made his move. He charged into the encirclement of the black armored guards and charged toward Duan Lingtian. As a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the Decurion's strength was, naturally, extraordinary. At the instant the Decurion charged toward him, Duan Lingtian was certain the Decurion's strength was much stronger than Zhao Dong, the disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion's Zhao clan whom he had killed earlier. Moreover, the Decurion could even force him to use some of his techniques. So, the Decurion's weapon was a 7-foot-long spear. When it shot out, it was like a dragon coming out of its cave, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Around the 7-foot-long spear, a vast amount of true origin had formed into a spiraling force. When the spear shot out, it was similar to the impact drill on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. It was as though it could pierce through everything. Earth Dragon Drill. At the same time, the Decurion shouted loudly. The energy on the 7-foot-long spear in his hand rose again, and the spiral force became even stronger. A spear shot out, aiming for Duan Lingtian's heart, faster than lightning. "Why don't you try taking one of my attacks?" As soon as the Decurion shouted, Duan Lingtian also shouted. Immediately afterward, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword completely condensed from the sun's true essence. Whoosh! The sword seemed simple, but it was actually a simple move that contained the profundity of the second realm of the sovereign heart sword. It was so fast that it was even faster than the Decurion's 7-foot-long spear. Puchi! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the tip of the Decurion's 7-foot-long spear accurately. Both of them had infused their weapons with power, and this was the first time they had clashed. This was also a probing exchange. However, the Decurion was slightly inferior after the exchange of blows. This caused the Decurion to immediately activate the true yuan in his body and pour it into the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. The true yuan on the 7-foot-long spear instantly skyrocketed. However, when it came to making a last-minute effort, how could the Decurion compare to Duan Lingtian, who had 99 saint veins? With just a thought, the vast sun true yuan in Duan Lingtian's body immediately surged into the sword in his hand through the 99 saint veins. A crisp sword cry rang in the air. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. The true yuan I'm using now is equivalent to the true yuan you're using." At the same time, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The strength of the true yuan on the sword in his hand was indeed equivalent to the Decurion's long spear. The Decurion was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. He shook his arm, and the 7-foot-long spear moved forward. However, he did not increase the true yuan on the long spear. As a member of the Black Armored Army, he was an unyielding man. Since Duan Lingtian had already said so, if he continued to use his true yuan, it would only make him look inferior. Moreover, he could see that the speed at which Duan Lingtian used his true yuan was much faster than his. Moreover, judging from Duan Lingtian's calm expression, it was obvious he still had a backup plan. Wang! 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 The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the spiraling force formed by the true yuan around it spun at an extremely fast speed. At the very least, the other 9 black armored guards could not see the trajectory of the spiraling force at all. From this, one could see how fast it was spinning. Whoosh! On the other hand, Duan Lingtian still casually pointed his sword at the Decurion. The simple sword move looked like a simple stab to an outsider. At the very least, that was the case in the eyes of the 9 black armored guards. How dare you underestimate the Decurion? You're courting death. You're seeking death. The 9 black armored guards all felt that Duan Lingtian was too careless and would definitely lose. Only the Decurion himself felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's seemingly simple sword move. He felt as if he was being targeted by a sharp aura. At that moment, the Decurion's expression turned solemn. History repeated itself once again. The tip of the sword and the spear collided once again. The true yuan clashed with each other. If they were only talking about true yuan, they were indeed evenly matched. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, it was not just a clash of true yuan. It also contained the profundity of martial arts techniques. The Decurion's earthen dragon drill was derived from the profundity of the second stage of Duan Lingtian's sovereign heart sword. The outcome was beyond the expectations of the 9 black armored guards. Bang! Following a loud bang, the person whom they thought would definitely lose stood motionless in the air. Their Decurion, on the other hand, had been sent flying. His face was pale, and there was a trace of dazzling blood at the corner of his mouth. Sir Decurion. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on the 9 black armored guards. They immediately flew out and stood in front of their Decurion. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian warily as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would seize the opportunity to attack them. At the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. His opponent's sword move was clearly the simplest direct thrust. How was it possible for it to crush their Decurion's earthen dragon drill with such force? The spear technique, the earth dragon drill, that their Decurion had performed earlier, was an offensive technique from an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Not only that, but their Decurion had already cultivated it to the highest stage. Even then, their Decurion was still defeated. You're very strong. However, no one who dares to make fun of the Azure Cloud Mansion will leave this place alive. The Decurion healed his injuries slightly before he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. With a raise of his hand, a jade token rose into the air before it exploded. A sharp and unpleasant sound resonated in the air immediately. Almost at the same time, the surface of the lake in the distance began to ripple. Boom! 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 One after another, silhouettes riding on wild beasts broke out of the water and surrounded Duan Lingtian. The people on the backs of these savage beasts were also black armored guards. Meanwhile, high up in the sky where no one was paying attention to, two figures stood behind the clouds, one in front of the other. Their eyes easily pierced through the clouds and looked at the surface of the sea. Lord Mansion Master, is that the young Mansion Master? The old man standing behind was none other than Rong Yuan, Elder Rong. He was also the one who had instigated the conflict below. Naturally, if one were to get to the bottom of it, he was merely acting on orders. Judging from his figure, he seems to be. However, his face isn't. However, the aura on his body is clearly my son's aura. The person standing in front was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. This is strange. He didn't disguise himself. Rong Yuan found it strange as well. Whether it was Duan Ruffing or Rong Yuan, they had never heard of a secret tactic that could conceal one's appearance using one's own strength and not be seen through by divine consciousness. Due to this reason, they did not think about it at all. However, this little fellow's strength is not bad. He can be considered as one of the best among the martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I'm afraid there aren't many people below the divine saint stage who's a match for him, Rong Yuan continued to say. Rong Yuan continued. He was not stingy with his compliments. Elder Rong, bring him to the main hall. He must be my son, Duan Lingtian. Duan Ruffing said to Rong Yuan before disappearing into the sky. It was as though he had never appeared. But there's no sign of disguise on his face. Rong Yuan smiled wryly. He had seen the portrait of his young Mansion Master before. This ordinary-looking young man before him was completely different. Why would his Lord Mansion Master say that this was his young Mansion Master? What Rong Yuan did not know was that Duan Ruffing was Duan Lingtian's father no matter what. Although they had not known each other for a long time, as a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was very sensitive to certain auras. Although Duan Lingtian had changed his face, he was still very confident that this was his son. 3 small teams of black armored soldiers appeared in the sky above the crouching dragon lake. Together with the original small team, there were a total of 40 people. Ha! Feng Ping, you're actually injured by someone. This is rare. The leader of one of the small teams was also a Decurion. He looked at the Decurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian and laughed. His tone was filled with a hint of gloating. Humph. You can go and try it yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping's expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Everyone in the other 3 small teams shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A battle was about to break out. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, an old figure appeared before everyone's eyes. When the 40 black armored soldiers saw this figure, they bowed and greeted him. Elder Rong. The person who appeared was an old man. He nodded his head nonchalantly before he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. You're the one who wants to see our Lord Mansion Master? Old man, did you not pass my jade box to your Mansion Master? Chapter 1835. Old man? When the 40 black armored guards heard Duan Lingtian's way of addressing Rong Yuan and his tone that was close to interrogating him, they felt a chill run down their spines. They shuddered even though it was not cold. This fellow actually addressed Elder Rong as old man? Moreover, He even used such an interrogative tone to speak to Elder Rong. Did he have a death wish? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone knew that Rong Yuan was a kind person. However, he was only kind to his own people. In front of his enemies, Rong Yuan was an Azura. In the Debussy subterranean, Rong Yuan was also known as the Smiling Azura. This fellow. He's dead meat. The 40 black armored guards looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Naturally, I've already passed the jade box to Lord Mansion Master. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when you meet him later. Rong Yuan still could not believe the young man before him was his young Mansion Master. Due to this reason, although he did not fly into a rage because of the other party's rudeness, he did not bow to him because he thought the other party might be his young Mansion Master. He would have to wait until he had confirmed everything. Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Based on this old fellow's words, he could finally meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The 40 black armored guards who were prepared to watch a good show were dumbfounded. Not only did the person whom they thought was going to be in trouble not only did he not suffer, but he even had a chance to meet Lord Mansion Master. They could not accept the sudden turn of events. When they saw Rong Yuan bringing Duan Lingtian away, the scene fell silent for a moment before it burst into an uproar again. Heavens! What's going on? Who's that guy? Not only was Elder Rong not angry when he addressed Elder Rong as old man, but he even brought him to meet Lord Mansion Master. Even our Lord Decurion has never met Lord Mansion Master before. Don't tell me that fellow has something to do with Lord Mansion Master? The 3 small teams of black armored guards who had just arrived discussed among themselves. Their hearts were filled with confusion and confusion. However, their eyes soon landed on the 10 people in the He Army's small team led by Decurion Feng Ping. Feng Ping, what's going on? Exactly. King released an emergency rescue signal, and I thought it was an enemy invasion. In the end, that person seems to be Lord Manorhead's guest. If Lord Manorhead pursues this matter, I won't let you off. Francis, who is that young man? Elder Rong seems to be very polite to him. The other Decurions of the other 3 squads asked Francis one after another. Their expressions were not very good. How could it be pretty? Although they did not do anything out of line to that person, when Elder Rong appeared, they happened to be surrounding him and were caught red-handed by him. According to Elder Rong, the other party could even meet their Mansion Master. Could they afford to offend such a person? In fact, when he saw how courteous Elder Rong was to that young man, Francis was also somewhat dumbfounded. Because the reason why he attacked the other party was also because of Elder Rong's instructions. According to Elder Rong's words, that young man was a swindler. However, judging from Elder Rong's attitude earlier, the other party seemed to really be acquainted with their prefecture lord. Are you sure you didn't exaggerate what you said earlier? Soon after, Francis looked at the black armored guard who brought the Duan Lingtian's token and asked in a deep voice. Lord Decurion, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to joke about this matter. The black armored guard who was being stared at by Francis felt wronged. If he could turn back time, he would definitely reject the mission given to him by the Decurion. Whoever was willing to bring that person's token to the Mansion Master was free to do so. In any case, he would not go. Francis believed the black armored guard's words. After all, he was one of his subordinates, and they had known each other for many years. Due to this reason, Francis felt wronged when faced with the other 3 Decurions' questions. However, he still told the other 3 Decurions everything that had happened. That person is here to meet Lord Mansion Master? He even brought a token with him? Elder Rong said Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize the token. Is that person a swindler? Are you sure Elder Rong said he's a swindler? If he's a swindler, why would Elder Rong personally bring him to meet Lord Mansion Master? The expressions of the 3 Decurions turned even graver. Since that person brought a token to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he must have a close relationship with the Mansion Master. How could they surround such a person? At once, they felt chills running down their spines as they broke out in cold sweat. That's the truth. Don't worry, I'm the one who made a move. If anything happens, I, Francis, will bear all the consequences. Francis said to the other 3 decurions. You'll bear all the consequences? Can you bear all the consequences? How unlucky. The decurion who had mocked Francis as soon as he appeared sneered before he left with his men. The other 2 decurions looked at Francis deeply before they left with their men as well. At this moment, only the decurion, Francis, and the small team of black armored guards were left at the scene. Lord Decurion, I really didn't exaggerate or lie. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. The black armored guard who brought Duan Lingtian's token to the mansion master immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath when he saw Francis' expression turning grave. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air as the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. The black armored guard used his oath to prove that he was not lying. What are you doing? Francis' expression changed as he glared at the black armored guard who swore on the lightning penalty oath. You're my man. How can I not trust you? You swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of me. You're slapping me in the face. Do you understand? Lord Decurion, the black armored guard had a guilty expression on his face. Enough. All of you don't have to think too much about this matter. We didn't do anything wrong, so we're not afraid of being punished, Francis said as he waved his hand. Following that, he brought the group of people back to the Crouching Dragon Lake. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind Rong Yuan as they made their way to the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. There were many vast islands in the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. The islands were shrouded in fog. If one was not close enough, one would not be able to see what was behind the fog. However, Rong Yuan did not bring Duan Lingtian to any of the islands in front of him. After Rong Yuan brought Duan Lingtian to the sky above the islands, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly as he rose up into the sky like a rocket. Duan Lingtian followed suit and rose up into the sky as well. After passing through the clouds, he finally saw a huge island hovering in the sky. The island hovering in the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like a jade palace in a celestial paradise. It was visually stunning. Compared to the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion, this island was undoubtedly much bigger. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see many black armored guards hiding in the dark. They bowed respectfully at Rong Yuan who was leading the way. Some of the black armored guards had a hint of surprise and confusion in their eyes when they looked at him. This old man seems to have quite a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he thought to himself, no wonder those black armored guards looked at me as though they were looking at a dead person when I called him old man and questioned him. However, what does he mean by that? He said I'm a liar and wants to bring me to see the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was 100% certain the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his cheapskate father, he could not help but feel puzzled. Do you think there's any disguising technique in this world that can hide from the detection of one's divine consciousness? Rong Yuan finally spoke when they arrived at the floating island. He did not turn around. It was as though he was talking to the air or to Duan Lingtian. There's nothing too strange in this world. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. His tone was calm, completely ignoring Rong Yuan's probing. Rong Yuan no longer said anything as he brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the floating island. In the end, they arrived at the central area of the floating island. This area was even more heavily guarded. Black armored guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. Soon after, a standalone palace appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This palace was located in the central area of the floating island. It occupied a vast area. From afar, it looked as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. This was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The floating island that Duan Lingtian was currently on was the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The door of the central main hall was tightly shut. After Rong Yuan brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance, he said respectfully, Lord Mansion Master, I've brought him here. Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened immediately. He stared at the door of the central main hall intently. He couldn't wait to kick the door open and see what kind of people were inside. At the same time, he was also looking forward to hearing the voice that would come from inside. Although he had not spent a long time with his cheapskate father, he still remembered his cheapskate father's voice. "Come in." At the same time, a majestic voice resonated from inside. Although the voice sounded majestic, Duan Lingtian could tell it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng's voice. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was indeed his cheapskate father. No matter how certain he was that his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it was not as convincing as hearing this voice. Rumble. As the voice resonated from inside, the thick and heavy doors of the central main hall slowly opened to both sides, revealing everything inside to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people standing inside. The person standing in the middle was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was looking at him with a smile on his face. Duan Rufeng was hugging a cute little boy in his arms. The little boy was looking at him with his big watery eyes. Chapter 1836. When he saw the 2 women standing next to Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently from the excitement. Li Ro, his mother. Li Fei, his fiancée. These 2 women were 2 of the most important women in his life. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that no matter if it was his mother, Li Ro, or his fiancée, Li Fei, their eyes were filled with hesitation when they looked at him. They did not seem to be overjoyed at reuniting with him after such a long time. "I almost forgot. I haven't changed back to my original appearance." At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had changed his appearance and was not his original appearance. It was no wonder that his mother and fiancé were hesitating. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved. In the next moment, it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Rufeng and the others. When Duan Lingtian regained his footing, the muscles on his face began to tremble. It was only when he had completely calmed down that he regained his original appearance. "Mother." After regaining his original appearance, Duan Lingtian knelt in front of Li Ro with a thud sound. He had a guilty expression on his face. As a son, not only was he unable to be by his parents' side, but he had also disappeared for many years. He was unfilial. Of course, it was only in front of his mother, Li Ro, that he would feel guilty. This was because Li Ro had sacrificed too much for him. This was something that his cheap father, Duan Rufeng, could not compare to. Tian. My Tian. Mother isn't dreaming, right? When she saw Duan Lingtian revealing his true appearance, the hesitation in Li Ro's eyes disappeared and was replaced with excitement. At the same time, she helped Duan Lingtian up and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly with both hands. She did not let go for a long time. It was as if she was deeply afraid that if she let go, her son would leave her again. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Those were tears of excitement. "Mother, you're not dreaming. It's me." Duan Lingtian's eyes were also wet. He hugged his mother tightly, and his heart was unprecedentedly calm. His mother's embrace was like a harbor, calming his heart in an instant. "Scoundrel," a familiar and pleasant voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Unknowingly, a person had appeared beside him. It was his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Li Ro was reluctant to let go of her son, she knew that the rest of the time should be given to the young couple. Therefore, she simply let go of Duan Lingtian and signaled to Duan Rufeng with her eyes, letting Duan Rufeng carry the little boy and walk out of the hall with her. When Elder Rong saw this, he naturally followed them out. The central hall suddenly became Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's 2-person world. Outside the hall, the little boy in Duan Rufeng's arms blinked his big eyes as he looked at Li Ro and asked, "Grandmother, is he the amazing father that mother always tells me about?" "That's right. Nian, he's your father. When he comes out later, remember to call him father, okay? Li Rose said with a smile as she reached out and patted the little boy's little head. The little boy nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, grandmother. That boy. He didn't even greet me, his father, and he's already in a hurry to date Faye. What an unfilial son. Duan Ruffing scolded with a smile. There was no lack of jealousy in his tone. Isn't it because you left for so many years? Otherwise, why would Tian treat you like this? Li Rose said snappily. When Duan Ruffing heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. This was because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would be in the wrong. He also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, he had left for so many years, and there was no news of him at all. In fact, he was just casually saying that earlier. He was not really unhappy because of this. Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master's disguise technique is really brilliant. When Rong Yuan saw that Duan Ruffing and his wife had stopped speaking, his tone was filled with emotion. Yes. Even my divine consciousness can't detect that he's in disguise. I wonder where he learned this disguise technique from. It's actually so brilliant. Duan Ruffing deeply agreed with Rong Yuan's words. No matter what, he was also a great evil in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had never seen or heard of Duan Lingtian's disguise technique before. It seems like Tian has indeed had a fortuitous encounter all these years. Young Mansion Master is so young, but he already has a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage. How amazing! Rong Yuan sighed emotionally. The peak of the eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Ruffing shook his head. His expression turned solemn as though he had a lot on his mind. If he did not remember wrongly, the 5-year agreement he made with the Dragon Clan would be up in 10 months. At that time, his son would have to fight with the dragon's 5-clawed golden dragon. If he won, he would have the opportunity to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. He had made these arrangements according to the Oracle man's instructions. However, it was only 10 months away from the 5-year pact, and his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It would be impossible for him to defeat Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, in 10 months. Even if Diju did not make any progress in the past 5 years, he was still at the peak of the divine saint stage. Would a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage in 10 months? Moreover, after 5 years, it was very likely that Diju had made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage. Is it possible for Tian to win? If this was before he reunited with his son, Duan Lingtian, Duan Ruffing would not have such doubts due to his trust in the Oracle man. However, now that he had reunited with his son and learned that his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he could not help but have such doubts in his mind. In the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were hugging each other. Neither of them spoke as they hugged each other quietly. At this moment, both of them seemed to have merged into one, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As he hugged Li Fei, Duan Lingtian wished this moment would last forever. There were no worries and no worries. Just like that, he quietly hugged the person he loved until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. However, he knew this was destined to be an extravagant wish. He still had many things that he had to do. On the other hand, Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian. Her feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. How she wished she could hug her man like this forever. She did not want to think about anything and just hugged him quietly until the end of time. Finally, after about half an hour, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Little Fei, is the boy father is carrying our child? Yes. Li Fei nodded with a smile. He's called Nian Tian. He's our son. Nian Tian? Upon hearing his son's name, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Naturally, he knew what his son's name meant. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe, her child must be as old as Nian. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Li Fei's voice trembled slightly when she mentioned Ke. She had long regarded that kind-hearted woman as her sister. They'll definitely be safe. They'll definitely be safe. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said with certainty. He did not want anything to happen to his woman and his child. After coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion and reuniting with his family, he had fulfilled one of his wishes in the lower province. It was time for him to go to the upper province to look for Ke. After cuddling with Li Fei for a while, Li Fei slowly pushed Duan Lingtian away. Scoundrel. Shouldn't you go and greet father? I know you're still holding a grudge over the fact that father left you and your son for so many years. However, he's still your father after all. Moreover, he's been very good to Nian, all these years. He's so good that even I, as his mother, feel ashamed of myself. I know. He must be trying to make it up to you. That's why he gave Nian the love and care that he couldn't give you in time back then. Li Fei said softly. She was a smart woman. She knew that she could only give advice on these matters and not make decisions for her man. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he left the main hall with Li Fei. Father, I've troubled little Fei, and Nian, during this period of time. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Ruffing. Tian, remember that I'm your father. Your matters are nothing to me. Moreover, Fei, is my daughter-in-law, and Nian, is my grandson. It's only right for me to take care of them. Duan Ruffing said as he shook his head. However, I really didn't expect father to be the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian still could not accept this. It's quite a coincidence. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you about it later. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ruffing said as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. Me? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not know what his father meant. There's no need to rush. I'll tell you about it later. Duan Ruffing shook his head before he looked at the little boy in his arms and said with a smile, Nian, have you forgotten what grandmother told you earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with his big watery eyes. He was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe before he finally said, You're my father? The amazing father that mother mentioned? Amazing father? Upon hearing Duan Nian Tian's words, everyone including Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Lingtian carried Duan Nian Tian and said with a smile, That's right. I'm your amazing father. You're called Nian, right? My name is Duan Nian Tian. Nian, is just my nickname. Duan Nian Tian looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression as he corrected him. His serious expression made Duan Lingtian laugh. He felt warm in his heart. It was a wonderful feeling. I, Duan Lingtian, have a son as well. Chapter 1837. In the next few days, apart from spending some time with his mother, Li Ro, every morning, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time with his wife and son. With Duan Lingtian in his arms and Li Fei by his side, sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt he was the happiest person in the world. Naturally, it would be even better if Ke and their child were here as well. Currently, I've already found father, mother, and little Fei, The only regret I have in the Debussy subterranean is that I didn't manage to find Tian Wu. Logically speaking, if Tian Wu is still in the lower province and is not in closed-door cultivation, she should have heard about the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, appearing in the mystical sky mansion. At the very least, she should have come to the mystical sky mansion to confirm if it's me or not. However, there's still no news from her. Although Duan Lingtian had already decided to go to the upper province to look for Ke and their child, he still could not let go of Feng Tianwu. He discovered that although he and Tian Wu were not husband and wife yet, and there was no love between them, the concern he had for Tian Wu was not inferior to the concern he had for Ke. In the past, he was only touched by Tian Wu's sacrifice for him. However, at this moment, it had all turned into love. It's time to look for father and tell him. When Duan Lingtian remembered Tianwu might still be in the lower province, he spent some time with his wife and son before he went to look for his father, Duan Rufeng. "Father, I'd like to ask you to help me look for someone." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Rufeng. "Oh? Who is it?" Duan Rufeng asked. "Feng Tianwu." Duan Lingtian replied. "Tianwu? I've heard mention that girl before. She's a good girl who's loyal and affectionate. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for you. However, as far as I know, the two of you were separated in the mortal continent. Could it be that you still haven't found her until now?" Duan Rufeng had heard Li Fei mention Feng Tianwu before, so when he heard this name, he immediately reacted. "I found her in the sixth-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation, in the Debussy subterranean. However, after the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, I left Windfall Nation. And because she was worried about my safety, she followed me and came looking for me." At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. "After that, I made a trip back to the Windfall Nation, but she did not return to the Windfall Nation. Even until now, I still don't have any news about her." Duan Lingtian said with a heavy heart. "What an infatuated girl," Duan Rufeng sighed. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "Tian, there are things you should and shouldn't do in this world. This Feng girl is so devoted to you, so you must not let her down. In this world where the strong are revered and the weak are prey to the strong, it's not easy to meet someone who's willing to sacrifice so much for you." "Father, I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the day he decided to accept Feng Tianwu, he had already decided to have a happy ending with Feng Tianwu. He would never let her down in this life. "All right. Draw a portrait of Feng girl. I'll pass down the order and ask all the Azure Cloud Mansion's bases to search for her," Duan Rufeng said again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately drew a portrait of Feng Tianwu. His understanding of Feng Tianwu was in no way inferior to his understanding of Ke and Li Fei. Due to this reason, not only did the portrait of Feng Tianwu look exactly the same, but even the expression between her brows and the aura she exuded was no different from the real person. Duan Rufeng could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at the portrait in his hand. "I really don't know where you get your charm from. Such an outstanding woman is actually so devoted to you that she's even willing to give up her life for you. You're much better than your father in this regard." When he heard the first half of Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. However, when he heard the second half of his father's sentence, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his father's voice. He could not help but feel amused. "Father, don't tell me you're looking for another confidant? Do you want me to tell mother so she can help you look for one?" Duan Lingtian chuckled as he asked. "Are you looking for a beating?" When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He then glared at Duan Lingtian. After a while, he coughed lightly. "I was just kidding. There's no need to tell your mother about this." "What do you mean there's no need to tell me?" "Tian, what's the matter?" Just as Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, Li Ro came in without him noticing. As soon as she entered the room, she heard Duan Rufeng's last sentence. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. When Duan Lingtian saw his cheapskate father looking at him nervously, he found it funny. However, he did not expose him. "Mother, it's nothing. I just asked father to help me look for Tianwu. He felt that there was no need to tell you about this so you wouldn't worry. Why can't you tell me about this? I also like that girl, Tianwu. It's rare to see such a loyal girl nowadays." Li Ro had heard about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei a long time ago. She had also asked Duan Lingtian about it recently. She also liked Feng Tianwu very much. In this world, the men she cared about the most were her husband, Duan Rufeng, and her son, Duan Lingtian. She was also willing to sacrifice her life for her husband and son. For this reason, she liked the woman who was also willing to sacrifice herself for her son from the bottom of her heart. "This is Tianwu?" Soon after, Li Ro also saw the portrait in Duan Rufeng's hand. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the woman in the portrait. After a long while, she could not help but praise, "What a devastatingly beautiful woman. She's so beautiful. If she gives birth to a granddaughter for me, I'm sure she'll also be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grows up." After having a grandson, Li Ro also wanted a granddaughter very much. Although she knew Kerr was also pregnant with her son's child, she was not sure if it was a grandson or a granddaughter. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian felt a little awkward. They had not even found her yet. However, since the old lady was happy, he did not say anything. "Tian, you asked your father to help you look for Tian Wu. Are you planning to go to the upper province?" Li Ro asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "However, I'll probably stay in the lower province for a while. I'll only go to the upper province after I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation base." Before he went to the upper province, he would have to temper the golden crow's wings to the second form and break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, not only would his strength be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse, but he would also be able to officially cultivate and master all kinds of divine abilities. Apart from the golden crow's wings, he also had 3 other divine abilities with extraordinary power. They were the elementary devouring tactic, the otherworldly celestial, and the 6 harmonies golden body. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, and assistive divine ability. He had everything. Naturally, the defensive divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, was a medium-grade divine ability. "I'll just make do with it for now. If I can find a more advanced defensive divine ability in the future, I'll change it." If other people heard the words in Duan Lingtian's heart, they would be so angry that they would throw up 3 liters of blood. Other people would be overjoyed for a long time if they managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He had to make do with the medium-grade divine ability and was ready to change it at any time. Although Duan Lingtian said so, Li Ro could feel that her son would not be staying in the lower province for long. The reluctance in her eyes intensified. If it was possible, she wished that her son could stay by her side. However, she knew that was destined to be an extravagant wish. Her son, a 7-foot-tall man, had his own responsibilities and things that he had to do. "Ro, you can leave first. I have something to say to Tian, in private," Duan Rufeng said as he looked at Li Ro. Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Ro knew what her husband was going to say to her son was something she did not want to hear. Due to this reason, she turned around and left directly. She knew that her son was going to take a risk again. This was the only reason why her husband would ask her to leave temporarily. It was because he did not want her to worry. "Father, what do you have to say that even mother can't listen to?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "What your mother hates the most is for you to take a risk. What I'm going to say next is something that will make you take a risk." Duan Rufeng sighed. "What is it?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "Do you still remember the 5-clawed golden dragon that went to the half-moon island that you occupied and massacred and destroyed your Ling Tian sect?" Duan Rufeng asked. "Did you?" Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Waves of killing intent could not help but emanate from his body. Although it had been a long time since that incident, he still could not let go of that incident. So many people from his Ling Tian sect had died in Diju's hands. He had always remembered this enmity in his heart, and he had never forgotten it. Moreover, many times in the middle of the night, he would dream of many familiar faces from the past asking him to kill Diju to avenge them. "That's right. It's that Diju." Duan Rufeng nodded. Then, he told Duan Lingtian about how he had gone to the dragon sect and made the 5-year pact with the dragons. "The 5-year pact will be up in 10 months. At that time, you'll have to fight with Diju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool." Dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. This was his first time hearing about the dragon cleansing pool. The Dragon Cleansing Pool is the holy land of the dragons in the lower province. It opens once every 5,000 years. It contains the heaven and earth essence that has been nurtured by the Dragon Cleansing Pool for 5,000 years. Any young dragon who enters it will be able to obtain a monstrous improvement.